You know, I've done a lot of server-side programming as well as front-end development in my career. And server-side programming is a lot of fun. I can't deny that. I enjoy it. But I've always felt there's something really special about being involved in a part of the project that the end user, the guy you're doing all of this for, is able to touch and experience. I think it's become clear, especially in the last few years, that having solid web page development skills on your software team is paramount to the success of not only your project, but the success of your product as well. The software industry has become a pretty competitive place, and if you have built an amazing service that solves somebody else's problem, the last thing you want to do is not pay attention to how skillfully you deliver that service to your end users. To give you an example, suppose you spent a year designing and manufacturing a new smartphone, and you have an excellent product, the next iPhone killer. But then you hire a distributor that doesn't take care of packaging and delivering very well. The phone shifts around in its box during shipping, gets banged up. By the time it gets to the hands of the user, it doesn't look so great, it's scratched, the buttons don't always work. Your big product launch fails. Proper layout and functionality of your website, making sure it looks and functions on someone's mobile device just as well as it does on someone's desktop computer, is the delivery mechanism. It's the packaging and shipping of your product to the end user. That last step can make it or break it. So it's essential to not just know how to tinker with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but to have solid skills to code up a modern front-end web application. Nowadays, employers and hiring managers know this. In this course, we're going to cover all the essential and fundamental website coding skills. We're going to cover not only the how, but also the why, so you truly understand the reasons behind what you're doing. It's a fairly comprehensive course, so even if you're already familiar with these technologies, you will likely have a number of aha moments. We're going to cover HTML5, CSS3, Twitter Bootstrap CSS framework, which is the most widely used CSS framework today. We'll also cover JavaScript as a programming language of the web, and we'll learn how to use Ajax to retrieve data from the server and then dynamically update the content without having to reload the whole page. We'll also learn responsive design, which is how you code a web page so that it displays properly across all types of devices, mobile and desktop. Now, even though this course is part of the Ruby on Rails specialization, we've designed this course in such a way that it can be taken independently. So no Ruby on Rails knowledge is needed to complete this course. I think what also makes this course, and really the entire specialization, so special is that the people involved in putting it together aren't just teaching an engineering program of Johns Hopkins University, which is one of the top universities in the United States, but also because we actually do this stuff for a living. We all deal with real customers and real code every day. And this is why I think the coolest part of this course is that after learning the fundamentals, we're actually going to take a field trip to one of the local businesses here in Baltimore, which doesn't have a good website, take down the requirements, and build a real website for that business from scratch. We'll take you on a journey of coding up a real website that will work across all devices, desktop and mobile, that the business will actually use after the course is over. No throwaway example code here. Real stuff. By the end of the course, you will be able to do something similar all by yourself. So I hope you enroll and join me in this course. It will be a lot of fun. Hello and welcome to the course. I'm very happy you decided to enroll and most importantly, start the coursework. Just to introduce myself, my name is Yaakov Chaikin and I will be your instructor for this course. I've been teaching part-time at Graduate Computer Science program of Johns Hopkins University for over 10 years. My full-time job is developing small and large-scale web applications, working with both front-end and server-side technologies. In this course, I'm hoping you will not only learn a lot, but will also have a lot of fun doing so. In the first module, we will dive right into HTML5. We'll start with going over how you should set up your development environment. Then we'll learn HTML5 basics, introduce HTML5 content models and why they matter, and finish off the module with going over some essential HTML5 tags. As you'll see, learning HTML5 is not hard. Ready to go? See you in the module. In this lecture, we're going to go over how to set up your development environment. So what tools are you going to need for this course? So number one is you're going to need to sign up for an account on github.com. Number two is we're going to heavily rely on the Google Chrome browser, so you definitely download and install that. And the Google Chrome browser already comes with what's called CDT, or otherwise known as Chrome Developer Tools, and we're going to be using them pretty extensively as well. Okay, you need a code editor. So the recommended code editor that I'll be at least using will be Sublime Text 3. Now I'll show you in a minute how to download it and install it, but Sublime Text 3 technically is still in beta release, but it's been in beta release for years. And it's in fact the developer of Sublime says that that is the recommended one to download and use. So it's not a problem to use it even though it's beta. There are a couple of other code editors that I would recommend looking at. One is Visual Studio Code. That's a pretty new editor. Another one is brackets.io. But Sublime is extremely fast and very well supported in terms of third-party plugins and so on. So definitely would recommend that. We're going to also need Git, and we'll talk about Git a little bit more. And we're also going to need this tool called Browser Sync, and you'll see how we're going to use that. And in order to install Browser Sync, we're going to need to install Node.js. So we're going to split up this lecture in two lectures. One, I'm going to show you a couple of kind of preliminary things, and this is I'm just going to show you on this machine right here. And then I'm going to split up a part two into one will be for Windows and one will be for Mac, to show you the installations of Git and Browser Sync and Node.js. Okay, so the first thing is I am going to go ahead and skip how to install Google Chrome browser. I'm really hoping you know how to install a browser by yourself. You'll just, either Google for it, or if maybe you're using it already. And there's nothing really to install in terms of Chrome developer tools. They already come together with every Chrome browser download, so there's really nothing to do there. In terms of signing up for GitHub, we're going to use GitHub extensively throughout the course. And all you have to do is sign up by giving username, your email, create a password, and you're good to go. There's really nothing much to it. The third thing you're going to need is, that at least I'll show you in part two of this lecture, is Sublime Text. So go ahead and Sublime and go ahead and search. Can't think and type at the same time. Sublime Text 3. If you, I misspelled that. That's excellent. Okay, here we go. So Sublime Text 3, hopefully you'll spell it properly. And you go ahead and click, make sure you do Sublime Text 3, not just Sublime Text, because you're going to end up on Sublime Text 2 webpage. So if you click on Sublime Text 3, you'll see that you have a bunch of downloads here for macOS, for Windows, or for Windows 64-bit version, or for Linux. So you can basically pick whatever flavor you'd like, you download it, double click it, or drag and drop whatever, depending on which operating system you're on. There's really nothing much for me to show you there other than, this is the page where you download the installer and you're really good to go. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up part one of this lecture, and part two of this lecture we're going to split again into one being Windows, another being Mac, and I'll show you how to install Git and Browser Sync together with Node.js. Okay, so here I am in macOS, and I'm actually using the latest one as of this recording, which is El Capitan. And let's go ahead, and I already downloaded Sublime Text, so let's go ahead and double click that and install that real quick. Very easy. It just opens up this window. You just drag it to my applications folder, and after about a second it's done. Just verify that it's actually in here. It is. So I could close that, and go ahead eject the mount. And actually now if I do Command space and start typing Sublime, it will come up Sublime Text right there. I said yes, I want to open it for the first time, and actually I want to drag it right next to Chrome that I already installed. Okay, so this way I can actually quit at this point. And the next thing we want to do is we want to install Git. So we're going to go ahead and install the latest version of Git, and we'll go to Google and we'll just search for download Git for Mac. And this, the first link comes up. That's exactly what we need. And hopefully we'll start downloading in about a second. Or we could just click ourselves and download it ourselves. Okay, so it started to download. Okay, so once it's done, we'll go ahead and open it up. Double click on it. And now we have to double click the package installer. And it says here that our security preferences at the moment is such that we're not allowed to install anything that is not from the Mac App Store. That's not a problem. What we're going to do is just click OK. We'll go to our preferences and we'll go to security. Right here, allow apps downloaded from. Well, we really need to have it anywhere. So we'll go ahead and unlock that. And we'll click anywhere. It says, yes, I do want it from anywhere. After we install, we can always put it back to the original setting, so we're not unsecure. And now we could double click on that file and go ahead and go through the prompts, install, give it the password, admin password, and we're done. So now we have to just double check that 2.6.3 is actually installed and is on our command line. So we'll go ahead and do command space and we'll pull up the terminal. And in the terminal, we'll say git -- version, and it's 2.6.3, which is exactly what we need. Okay, so Git is installed. The next step is to install Browser Sync. Well, in order to install Browser Sync, we first need to install Node.js. So we'll go ahead and go to say download Node.js for Mac. And here it is. And it says here Mac installer. We'll go mature and dependable. Okay, once that's done, let's go ahead and open it up and double click it. To install, we'll go through the prompts. Yes, we agree. Install. Can give it the admin password. And we're done. And it just says here that we have to make sure that user local bin is in our path. Well, let's go ahead and make sure of that. We'll go to the terminal. Well, actually, what we'll do is we'll restart the terminal. It's always a good idea to restart the terminal after things like that install. And we'll say node -- version. And that's the right one. And another one is npm, which stands for Node Package Manager -- version, which is actually what we're really after right now. And it seems like that's working as well. We'll go ahead and echo the path just like they told us to make sure. And sure enough, user local bin is inside our path, so we're good to go. So to install Browser Sync, let's go ahead and Google it first. Browser Sync. And we should get the Browser Sync's web page, and it tells us in order to install it, we need to do npm install -d browser sync. And -g just means globally, not just for our user, but for all users. Well, we're going to go ahead and copy this command, but since there's some new things that came in macOS El Capitan, we're going to actually do a sudo command instead of just directly installing. So do sudo npm install -d browser sync. We'll go ahead and execute that. It's going to ask us for the password. We'll give it the password, and hopefully this will install just fine. Okay, there were some warnings, and it's also telling us we should install developer tools. We'll go ahead and click OK, because that's something we're going to need. Hopefully you already have that installed for you, but if you don't, this is something that you'll definitely need as you keep developing. Okay, it says software was installed, and let's go ahead and double check that our browser sync actually got installed. Let's do browser sync -- version, and sure enough, that's working. Now, I can't guarantee that all these steps are going to be exactly the same, because depending on what you actually have already installed on your machine, these steps might be a little bit different. But that's about what you're going to get. There's some things that came out as error, but it seems like browser sync actually installed after all, so we could use it. So let's go ahead and try it out. Let's go and open, we're already in our terminal. Let's go ahead and make a directory called test site. Okay, and we'll open our Sublime text. And we'll save this page. We'll save this page inside our test site folder. It's users Yakov test site, and we'll just call it index.html. Okay, and now we could actually have a shortcut here inside Sublime. If we do HTML and then Control space, it should give us a quick template of a page. We'll say hello Coursera, and we'll just give it one h1. We'll say again, hello Coursera. Okay, we'll save that page. So now, what browser sync is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to constantly have or be constant kind of a little server for us that we could see our page in the browser, and at the same time as we edit our page, it will update everything that we're editing straight in the browser. So the way we would do that is we could issue a command. We'll switch to test site. We'll cd into test site. I'll clear that. That's our index.html. So we'll issue a command called browser sync and say start, say server in server mode, and we'll give it another option called directory. It will actually serve up the entire directory, not just a particular file, and we'll tell it what type of files to watch for, that if any of those files change, I want you to go ahead and refresh the browser. And we'll put a star, meaning I want any type of files that are going to change in this directory or any subdirectory, I want you to go ahead and reload the things in the browser. So when I press enter, you'll see that it's already running a local server on port 3000, and this is our index.html. Now, if we didn't put the -- directory, I believe it would go right away to, or try to go right away to, the index.html. But since we could have multiple files here, I'll just leave it at that. And when we click index.html, you see it's right there. It's now working. Okay, so in part 3 of this lecture, we're actually going to go ahead and use browser sync, and I'll demo to you how we're going to use it in this course. And we're also going to go through some basics of Git and how to deploy to GitHub to host your website. Okay, so here I'm in Windows, and for this installation I'm using Windows 10. And let's go ahead and open up Chrome, and we'll set it as our default browser for now at least. And we'll go ahead and search for Sublime Text. We'll go ahead and install Sublime Text 3. That's the first thing that comes up. And what we want is, since I'm running 64-bit Windows, I'll just choose 64-bit. It will download. Let's go ahead and show it in folder. And we'll go ahead and double click it. And basically here I'm just taking all the defaults. All the defaults are just fine. I'll go ahead and set install, and that should be done. And from here, the search to web and Windows, I should be able to now say Sublime, and the first thing comes up is Sublime, and I can now right click on the icon here and say pin it to taskbar. And we'll drag it right here. Okay, well for now we could close it. And the next thing that we need to install is Git. We'll go ahead and go to the browser again, and we'll just type download Git for Windows. And the first thing, that's not a sponsored link here. We don't see any sponsored links anyway. We'll go ahead and click download Git for Windows. And it should right away start downloading, and it is. And okay, it's done. Let's show it in folder. We'll double click the Git installation file. We'll say yes to that. And we'll click next here. Next here, next here, and next here again. Once again, next. And when we get to this window here that says adjusting your path variable environment, make sure that instead of use Git from Git bash only, if you would like to use the regular command prompt, Windows command prompt, click the middle one, says use Git from Windows command prompt. We'll click next after that. And we'll leave this as is. And instead of this Minty default terminal, we'll use the Windows default console window. So we'll check that. We'll click next, and finally we'll install. Okay, and it's done. We don't need to view the release notes, so we'll uncheck that and we'll click finish. And now if we go to command line, which is CMD, command line prompt, we'll make it full screen, and we'll go ahead and say git -- version to verify that it installed. And since it comes up with git version 2.6.4 Windows.1, which is the version we downloaded, so our Git is working just fine. Now let me digress for just a second to clarify something to avoid future confusion. I'm going to be using a Mac throughout the course, and I'll be referring to the terminal. The terminal on the Mac is the same thing as the command prompt or CMD program on Windows. It's just a command line interface, meaning it's something you type commands into instead of clicking on buttons to accomplish something. All the programs that we're installing have commands that are the same whether you're on Windows or a Mac. However, file system commands are operating system specific. For example, a very common difference is that in order to list the files in a directory or folder on a Mac, you use the ls command, which stands for list. However, to list the contents of a directory on Windows, you have to use a different command called dir command, standing for directory. The next step is to install Node.js so we can install Browser Sync. We'll go ahead and go to the browser and say download Node.js for Windows. And the first link that comes up, guess I didn't spell it very well. First link that comes up is right here. And we'll go ahead and choose our Windows install, except I know that I have a 64-bit one, so I'll go ahead and choose the MSI installer 64-bit. Once it's done, we'll go ahead and open it up. We'll double-click the installation file. And we'll click Next. We'll accept the terms. That sounds good. Add to path to make sure that it's going to add to path to our console as well. We'll go ahead and click Next, and we'll click Install. And we'll definitely say yes. And we're done. So the only thing now to do is to try to see if Node actually got installed. So we'll actually exit the command prompt. It's always a good idea to relaunch it again after something got installed. We'll open it up again, make it full screen, and we'll say node -- version. And that works. And another command from Node.js is npm, which stands for Node Package Manager, and we'll do -- version. Actually, npm is what we were really after at this point, because we're going to use Node Package Manager to install the Browser Sync plugin or the Browser Sync program. And that seems to work just fine as well. So the next thing we need to do is install Browser Sync. Well, we'll go back to the browser and we'll search for Browser Sync. And the first thing comes up is right here. And it's actually telling us how to do this, right? It's telling us npm install -g browser sync. And -g is just there for installing it for all the users, not just your particular user. So we'll copy the command, we'll come here and go ahead and paste the command, and we'll press enter. Okay, so it looks like it installed. Let's go ahead and verify that. We'll again exit just in case, and we'll go back and say cmd. And now we'll say, we'll make this full screen again, and we'll say browser -sync. And we'll do -- version. And sure enough, that's working. Okay, so we're done with our installations, and in part 3 of this lecture, I'm going to show you how we're going to use Browser Sync in order to serve our website and develop together with it, and we'll also look into how to deploy and host your web pages directly on github.com. Okay, so I'm back in my Mac, and I'm actually looking at github.com, and I'm already logged into GitHub. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over how to create your own repository on GitHub, and then how to turn that repository into something you could store your code and your website code in, and then have that same repository turn around and host your website for you. As part of this demonstration, I'm obviously going to use some git commands in order to commit, in order to save, and in order to upload our code that is locally in our machine to github.com. Now, I highly encourage you to actually learn Git pretty in depth. I'm not going to have a whole course here in just a lecture or so on Git. I will, however, give you enough of the commands so you'll be able to be functional. But I would very highly encourage you to go and read at least through the branches chapter of the Git book. And the way you could do that is it's free online. You could just say Git book. If you say Git book, the very first thing that should come up is this Git book link, and this is a book that if you wanted to actually, you could get as a PDF, or you could read the entire thing online. And I strongly suggest that you read the first 3 chapters. It's really not that complicated. But for our purposes, as long as you know the commands that I'm going to give you, you should be okay. But if you want to become a full stack developer, or even just a front-end developer, you should definitely try to learn Git and its basic commands. Okay, so I am in my account right now. This is my Yhiken, that's my account. And probably you're going to see something very similar, but you probably aren't going to have as many things going on possibly in your GitHub account. So the first thing you want to do is create a GitHub repository. This is how you're going to basically submit your assignments as well. So you could go to your picture, your icon, whatever it is, and there's a little icon next to it, to the left of it, and it's a plus. And if you click on it, click on the down arrow, you could say new repository. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new repository. We'll call it Coursera test. And this is like I already tried that before, so it already knows that I've tried that. So Coursera test, and I'll give you a green check mark saying, yes, it's available. And I'll just say that this is a Coursera test repository. And it's going to be public. If you want to make it private, you have to pay. We're not going to want to pay, so we're going to just leave it public, and we'll go ahead and initialize it with a README file, always a good idea. And all you have to do now is click Create Repository. I'll go ahead and do that. And voila, I have my own repository ready to go. So once I have this repository, I can start interacting with it not only online here, but also through my command line prompt and upload code to this repository. But before we do any of that, let's prepare this repository to host our actual website to the outside world. In order to do that, we have to do a couple of special things. Number one is we have to go to Settings. We'll go ahead and go right here on the top right. We'll click on Settings. And if we scroll down, you'll see here GitHub Pages, automatic page generator. Basically, it says create a beautiful website or site for your project with our automatic GitHub Pages generator. Okay, so all you really have to do is click this button, Launch Automatic Page Generator. And it doesn't really matter what this says. You could certainly customize that later. You could scroll down all the way down and say Continue to Layouts. And by default, it's going to give you this pretty neat layout, actually. And you don't have to even check it out. You could just click Publish Page. So the layout is not really what we're after. So once we're done with that, you'll see here that your project has been created at HTTP, and you'll see your username, your GitHub username, and then the URL is github.io/Coursera test. That's where your page is located. So if I go right now and copy this link right here, and we'll go to a new tab, you're really going to see the entire website that we just saw right here, right? And it's all pre-filled for you already. Now, this link will not always stay here. If you refresh the browser, it's gone. So how do you, if you forget where that link is, where do you find it? Well, you go back to Settings, and you scroll down, and under GitHub Pages, you'll see that link again. You could actually click it, open it up, and there it is again. Now, when you created the GitHub Pages, let's go back to our repository. We'll click on this Coursera test. So now when you created that link, what you actually did is you created a separate branch. Now, I'm not going to go into, again, the explanation, a whole big explanation about branches, but the bottom line is the way Git works is it can have several branches, like several parallel streams almost, of the same repository, of the same kind of database of your code. So the way you see what branches you have is right here, branch. And right now it says it's master. If you click on it, you'll see that there's another branch here that actually wasn't there before. If we opened up before, we would have seen only master. But now there's another one called GH Pages. If you click on that, GH Pages, you'll see all this stuff here you really didn't put in here before. Well, this stuff is that website that was created for you. So that index.html is that big page with a giant green banner that you've seen. So now, if you're an advanced GitHub user, feel free to use whatever branch you want and then go ahead and merge your stuff into the gh-pages branch. But just know that whatever is in gh-pages branch, that's the only thing that's going to show up on that special link that you created. Nothing in the master, nothing in the other branches will actually show up. So for the beginners, what I would suggest doing is that you should always use just GH Pages and commit everything there. But just remember that the base directory is that website that got created. So if I were you, I'll probably create a subfolder and put everything into that subfolder and leave this front page alone. Or if you want, you could wipe the whole thing out and just create your own page here, right here in the root folder. But for now, it's time to go ahead and take this repository and bring it down to our local machine. Well, the way we could do that is we have this right here, this URL. This URL actually points to our repository. You could see it has Coursera test.git. And we could copy this URL by just simply clicking this link. We'll go ahead and open the terminal. So now what we'll do is we'll say git clone. Clone is the command to actually take the repository that is somewhere remotely and just provide the URL to that repository. And you can see we're done. If we do ls now, you'll see that I have Coursera test. That is our repository right there. Let's go ahead and cd into it. And you'll see that the only thing there, it's readme. Okay, so really what's going on is if you do git status, you'll see that we are on branch master and nothing really is right now changed. The thing is though, we don't really want to be on branch master. Again, unless you're a more advanced user, we really want to be on the branch GH pages. And the way we could do that is to say git checkout GH pages. And when we do that, now we say git status, we're going to be on GH pages. And if you do ls, you'll see all that index.html, that params.json and style sheets folder. It's all there from, if you switch back to the browser, it's all right here in that branch. So now we have a couple of choices. If we want, we could just go ahead and wipe out this whole thing and we'll basically wipe out that auto-generated website, or we could leave it alone and just basically make a directory, and then call it, let's say, site, and cd into that site directory, and there's nothing there. Great. So now we could go ahead and open up Sublime Text, and we'll save this page right here. We'll go ahead and save this page to our Coursera test, and site. We'll save it and call it index.html. And we could quickly do HTML and do control space for a quick little template. We'll say hello Coursera, and we'll have h1 here. Also say hello Coursera. Okay, so we have a very quick page. We saved it. Let's go back to our terminal. We'll do ls, and we see this index.html. So now to check what's going on in our local Git, we'll say git status again, and we'll see that actually // and that's because we're inside the site directory. We say that / is not actually committed at all. Well, we could go one directory up, and then we'll do git status, and that'll tell you that the site directory is not even committed, and it's not even marked to be committed. So the way Git works, in order to be committed into kind of your code database, which actually resides locally in your machine, it is not the remote one, not the GitHub, but the local on your machine, is you first have to mark something for committing. The way you mark something for committing is you say git add, and then you say what it is you want to commit, or that is you want to mark for committing. And at this point I'll just say dot, and we'll just include everything in my local folder, and that's done. I'll say git status again, and you'll see now what's marked for to be committed is that new file site/index.html. And once again, we haven't committed anything yet. We just marked it to be committed. Well, in order to actually commit it, we'll say git commit. We'll say -m, which is required for message, and we'll give it a message. Imagine, say, my first page. And we'll press enter, and we're done. And the only thing we need to do now is actually put this into our remote, meaning into our GitHub, into our remote repository. Right now, everything is sitting in the local repository. And if we say git status again, you'll see that everything is great, except it will tell you that your branch, meaning this origin.gh pages, don't worry about this origin thing, just ignore it for now, but gh pages is ahead by one commit, meaning our local version of our repository with all of our code is actually ahead of the one that is remote, which is our GitHub repository. So the way we actually do it, it actually tells you right here, is just issue a git push, meaning we'll take our repository, take our database of our code, and we'll push it to the remote database, which is residing at github.com. So we'll go ahead and say git push. And at this point, after we enter, your machine might ask you for username and password for GitHub. My machine has it already entered automatically, and you could look up on the web how to do that so it doesn't ask you again. But we'll say git push, and it should give you something like this. We'll tell you something about the fact that it wrote into this repository, and you'll see GH pages, our local GH pages on our local machine has been transferred to the remote one, GH pages. Okay, so now if we switch to our browser and we'll refresh this page, you'll see that this site folder showed up here. If we click inside of it, you'll see the index.html. Well, let's see if it actually works. We'll go to settings again, because I don't remember this URL anymore. And we'll click on this URL, open up in a separate tab. And what we see here is that page made by GitHub for you. But remember that right underneath that folder is that folder called site. And if we say site slash, here's our page. Hello, Coursera. That's the page that we made. And the reason I don't actually have to specify index.html page itself is because most servers, when you say slash, they will default to index.html. So I don't have to explicitly say it. And clearly GitHub server is one of those servers. And the truth is, most servers out there actually do this. And if we created any more subfolders here, we could certainly specify them. And if you wanted to, for example, do assignments for different modules, and you could say module 1 assignment / something and so on. And this is the way for you to be able to submit your assignments to us to be graded. And then you could continue making your changes. So we'll go ahead and open up Sublime. We could make another change. Hello, Coursera. It's a great course. We'll save it again. We'll go back to our command line. We'll say git status. And you'll see that now we have a modified page. Well, again, we haven't really marked it to be committed yet. If we're done editing it, we could go ahead and say git add. And we could say it explicitly if we want to. Or we could just say dot. It doesn't matter. And we edit it. We'll say git status again. And you'll see now it is again marked to be committed to the repository, to our local repository. Well, we'll say again git commit -m for message, and we'll say small addition to our page content. And we'll say enter. And now we've committed a change that we just made, committed that change into our local Git repository. But our remote repository doesn't know anything about this. So in fact, if we switch the browser and we'll refresh, it's still the same. Well, the reason it's still the same is because nothing really has been uploaded to GitHub yet. And if we do git status, it will tell us again that our local branch, the GH pages, is ahead of the remote one by 1 commit because we committed something already. And we can have more than 1 commit here. We can have more than 1 commit, and then at some point we'll go ahead and upload it or publish our changes to our repository. So we'll say git push to publish our changes. And we're done. So if we switch to the browser and refresh, it might take a little bit, but eventually this will happen. So something probably got cached. Here we go. It just takes a little bit for it to propagate from its repository to its website. So it took a few seconds, but it's here. Okay, so there's clearly many other commands that you could use. For example, you could use git pull if somebody else changed your repository. Let's say you're collaborating with somebody and somebody updated something in the remote repository in the GitHub and you want to get those changes to your local machine, you'll say git space pull and so on. And again, I encourage you to go through the first couple of 2-3 chapters of the book, and it's definitely very helpful for you to understand what's really going on with Git. However, the commands I gave you should be good enough to be able to publish your code to GitHub and at the same time publish it to GitHub pages so they could be visible to the whole world and to the rest of your peers to be able to be graded. So the next thing I would like to show you is how to use browser sync. Let's go ahead and clear our page. And we are still here inside the GitHub repository or our local folder. We'll go ahead and go inside site. And here's our index.html. So browser sync is a command you could call from the command line, and here I am, just pulled it out from my history. And basically you say browser-sync and you say start, and you want to start the browser sync, and you want to start it in server mode so it will become like a local HTTP server for you. And you could say -- directory. All that will do is it will actually give you a directory listing of the folder you're sitting in right now, which is, in this case, is the folder called site. And then you say -- files, meaning which files should browser sync watch for. And if any of those files change, the browser sync will go ahead and reload those things in the browser. So you don't have to keep clicking reload over and over and over again. So in this case, we said I want to reload everything. No matter what changes, I want those changes reloaded right away. So I'll go ahead and start it. And once I start that, it will go ahead and open up a browser window for me. And in this case, you see it's localhost port 3000. And since we did -- directory, it's showing me the directory listing of that folder, which is right now is the site folder. So I could click on index right here. And I could see that it's connected to Browser Sync, and here's this. It's a great course. So now what will be really neat is if I could now pull this aside for a second and open up my Sublime text and just show you what happens when you actually edit this. So now I could go ahead and say, you know what, let me remove this, and I'll remove it. And the second I save it, take a look at what happens when I save the file. When I save the file, all of a sudden this gets updated as well. So this is extremely convenient. So that means whenever what is going on here, the cascading style sheets, new content, whatever, it always becomes immediately available right there in the page, so you don't have to keep coming over here and clicking refresh. That is a huge time saver when you're developing and trying to see immediately what's going on the page without having to go and clicking refresh. So that's Browser Sync. It actually has a million other options, and I encourage you to go on their website, Google for Browser Sync, and you'll see all the options that it has. It's a great development helper tool, so hopefully you will put it to good use. Okay, at this point your environment is all set up and you're ready to move on. If you do any kind of development at all, especially web development, there will definitely come a point where you're going to have to ask some help from somebody. And what I'd like to do in this lecture is give you a couple of resources where you can ask for help, as well as give you some tips and tools that you can use in order to make your questions better and easier to communicate. Now, obviously, if you have any questions regarding the course or even the coding questions inside the course, you're more than welcome to ask these questions at Coursera.org. However, there are other resources that you could use to get help and get answers to your questions. And one of the premier resources on the web is StackOverflow.com. I cannot tell you how many times this site saved me in my development because I didn't know something or something was difficult to figure out, and the developer community out there is huge and it's ready to help you. And as you can certainly go and turn around and contribute to the developer community back through the site as well. So StackOverflow.com. Definitely remember this website. Now, when you ask coding questions, it's obviously very helpful to the people who you're asking the question from if they can look at your code. And you can't really ship the entire code to them. So one way of doing it is just to cut and paste your code straight into the question itself. And you could probably get away with that a lot of the times. But it's usually much more helpful for you to provide some actual working code that the people looking at it can look at it and diagnose and help you with it. You'll certainly get your chances of answering a question and answering a question quickly much higher if you provide something that they can work with. Well, there's a couple of websites I'd like to show you that can help you with that, especially when we're talking about web development. One of them is called jsfiddle.net. And what the site does is it lets you write HTML, CSS, JavaScript code, and then share that code via link. So I'll give you a very quick example. I'll just write h1 and say, hello, Coursera. And if I click run, you'll see that in the result pane, I have hello, Coursera. Well, I could go to my CSS pane and change that real quick. And I know we haven't learned about CSS yet, but just bear with me here. And I could change it and say that the color of it should be red. So if I run it again, now the color of Coursera, hello Coursera, becomes red. Now if I click the save button right here, I'll get a unique URL that I could then copy and paste and get to exactly the same page with all the code ready to go and with the result of it right there. So that's really helpful because if you just provide this link to people, they'll be able to take a look at your code. They can also fork it themselves, and forking meaning you could create a new fiddle based on this one. They can correct your code or provide some additional code, and then you can look at yours versus theirs and actually examine the solution. So jsfiddle.net is a great resource. There's another website that I absolutely love, and that website is called codepen.io. And this website is actually founded, or maybe co-founded, I'm not sure, by Chris Coyier. When it comes to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in the web developer community, Chris Coyier is certainly a huge name. He actually started a website called CSSTrigs.com, and if you'd like, we could actually go there real quick, trigs.com. It's css-trigs.com, which is like the one-stop shop on a lot of different tutorials, answers, and it's all about CSS and HTML. CSS-trigs.com is by itself a great resource that actually I've used quite a bit as well. But back to CodePen.io. CodePen.io allows you to do something very similar to JSFiddle.net, except there's lots more here. There's really a whole community that surrounds this website because you can actually look at featured pens, meaning featured sets of solutions that will probably amaze you, and you can actually look at the code as to how they achieved those solutions. So using the CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. Let's go ahead and give it a quick try. Let's create a new pen, and you don't have to sign up for it if you don't want to. You could just remain anonymous, but certainly if you sign up, it's much better because you'll be able to then go back and look at all of your work. It'll be saved in one place. So we'll do the same type of thing. We'll say H1, let's do hello Coursera, and right there it shows up automatically. Don't even have to really refresh anything. And let's do the same thing. Let's do H1 and give it a color red. And there you go, changes to red automatically. And what's really cool, and this is actually one of the newest features they have, is you can actually have a console, just like you have a console in a browser. If you pull it up, I could say something like var x equals hello Coursera, and I could say x or console.log x, and it spits out hello Coursera back. So you basically have like a browser that you could work in and develop in remotely anywhere you are. And again, if you actually click save and save this, you could take that URL right there, copy it, and then provide it to somebody else to help you with your solution. And there's the entire solution that we just had is right there in front of you. So I highly encourage you to check out these websites and to keep them in your arsenal as resources, not only for looking things up, but also to use it for asking questions. It will help you quite a bit in the long run. So what is HTML? What does the term HTML even mean, and how does it relate to the web? In a minute, we'll talk about the big picture of three technologies that drive the web: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But where does HTML fit? In other words, precisely what role does HTML play in web development? As we go along, you will see that understanding the answers to these pretty simple questions will actually help you make correct coding decisions down the line. Well, first of all, so what does HTML stand for? Well, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So let's go over each one of these words and find out what exactly they mean. So first of all, hypertext. Well, hypertext is text which contains links to other texts. And that's basically the entire web, right? One document points to another document or points to a bunch of other documents, and it grows on and on. Sometimes they link back to the original document, and it becomes one gigantic web. And obviously, it's not just about text nowadays. Hypermedia plays a huge role in the web today. You can watch videos, listen to music, and really hypermedia is just an extension of hypertext. The next term is markup. So markup means to mark something up, to annotate. So for example, it's really all about content. On the web, it's all about content. So if you have some content, for example, if you have a document you're writing called Why I Love This Course, which is, I'm sure, going to be the title of your next blog post, that's the content. And you want to annotate the content to tell the browser or to tell some other machine out there, some other program out there, what this content is. And that's what HTML does. So HTML goes and surrounds and wraps that content in some markup language like tags. So you could see here, Why I Love This Course is wrapped around with a title tag, which kind of tells us and some other software out there that this is the title of this document. Which brings me to the first big point. HTML is human readable. So these tags look like instructions for a document structure. You don't need to run it through some interpreter in order to understand the output structure of this document. It's very clear what it is. The last word in hypertext markup language is language. And language basically implies that it has its own syntax, meaning there's a right and a wrong way to code it. So for instance, in the example on the left, the closing div tag appears after the closing h1 tag. So its closing order is switched, which causes parsing and potentially rendering errors. So HTML is language. You could actually code it up in a way such that it's wrong and something will break. HTML also has its own semantics, which means tag names can mean something either to machines or to humans. Okay, so let's talk about the three technologies that drive the web. Each one has its own distinctive purpose, and all three of them fit very nicely together. Let's start with HTML. HTML provides the structure, which means what components does the HTML document have. For example, it can have one heading, 2 paragraphs, and a footer. Note that that does not tell you anything about how these components are visually laid out or what they look like, what color they are, what font size they are. It only tells you what are the components. Like in a house, if you have 3 rooms and a kitchen, you don't really know what color the kitchen is, what color the walls of the kitchen are, and the only thing you know is what components make up the house. The color and style is the role of CSS. So colors, layouts, font sizes, in other words, any stylistic types of things. So for example, if we have a heading in our HTML document, it will tell us what color and what font size it is. So that's the job of CSS. And the third, JavaScript, its job is to provide behavior, provide functionality. It adds functionality to the page. So for example, what happens when an HTML document finishes loading into the browser? Or what happens if I click on one of the headings? That's the job of JavaScript, to provide that behavior. Let's take a look at a quick example of these concepts in action. Okay, so the example that we're going to take a look at is located in the examples lecture 01 folder. And the file we're going to look at is called structure-only-before.html. And it's a simple HTML file. There's nothing but some HTML and the dummy text data here, dummy text. And it's got a title, it's got the heading here, a couple of paragraphs, and this has a footer where in the footer we have the tech support email address for the poor soul who is going to try to contact this technical support. Joking, obviously. Okay, so basically nothing more than this, just HTML and some dummy text. And we're also going to take a look at structure-only-after.html, where it's the exact same HTML document, but we inserted some styles into it and some behavior as well. So we made for example, the heading, we made it green, and we center aligned it. The second paragraph has some margin applied to it. The footer here has a paragraph with our tech support email, and if we click on the tech support email, it's going to pop up an alert for us. Okay, so let's take a look at both of these documents in the browser. Okay, so here's the first document. There's nothing special about it. It's got that title that we talked about, a couple of paragraphs, and the tech support email at the bottom in the footer. And if I click on it, nothing actually happens. But if we look at document number 2, we see that HTML is structure only heading is now green, and it's much bigger title. And we see that the position of it is moved to the center. And we also see that the second paragraph is in the center, and it's much bigger font compared to before. And if we click on the email address that we talked about, we see an alert gets popped up with the message emailing us is useless, which sounds just about right for most people's experiences with tech support. So the thing to notice here is that the difference between the two HTML documents are the styles and the behavior applied, but the structure of both HTML documents is exactly the same. So in summary, we spoke about HTML and the fact that its job is to annotate content and define document structure. And obviously, as any language, it has a right and wrong syntax, which you'll have to learn in order to code it. And the 3 core web technologies, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, work very well together because each one of them has its own distinct and precise role, and they kind of don't really step on each other. They work very nicely together. Next, we'll talk about a bit of a relevant history of the HTML standard. And I do mean relevant. Let's briefly talk about the history of HTML. It's usually the case that the history of any technology is not particularly interesting or exciting, and I can't claim that the history of HTML is that interesting either, but there are certain parts of this history that not only give you an understanding of how this technology was developed, but also gives you an appreciation of certain aspects of HTML that are still relevant and applicable today. So before 1997, there were no community standards. So browsers basically did whatever they wanted. They invented new tags. They implemented the same tags differently. It was kind of the wild west of the web. And you could go to a website and end up being told that your browser is not compatible with this website. So you have to go get a different browser in order to even view the website to begin with. Now, around 1997, the World Wide Web Consortium, the W3C, came up with the first standard browsers actually started to pay somewhat attention to, which is HTML4, and they very quickly updated it to HTML 4.01. That standard was pretty loose, and the browsers still had way too much leeway inside that standard as to how they implemented it and how pages were being rendered. So around 2000, the W3C came up with another specification called XHTML 1.0, and that specification was based on XML. And XML is a very rigid but very clear markup language. And W3C wanted to kind of pick that up and keep going with it and produce XHTML 2.0. The problem is that the browser vendors, which at this point already had a history of not really listening 100% to any standard, they decided that this whole W3C thing is moving way too slowly, and on top of that, they felt that the specifications are really moving in the wrong direction. So the browsers banded together, the browser vendors banded together, and they created yet another group that produced specifications that was called WhatWig. And WhatWig said, yeah, that's yet another abbreviation because we don't have enough of them. So that group is called WhatWig, and it stands for Web Hypertext Application Technology Group. So it's a bunch of browser vendors that got together, and this group is much less democratic than the W3C. In other words, they have one editor that makes the final decision. So, all the browser vendor representatives can argue all they want, but at the end, they appointed one editor that kind of makes the final decisions. And they're the ones that are driving the entire HTML5, what we have now. They're the drivers behind it. So for a long time, the two organizations didn't really see eye to eye much at all, and they didn't work together. So they were really going to two different directions. But I think W3C eventually realized that, hey, that organization is actually being driven by the people and by the companies that actually matter, because they're the guys who are developing the browsers themselves. So maybe it's a good idea to kind of make peace and try to see if we can work together somehow. And this is what happened around 2007, 2009 timeframe. So WhatWig and W3C started sort of kind of working together. And what they produced in the end is what we have now, HTML5. So what does any of that matter to you? Well, what matters now is that there are two organizations out there. One is W3C and the other one is WhatWig, and they're both in charge of HTML somewhat. So it could be that you can get into a situation, it's certainly possible that a browser potentially can be compliant with a specification which isn't yet even formalized by the official W3C. So, it makes your head spin a little bit, doesn't it? So the way they divided it up is that W3C is going to be in charge of the standards, since this is what their bread and butter is, it's standards, and they're going to be in charge of the HTML5 standard. And WhatWig is not even going to give a version to their HTML standard, they're just going to say it's HTML and it's constantly evolving. There is no version, we never stop, we keep evolving it. And WhatWig, since they're the ones that really implement the browsers. So what W3C does is it kind of cherry picks some of the more successful things that are actually kind of start to be implemented by the browsers, and they slowly bring it into the official standard. So the point of this quick history lesson is that this whole thing is a bit of a muddy waters, and it's kind of hard to keep track of, well, what is the browser supposed to be compliant with? But unfortunately, it is our job as developers to keep track of these capabilities. And it is particularly important nowadays because all the major modern browsers are all evergreen browsers. And what that means is that they silently update themselves on users' computers. So you no longer even need to have the user acknowledge the fact that they want to update. That means that, which is a good thing actually, right? Because now every browser is kind of patched as much as they can be patched for security reasons. And also it kind of automatically, without the user intervention, gets the latest, greatest features of HTML5 and all of the browser software itself. But every major browser, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Internet Explorer, they all are evergreen browsers, so they update themselves automatically. So what I would like to do now is give you a few resources on the web that will make this job of keeping track of these changes a little bit easier. The first resource that I really should share is the W3C, the W3C HTML5 standard. And this is a very academic type of reading, but you can still look stuff up in it that, that is somewhat useful. And certainly if you want to kind of know what the actual standard is that everybody agreed to, this is a great document to start with. Another excellent site that you should definitely check out and kind of keep in your arsenal is caniuse.com. And this is a site that basically itself keeps track of HTML5 standard, SVG standard, CSS standard, JavaScript APIs, and on and on and on in the web space to be able to tell you which browser supports what. So for example, if I search for source set, which is a pretty new attribute that is going to hopefully come soon to the image tags, which we'll talk about it later. But you could take a look, see if when I type source set, it'll tell you, well, this is an attribute, and will also tell you which browsers at this point support it and which ones, like IE, do not. And you could yourself take a look at and see whether or not, something that, a browser, let's say you're not really targeting, don't care so much about, if it doesn't support it fully, you could make the decision whether or not you want to use that particular feature. Another great resource to find out whether or not your HTML actually is going to work in browsers is to use a validator. And there's a great validator provided by the w3.org website. And you could basically cut and paste the URL of your website straight here, or you could upload a particular HTML file, or at this point you could even copy and paste your HTML straight in here and check whether or not it's valid. And if it is valid, chances are, very high chances are, that it will work very well in the browser. So let's take a look and see, let's test it out and see if we could validate the W3C's own page. And if we click check, and sure enough, it tells us that it is valid or everything is green. Now, when you write web pages in the real world, you can't always say that I'm just going to go ahead and try to support every browser that exists in the entire webosphere. And that's not going to work because there are just so many of them, and some of them are so outdated. So it's always a good idea to check the browser statistics and to see, certainly if you're in an organization, that you know all the browsers that are in that organization that are being used, all the browsers and browser versions, that helps. But if you're writing writing an application for the entire web, it's good to know, well, which browsers are actually popular and which browsers are basically falling off the edge. And if you take a look here, this is a website, w3schools.com, gives you the browser statistics. And if you take a look here, in September of 2015, Chrome was basically crushing its competition. And you can see the next one is almost 3 times less market share than Chrome. And you could tell that 65, 66 almost % of users on the web are using Chrome, so that seems like a pretty important browser to make sure that your web page works in. And if you're all the way at 1.4% of market share, if there's some feature that you really want to implement, and all the other browsers implement it, but one of them that has such little market share doesn't implement, well, you might want to decide to go with it anyway. This is something that you can make a decision about. And last but not least is Google.com or any other really search engine that you would like to use. I don't think there's a day that goes by that in web development that you don't have to look something up on the web. And this is just part of the day-to-day business. And if you're going to be in web development, you kind of have to get used to the fact that you have to constantly look things up. Things are constantly changing, and obviously no human being can know it all by themselves. So to summarize, we went over somewhat relevant, hopefully, history of HTML and kind of saw how it affects us as developers even today. So I gave you some resources for validation of HTML, which kind of gives you a little bit more of a comfort factor that your HTML will work in browsers properly. And I gave you some resources for feature investigation, like the website of caniuse.com, which lets you know whether or not a particular feature is implemented in a particular version of a browser. And we also went over where you could look up browser statistics so you could make an informed decision of what browsers you should even target for your web application to begin with. Next, we're going to talk about the anatomy of an HTML tag. We'll take it apart and see what an HTML tag is and how to properly code it. At the core of HTML is the HTML tag. So it's pretty important to understand what HTML tag consists of and how to syntactically properly code up an HTML tag. Usually, HTML tags have an opening and a closing tag, and they surround some content. In this case, the tag P, which stands for paragraph, is communicating to us that the content in the gray area should be treated as a paragraph. Now, technically speaking, P by itself is called an element, and together with the angle brackets, it's called a tag. But the truth is, the term is used so interchangeably that whenever somebody refers to an element P or a tag P, they really could mean one and the same thing. Now, most of HTML tags have a closing tag that matches its opening tag, but not all. For example, the BR and HR tag, BR stands for line break and HR stands for horizontal rule, only have an opening tag. They don't have a closing tag at all. Now, every HTML element can have predefined attributes. So we will learn some of the most common ones as we progress in the course, but here's what you need to know about tag attributes in general. Attribute is a name-value pair that is kind of a metadata about the element itself that it's being applied to. So in this example, we're assigning my ID as the value of the ID attribute. Each attribute has its own rules for the meaning of its value. So for example, ID attribute being assigned in as example has to be unique within the scope of the entire HTML document. In other words, no other element of any kind in the web page is allowed to have its ID attribute equal to the string my ID. If there's another element with the same value for ID, that would mean that the web page contains invalid HTML, which can potentially break some styling or even functionality of the page. Now let me go over some of the basic spacing rules. No space is allowed to exist between the opening bracket and the tag name. And likewise, space is not allowed between the opening bracket and the / of the closing tag. However, you must have at least one space between the tag itself and any of its attributes. And space is allowed everywhere else and is simply ignored. So if you have extra space after the P element in the opening tag, or if you have extra space between the equal sign of the attribute name and attribute value, or you have other spaces, even return characters, all that is completely ignored by the browser. One more rule. Attributes can only be specified on the opening tag, so you can't specify an attribute on the closing tag. Now let's talk about the value of attributes for a minute. In HTML5, enclosing the value of the attribute in quotes is technically actually not required in all circumstances, but nevertheless, it's best practice to always surround the value of the attribute in either single or double quotes. It doesn't matter whether you use single or double quotes, they really are equivalent in HTML. A more interesting case arises when the value of the attribute itself contains quotes, so the actual value has quotes as part of its value. In this type of situation, the only thing you have to watch out for is making sure you close the quote in the opposite order of opening them. So if the last quote was a single quote, it must be closed first. Which quotes you start with doesn't make any difference. You could start with double quotes, as we have in the example here, or you could start with single quotes. You could also nest these as many times as you want, as long as you close them, obviously, in the proper order. But in practice, it's kind of very rare that you have to have more than 2 levels of quotes. Any more than that, and your code just becomes messy and hard to read. Now, if you've dealt with previous versions of HTML, especially XHTML, you might be familiar with the idea of a self-closing tag. A self-closing tag is basically an XML type of shorthand notation for a tag that happens to not to contain any content. For example, if we wanted to have a placeholder in our HTML document for some other content that we'll dynamically perhaps insert at some later point, that would be one example when we would need to have an HTML tag that has no content to begin with. However, in HTML5, the tags are a little bit more semantic. So if an HTML5 tag is capable, meaning it can possibly ever have some content, it is illegal for that tag to be self-closing, even if there's no content at the moment. So instead, you have to provide an opening and the closing tags without any space in between them to signify and to communicate the lack of content as surrounded by this tag. So in summary, we went over the anatomy of an HTML tag, the opening, the closing tags, the fact that it can have attributes describing what the tag itself is. Remember, they could use double and single quotes interchangeably. Just make sure that if there's actual quotes in the value of an attribute, you have to interchange them in the same order that you opened them. You have to close them in the opposite order. And we also went over how to specify a tag without any content inside HTML5, for which the rules are a little bit different than for the previous versions of HTML. Next, we're going to talk about how to create the basic HTML document structure. In this lecture, we're going to create a basic HTML document structure by going straight to the editor and coding one up ourselves, and then we'll validate it on the W3C web validator site. Okay, so I'm in Sublime Text, and I have a document open, a file open called doc-structure-before.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 04 folder. So we have a blank slate in front of us, and we're going to create our very first HTML page. So every HTML page should start with the doc type or document type declaration. The words doc type or HTML could be in lower or uppercase. The only thing you have to watch out for is that there shouldn't be any space between less than, exclamation point, and the word doc type. You can have as much space as you want everywhere else, but it just doesn't look that great, so we'll just keep it to one space. In the past, these declarations were pretty complicated looking. Certainly not too many people would be able to type them up without copy and paste. HTML5, however, changed all that. Now the declaration is as simple as it can be. All it does is tell the browser that it should get ready to render HTML. Now I know what some of you might be thinking. What else would there be if not HTML? There doesn't seem to be any practical purpose for this declaration. If you're thinking that, you're absolutely right. This declaration is really largely historical. When HTML standards were first becoming popular, the web was full of pages that were not compliant to the standards. To help browsers render those older pages correctly, browsers used the doc type declaration to distinguish between non-compliant and compliant pages. Non-compliant pages were rendered in what's called the quirks mode, and the compliant pages were rendered in what's called the standards mode. Now that's all historical, but what you need to know today is that if you leave off the HTML page declaration, that will signal to the browser that it should treat your pages as one not following HTML standard. I'm not going to go into what that actually would mean in practice, but needless to say, things would be a bit messed up. Your layout wouldn't work quite right, the styles you apply would work a bit, well, quirky. So to make a long story short, always use the simple HTML5 doc type declaration. Next goes the HTML tag, and that's basically a tag that contains the entire HTML document. After the HTML tag goes the head tag. The head tag contains items that describe the main content of the page. Things like what character encoding should the browser use for the main content. It can contain author's description of the page title, and whatever other external resources are needed to render the page properly, among other things. The point is, it contains some metadata about the main content. Let's write our first meta tag to specify the character set encoding of our web page. While not absolutely required, it's always a good idea to specify the character set that the browser should know how to interpret the content of the web page. The most commonly used character set is UTF-8. Also note that the meta tag is a standalone tag. There is no closing meta tag. Next, we'll specify the title of the page. The title is one of the tags that is actually required to be here. Without it, the HTML will be invalid. After the head tag goes the body tag. The body tag is the root of all content that is visible to the user. It is often referred to as a viewport. We can now write our content. Okay, so let's take a look at how this looks in the browser. Okay, and here's our page. You can see the content, Coursera is so cool, I'm learning so much, and you can see that the title, Coursera is cool, is also there. Next, let's try to take the code from our page and copy and paste it to validate it inside the W3C validator. And it says we're valid. I'm sure you've noticed by now that what we're doing is nesting one HTML tag into another. So for example, we could say that the head tag contains the title tag. One important rule when nesting HTML tags is that you have to close the last opened tag before you close its parent tag. If you don't, the HTML you wrote is invalid. So for example, here I have a paragraph, and don't worry about what these tags mean at the moment, but the paragraph tag, P, is closed before the last open tag, span. Span is closed after. So if we copy and paste this code and place it inside our validator and check it, you'll see that it's complaining and saying that the end tag P seen, but there were open elements. In other words, it wants us to close the span tag, which was opened last, before we close the outer P paragraph tag. One more note before we move on. When the browser opens an HTML page, it always renders or interprets the HTML code sequentially from top to bottom. So the doc type declaration gets interpreted first, then the HTML tag, then the head tag, and on until it hits the last closing HTML tag. This will be important to remember as we progress further into the course. In summary, we went over the bare minimum HTML document, plus we added some. We went over the HTML version declaration, and remember, we always have to use it, otherwise the browser will be put into Quarks mode and some things will break. Our first HTML tags, we used HTML, meta, head, title, body, and actually throw in some paragraph tag as well. We went over the fact that HTML is rendered by the browser sequentially, meaning top to bottom, and it renders it top to bottom as well. Next, we're going to talk about HTML content models. The term content model refers to the default behavior the browser applies to the elements belonging to that content model and to the nesting rules of those elements. In other words, which elements are allowed to be nested inside which other elements. Prior to HTML5 specification, HTML elements were either block level or inline elements. HTML5 split these two content models into 7 models, so things got a bit more complicated. Let me go over the two traditional models anyway, and I'll explain in a moment why I'm doing that. So all elements fall into basically two categories under the traditional content model structure, either block level elements or inline elements. Block level elements render to begin on a new line by default. You could change that with CSS, but we're not talking about CSS at this point yet. So what that means is every time you specify a block level element in HTML, the browser will automatically place that element on a new line in the flow of the document. Block level elements are allowed to contain inline or other block level elements within them. This is in contrast to inline elements, which render on the same line by default. Again, you could change that, but by default, it renders on the same line, which means if you put a whole bunch of inline elements next to each other, they will all be going on the same line, as if there's no new line character present. Inline elements also have a restriction that they can only contain other inline elements. In other words, an inline element cannot have as part of its content a block level element. Now, I told you that HTML5 really replaces these definitions with more complex set of content categories. So why are we going over them now? Well, the reason we go over them now is because this distinction between block level elements and inline elements remains pretty practical because it aligns very well with still existing CSS rules. So even though HTML5 came up with new content model names and new subcategories, and just new way to break them down, at the end of the day, you could still look at all of these as far as your coding is concerned as block level elements and inline elements. And obviously it's a little bit of an oversimplification, but it works. And just to be kind of complete, block level elements roughly translate into the new HTML5 category of flow content, and inline elements roughly translate into the HTML5 category of phrasing content. So let's go look at some code that will demonstrate these concepts. To demonstrate the difference between block level elements and inline elements, we're going to take a look at an HTML document called div and span.html. It's located in the examples lecture 05 folder. Perhaps the most generic elements in each category are the div and the span elements, and these are the elements we're going to introduce in this document. The div element stands for division, and the span element stands for span. The div element is your most generic block level element, and the span element is your super generic inline element. So let's go over this document real quick. We have a couple of divs following one after the other, div 1 and div 2. Then there's a span element that follows div 2, and the number 3 div is a little bit more complex in that it includes a span element inside of it. So let's take a look at what this looks like in the browser. So you can see that div 1 element is all by itself on its own line, and so is div 2 element all by itself in its own line. Now the span 1 was a tag, an element that was that followed directly after div 2. And even though span is an inline element, since div 2 requires that it be on its own line, it pushes the next inline element to its own line as well. And this is exactly what happens with div 3. Even though span is an inline element, technically speaking, the next tag shouldn't really go anywhere but right behind span 1. But since div 3 is a block level element, it requires its own line, so it gets pushed to the next line to be by itself. Now the span 2 tag is sitting inside the div 3, and since it's an inline element, it doesn't cause any more formatting, and it just sits right here inside the div 3 without requiring a new line. So just so there's no confusion, the new line characters that follow the div tags make absolutely no difference to the HTML page and how it renders. I can remove all the new line characters, save the document, and preview it in the browser again. And as you could see, in terms of formatting and in terms of requiring new lines, nothing has changed. As the last step, let's try to take the code from our page, copy it, and validate it in the W3C validator. As you can see, the page is valid. But what happens if I go ahead and right inside our validator, add another div tag right inside the span tag with some content? And I'll close the div tag, and let's check the page. And now you could see it's complaining that element div not allowed as a child of span element in this context. And it's telling you the context in which div element may be used is flow content, and content model of span element is phrasing content. And again, phrasing content roughly translates into inline content, and flow content roughly translates into block level content. I'll provide a couple of URLs for you to explore a little bit further into the different categories of the HTML5 content models. But I'd like to demo one real quick, and that is the W3C kinds of content section, where it basically lists the 7 types of content that the HTML5 defines. What's cool about this page is that you could roll over different parts of this graphic, and you could see all the different elements that belong to this particular HTML5 content model category. So to summarize, we compared block level and inline content types. and which we know are not part of the official HTML5 specification, but they're still used quite often in literature and just in regular coding. And they're roughly equivalent to flow content and phrasing content, respectively. Next, we're going to talk about headings, and we're going to explore some new HTML5 semantic elements. Okay, so in this lecture, we're going to talk about heading elements and some new HTML5 semantic elements. First of all, what does the word semantic mean? Well, definition of semantic is relating to meaning in language or logic. In other words, it has some inherent meaning. The names have some inherent meaning. Now, when it applies to HTML, what does semantic HTML element mean? Well, a semantic HTML element is an element that implies some meaning to the content. In other words, it's an element that tells you something about the content, whether its importance, whether it's a little bit of its description. It basically hints to you to that meaning. Now, the reason that's important is because us humans and machines can understand the meaning of that content surrounded by a semantic tag much better than if we just surround it with some tag that doesn't really tell us anything other than this is some sort of a division within the document. And also, it may help search engine rankings. In other words, SEO. And SEO stands for search engine optimization. Now, I stress may here because there is some controversy and disagreement among experts if this is really true. Now, experts who disagree with this say that modern search engines are so sophisticated nowadays that just about nothing other than the content itself affects the ranking of the page. So you're welcome to go and Google for the words "do semantic HTML5 tags help SEO?" and you could see a lot of discussion on this topic. Now, let's take a look at an example of the first type of semantic tags that we're going to look at, the headings. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I am in the Examples Lecture 06 folder looking at the file called headings.html. And this is a very simple HTML document. It has all the H1 elements, H1, H2, H3, and all the way to the H6 element, or basically all the available heading elements. And what these headings are trying to convey is that the heading content between H1, opening H1, and the closing H1 element is the most important heading in the document, and on and on and on. So H6 would be also a heading of the document, but it's the least important one of them all. So let's take a look at what this document looks like in the browser. And here it is. So we could see the browser defaulted to styling that basically visually tells us that this is the main heading, heading number 2 is a little less important, and on all the way to subheading 6, which is the least important of the headings. Couple of important points to understand about these elements. First, even though their default rendering in the browser appears to give them visual distinction, these should not be used for styling. These elements are only meant to convey structure of your HTML page, nothing more. With CSS, any regular div element can be styled to look like any one of these heading tags. So why not just use a div? Because if we did, we would lose the meaning of what a heading is. Second, something that's marked H1 is obviously the most important and generalized description of the content of this page. And while there are disagreements among the SEO experts about how effective these semantic tags are for helping your search engine rank in general, everyone agrees that when it comes to the heading tags, and specifically the H1 tag, that it is of utmost importance to use it and that it should contain the wording which truly conveys the central topic of the rest of the content. Okay, so let's take a look at another HTML document called semantic-elements.html. And that file is located in the Examples Lecture 06 folder right next to the headings.html file that we just looked at. And in this document, I introduce a whole bunch of new HTML5 semantic tags, and so let's go over them right now. So the first thing you see here is the new header tag. And the header tag basically it contains some header information about the page. So usually it consists of company logo, some tagline, sometimes navigation, actually often navigation is contained within the header as well. As you could see, this is exactly what we have right here. The nav tag signifies some content that is used for navigation within our website. Afterwards, we have our familiar H1 tag, and you should absolutely always have that. And then we have a couple of set of section tags here, and within each section tag, we have a bunch of article elements. If you look at the HTML5 specification, you'll see that the way the section element is defined and the way the article element is defined is that it's usual, or it makes sense, that the article should go inside the section element. However, that is not always the case, and there's certainly no hard rule about it. It's very possible that the article can also have sections within that. So you're certainly not constrained to have this structure. We scroll down, we see we have an aside tag. An aside tag is basically an element that communicates that there's something that is inside of this element that is related to the main content of the page, but not as direct a relationship as the main content. And finally, we have the footer tag, which, just like it sounds, has the footer information in it. Now, the thing to note about all of these tags is they're all block level elements. So as far as we're concerned, visually, we might as well have just used the div tags everywhere. However, if you look at the code, it is obvious how much easier it is to read and understand what's going on structurally in this HTML page. For example, you can easily see that article 1, 2, and 3 are somehow related and are somehow different from articles 4, 5, and 6, since they live in two different sections. That's the power of the semantic elements. They inherently convey some meaning. Let's take a look at this page in the browser. As you can see, here's our header element, and the nav element is sitting right inside of it. And as you could see, the section, article, the footer, they're all block level elements, since every single one of them is actually on their own new line. So in summary, well-chosen content for H1 element is crucial to search engine optimization, and you should definitely take advantage of that. And remember, semantic elements do allow you for more meaningful expression of the structure of your HTML code, HTML page, but they don't really give you any more functionality than a regular div or regular span would without it. Next, we're going to talk about structuring content with lists. In this lecture, we're going to talk about HTML lists. Now, lists are an incredibly useful HTML structure that allows you to group related content. If you think about it, we as regular people, we think of things in terms of lists, to-do lists, shopping lists, so on. And so therefore, it's only natural that lists appeal to us as an organization tool. Let's go ahead and jump straight into the code and take a look as to how to implement these lists in HTML. Okay, so I'm in Sublime Text and I'm looking at the document called unordered lists before.html. And the document is located, the file is located in the examples lecture 07 folder. And as you can see here, we have a list here in front of us, my typical dinner shopping list: milk, donuts, cookies, some different types of cookies, and then obviously at the end, Pepto-Bismol. So what we'd like to do is produce a bulleted list in our HTML document. So if you look at the page right now, the way it looks in the browser, as you can see, there is no list. It's just a bunch of spaces in between them. And the reason that is, as I told you before, all the different new line characters or any other separated type of characters like tabs, extra spaces, they're really all ignored by the browser and only one space is honored. And since typically a shopping list is not something you need to buy in order, we can use an unordered list for this example. So the way you create an unordered list is you specify a UL, unordered list, UL tag around your entire content. And every item within the list is an LI tag, otherwise known as list item. So let's go ahead and indent this and surround every one of these items with an LI tag. When we get to the cookies item, we could see that the cookies item contains more than just the word cookies. It actually contains its own list inside of it, which means the content of our li should really expand not just to cookies, but expand all the way to chocolate, sugar, and peanut butter. And it also means that we need to create another unordered list inside our cookies item. Let's go ahead and indent this, and we'll surround each one of these items in an li as well. Last but not least, Pepto-Bismol is supposed to be surrounded with an li tag as well, and that list item really belongs to our original unordered list. So let's save the document, and let's refresh and view it in the browser. And here we go, we have our unordered list. As a last step, let's make sure that we actually wrote HTML that is valid, and we'll cut and paste the HTML into the W3C validator. As you could see, our HTML page is valid. But let's see what happens if I take one of the items in my unordered list and simply remove the li tags around it. In this case, I removed the li tag around the Pepto-Bismol list item. If we check it again, we see that the HTML that was written is now invalid, and the reason is it says text not allowed inside UL in this context. And what it's telling you is that the only thing is allowed inside a UL element is an li element. Anything else is not allowed. There are lists out there that absolutely require some ordering to it. For example, I'm looking at ordered lists before that HTML in the same folder, examples lecture 07. And here there's a very important procedure called Oreo cookie eating procedure. And it's important that this procedure is followed step by step without mixing up step 1 and step 2. So as you can see, in terms of our HTML, the only difference is that our UL tag got replaced with an OL tag, which stands for ordered list. But the li items are exactly the same. And the way we treat a sublist within an ordered list is also exactly the same as we treated it within the unordered list. So for example, here we have make a double Oreo, which is a list item that has its own step-by-step instructions, and it does appear inside an OL, which is ordered list, inside the li item. So this item right here contains an ordered list inside of it. Let's take a look what this page looks like in the browser. And here's our ordered list, our Oreo cookie eating procedure. Open box, take out cookie, make a double Oreo, has its own list, which is peel off the top part, place another cookie in the middle, and put back the top part. And the fourth one is enjoy. Wow, there's so many things you're learning in this course. In summary, lists provide a natural and commonly used grouping for content. Very often, lists are used for structuring navigation portions of the web page. Next, we're going to talk about HTML character entity references. There are many applications for HTML character entity references. However, in this lecture, I will concentrate only on a particular problem that the entity references can solve for us. Since HTML uses certain characters for its syntax, we need a way to differentiate between those characters as HTML and those same characters as content. If we want the browser to interpret special HTML characters as regular content, we need a way to escape them. In other words, we need a way to tell the browser not to interpret them as HTML. Specifically, there are 3 characters that should always be escaped to make sure they don't cause rendering issues either right away or down the line. And these characters are the following: the less than character, the greater than character, and the ampersand. Instead of using the less than character, you should use the HTML entity, which starts with ampersand and then followed by LT semicolon. So if you put in your HTML ampersand LT semicolon, what the browser will interpret this as a less than character. And similarly, for the greater than character, it's ampersand GT semicolon. And for the ampersand, it is ampersand AMP semicolon. So let's take a look at some HTML to see this concept in action. Okay, so we're looking in the document called HTML entities before.html, which is located in the examples lecture 08 folder. And this document contains a quote from one of the US presidents, Theodore Roosevelt, which happens to be one of my favorite quotes of his, and a very weird looking heading 1 content. So we can take a look at it. It says, don't be afraid to be, then the less than sign, then 100% success, ampersand, greater than, more, and semicolon. So let's take a look at what this looks like in the browser. As you can see, our heading didn't really do so well. It says don't be afraid to be more, and there's a whole bunch of words missing here. Well, the reason this is going on is because the browser is interpreting this left angle bracket as a beginning of a tag. And then it looks at the word then, it doesn't quite understand what kind of a tag that is, and basically skips just about everything between the left angle bracket and the right angle bracket and just says the word more. So we could fix that very easily with substituting the less than angle bracket with the HTML entity reference. And once we're at it, we might as well substitute the other two characters, the ampersand and the greater than. We'll save the document, go reload our web page, and as you could see, the entire heading 1 tag content is displayed on the screen. In reality, HTML contains a whole ton of different HTML entity references, and obviously we're not going to be able to go through most of them. However, one particularly common one is the copyright symbol. And the main reason why we would use an HTML entity reference for it is because it's not really very readily found on any keyboards out there. However, you could very easily put that in, so let's go ahead and put it right here after the year. And the copyright entity reference is just ampersand copy semicolon. So let's save it and reload it in our browser, and here's the copyright symbol that's appearing right after the year and before the word copyright. There's another HTML entity reference that is very commonly used and unfortunately a lot of time misused as well. Let's say, for example, that in the last sentence here that ends timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Let's say we wanted the word victory, no defeat, never to wrap and would always stay the same. So what do I mean by that? Let me pull the browser and make it a little bit less wide. And as you can see, the word victory, no defeat is split up into different lines. Let's say I didn't want that. For whatever visual reason, I wanted the words victory, no defeat to always stay the same. So if it is going to wrap, it should either not wrap at all or wrap altogether. Well, the way you do that is with a non-breaking space. So, and the way you use it is NBSP, semicolon, non-breaking space, removing all spacing between the words. So now let's take a look what it looks like in the browser. We'll go ahead and refresh it. And now you'll see that the words victory, no defeat, as we squeeze the browser and make it a little bit less wide, they will either both drop to the next line or they will stay on the same line, but they will not be separated anymore. But let me caution you about misuse of this entity reference. A lot of people use this entity reference if they want to make a space between, let's say, the word critic and the word who. And they will put a few spaces. Let's say they need a few spaces in it. And if I now refresh the browser, I see now got a few spaces between the word critic and the word who. And that's a total misuse of this entity reference. If you ever wanted to have spaces or extra spaces between some words in the text, what you would do is you would probably wrap around some text in a span tag and then apply some margin, in this case left margin, to the span tag to remove it further from the word critic. But you should never use the non-breaking space HTML entity reference for that purpose. Let me show you another HTML entity reference that is very commonly used. And it's especially useful when somebody's trying to write an HTML-based email, since the email clients are notorious for using a much more limited character set than UTF-8. Some of the characters sometimes get messed up. So let me show you what I mean. Let's go to the web page, and instead of viewing this web page in UTF-8, we'll change the encoding to something more limited like Windows 1252. And if you notice, some of the quotes became these very weird characters. So how do we solve that? Well, the way we could solve it is by using an HTML entity reference of quote. And if we preview this in the browser again, and let's refresh the browser, and now there are quotes. Maybe they're not the same type of curly quotes as before, but they're quotes nevertheless. So in summary, we looked at HTML entities, and they help avoid rendering issues, and especially with those 3 characters that HTML can try to render instead of thinking of it as content. We also saw that sometimes you could safeguard with these HTML entities, safeguard against more limited character set encodings. And you could provide characters not available on the keyboard. For example, like we provided the character of copyright that was at the end of the document. That certainly is not on any of the keyboard that I've seen, but you could still display that character using HTML entity. Next, we're going to talk about making text hyper with linking. Links are pretty much what makes the web what it is. In this lecture, we're going to take a look at different types of links and how you could create them in your HTML page. So the first type of links that we're going to take a look at are internal links. Here I'm looking at the file called links-internal.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 09 folder. And here we have a couple of links we're going to take a look at. Now the way you create links is by specifying an A element with an attribute href, and href stands for hypertext reference. The value of href can either be a relative or an absolute URL. In our case here, since we're discussing internal links, which are links that point to internal web pages of the web application, the links we're showing are all relative URL links. However, we could still have an even absolute URL links as long as they point, again, to the same web application that we're in. Since we're providing no directory information, the browser will assume that same directory.html is a file that lives in the same directory as links-internal.html. It's also a very good idea to always specify a title attribute for the A tag. The title attribute is used by the screen readers that help the visually impaired people get through the web page. The content in between the opening and closing A tags is the content you're going to see in the web page when it is served and on which you're going to be able to click to go to the href that the A tag is configured with. Note the second example of our A tag. In this example, we're surrounding a div tag with our anchor tag. In other words, this div tag is going to be the content of our link on which we're going to be able to click. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like in the browser. Okay, so here's our internal links page, and we have a couple of links. One says linking to a file in the same directory, and the other one is the div, that's the A tag surrounding the div tag, that says div linking to a file in the same directory. And if we click that, we're going to go to this same-directory.html page, which basically just provides a link back to our original page. What's interesting to note here is that the first link, linking to a file in the same directory, is clearly an inline tag, since it's not forcing itself to go to a new line. But yet, in the second case, div linking to a file in the same directory, we're surrounding the div tag with our A tag. So what's going on here? Are we using a block level element, the div, inside an inline element? Well, turns out things are a little bit more interesting. Let's take a look at the A tag as defined in the W3C specification. If you take a look closely, the A tag is both a flow content and a phrasing content. In other words, to map it back to the HTML4 days, the A tag in HTML5 is both an inline element and a block level element at the same time. And this is what allows us to take the A tag and surround a div tag inside of it. The authors of the HTML5 specification realized that there are a lot of times where you would like to be able to click on a whole region. And the most common occurrence of that is when you have a logo or some sort of a company name in the top left corner, for example, of your web page. People expect to be able to click on that and be able to go to the front page of the company. Prior to HTML5, people had to use all kinds of tricks in order to achieve that effect because the A tag was only in an inline tag and you weren't really able to wrap the A tag around the div tag. Next, let's take a look at an example of an external link. Here we are in Sublime Text again, and looking at the file called linksexternal.html, which is again located in the examples lecture 09 folder. And this document basically contains just a single link. There's really nothing super special about external links other than that their href value usually starts with http:// because it's usually the case that external links are hosted on a different domain name than your website. However, there's one feature of the A element that I would like to demonstrate that is quite often used in conjunction with external links, and that is the target attribute. Target attribute, when it's set to the value _blank, forces the browser to open this page in a new tab or a new window. The reason that's advantageous is because nowadays, unfortunately, people have a very short attention span. And if you take them from your website to a different website, it is a very good chance that they will never come back to your site. And usually you don't want them to leave your site completely. So target equals _blank is very useful in that regard. Let's take a look at this page in the browser. And here's the page in the browser, and if we click this link, Coursera Facebook page, it will open a new tab and will load the Facebook page pointed to by that link. Coincidentally, this is a Facebook page I created for the two courses I'm teaching on Coursera, which is at facebook.com/Coursera webdev. So please like this page and follow it, as I'll be posting some optional but interesting and relevant material. Another type of link that is extremely important to know about is a fragment identifier. So here I'm again in Sublime Text in links same page.html that is located in examples lecture 09 folder. And as you could see, the links that I have set up here all have a very specific format in their href attribute. It's a pound followed by some name, like section 1, section 2, and so on. Now what these links are pointing to is a section of our page. Now you could identify a section a couple of different ways. You can have any tag that has an ID with that section name. Notice that the section name does not contain the pound sign. Only the link to that section contains the pound sign. That's one way to identify a section within the page. Another way is, if we scroll down all the way to the bottom of the page, is to create an anchor tag with a name attribute and name the section very similarly to the way you name a section ID. The way you refer to these sections is exactly the same. You put a pound in front of the name of the section and stick that value in the href attribute of an anchor tag. So let's take a look at this document in the browser. And here's the document. As you can see, we have 6 different links, and if we click on any one of these links, it will take us to the section of the page that is marked with that particular ID. If we scroll all the way down, we even have a back to the top link, which basically points to all the way to the top. Now, the top is right here, and if you look at the code and scroll all the way up, we have an h1 tag that has an ID with top, which allows us to scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, see that link, and jump right back to the top. What's really neat about fragment identifiers is that if you click on one and you have them in your URL, you could copy and paste this URL and send it to a friend as a bookmark, and when they paste it into their browser, they will be taken to this page and jump straight to the section that was pointed to by the fragment identifier. Now, I am on my local hard drive and I'm not on a server, so obviously sending this link that points to my local hard drive is not going to do any good. But if we're on a server, this link with the section identifier would have taken anybody anywhere with a connection to the internet to the proper page and to the proper section of that page. While fragment identifiers are very useful in order to jump to different parts of the same page, recently they've become even more important as they're used for navigation within the SPA or single page applications. And SPA, single page applications, have become extremely popular, so knowing how fragment identifiers work is an important step towards being able to code single page applications. So to summarize, we learned about internal linking to other pages within the same site, external linking to other web pages, and don't forget the target equals underscore blank, so you could open up the external link in a separate tab. And we also talked about linking to sections of a single document and being able to pass around those type of links to others, that they'll be able to jump straight to the section of the document that you want them to. Next, we're going to talk about displaying images. Perhaps nothing enhances a website better than strategically placed images. In this lecture, we will learn how to include images in your HTML documents. Okay, so we're looking at images.html, which is located in the examples lecture 10 folder. And you may recognize this file from a few lectures ago, where this is a famous quote from Theodore Roosevelt. And by the way, I apologize, I made a typo before. Theodore Roosevelt is spelled with an E, so for you eagle eyes out there who noticed that I misspelled Theodore, I apologize, it was just a typo. Anyway, our task here is to display an image right before the quote itself. And we actually have a couple of images here, and since I want to just start with one, let me comment this one out and at the same time show you what an HTML comment looks like. And it's pretty simple. It starts with a less than bracket, exclamation point, dash dash, and then it gets closed with a dash dash right angle bracket. And what will happen when you load this page into the browser is that the browser will completely ignore this comment and will not render it. So let's take a look at the image tag that we wanted to discuss. The image is displayed in HTML using this img tag, which is just short for image. And the source attribute of the img tag is a URL that points to some image file. Now, this URL is no different than the href attribute that you've seen with the regular link a tag. It could be a relative URL, or it could be an absolute URL, even one that contains an external link. Next, we specify the width and the height of the image. While not absolutely required, it's a really good idea to always specify the width and the height, and I will demonstrate to you in a few minutes why that is. And also the alt tag, which is used by screen readers that help people with visual impairment. Let's save the document and take a look at it in the browser. As you can see, this is the image that we included in our HTML. The interesting part here is it appears as if it's another character within our text, which should right away tell you that an img tag is an inline element. If it weren't, the image would be on its own line, pushing everything behind it onto a new line. Next, let's take a look at the other image tag and uncomment it so we could use it within our page. As you could see, this is an external link pointing to some image on the web. Let's save the file and preview it in the browser again. Let's reload it. As you can see, we get this image of, I think, ants crawling on a blade of grass. It's very often the case that you use images as sort of these anchors within your visual layout of your page. And if these images take time to load, the page might appear jumpy. So this is actually the primary reason why you would want to use the width and the height of the image. You want to tell the browser to reserve the space and to visually partition your page such that it knows that there should be something going on in there, even if it takes time to load it. So let's simulate what would happen to our layout if we removed the width and the height from this image. Let's go ahead and save it. Go to our web page, and instead of just reloading it, since our internet, or at least my internet, is pretty fast here, I'm going to simulate internet being very slow, and we'll see how the fact that this paragraph and this paragraph is visually separated by this image is not necessarily going to happen right away, and we'll see some jumping. Well, the way we're going to accomplish that is by bringing up the Chrome Developer Tools, and I'm on the Mac, so I'm going to press Option Command I, and if you're on Windows, I believe it's Control Option or Control Alt I, and I'm going to go to the Network tab. And if you notice here, there is a throttling setting here, and it says no throttling. What I'm going to change that to the lowest possible setting. And now I'm going to go ahead and reload the page and watch what happens in terms of this space between the Theodore Roosevelt and the actual quote. So let's go ahead and reload the page. And notice how it jumped. First, there was Theodore Roosevelt was right next to the quote, and then once the image loaded, it jumped in. And the reason that happened is because the browser did not upfront know how large the image was going to be. Even worse, if you're relying on the image to give some sort of a visual layout to your page, and for some reason the image did not load. For example, the URL could be broken. So let me go ahead and break it just by removing a couple of letters from the URL. And if URL is broken, this is what you're going to get if you don't specify the width and the height of the image. Let's go back to our page and let's click reload, and there you go. If we relied on a specific amount of space between the quote and the footer of this page, well, we can no longer see that space since the image did not load. However, if we go back and undo this and still break the URL, yet specifying the width and the height of the image, let's go back and reload the page, you'll see that even though the image is not loading, the visual spacing and the visual layout remains correct as we intended it to be. So to summarize, images can truly enhance your website, especially if you use them correctly. And remember to always specify width and height of the image tag whenever possible, because if without it, it may break your layouts. You've completed Module 1. Good work. Keep going to Module 2. Module 3 is when we start coding a real website for a real client. But to get the most fun out of it, we need the foundation of Module 1 and 2. So keep going. It will be fun, I promise. Oh, and if you want to give us a 5-star rating already, who am I to stop you? Welcome to Module 2. This module is all about foundations of cascading style sheets. We will start with the basics, move on to rule conflict resolution, the box model, and CSS layout techniques. Then we'll be learning how to use media queries and code responsive websites without any frameworks. It would be a mistake to jump straight to a responsive framework like Twitter Bootstrap without first understanding the foundation topics. We will finish off the module with an introduction to the Twitter Bootstrap CSS framework, which is one of the most popular CSS frameworks today. Keep going and you will finish the course in no time. See you in the module. I mentioned before that on the web, content is king. It's all about content. And we spoke about the fact that HTML defines the structure of that content. So if all you wanted was raw content, you could take your HTML files, upload them to a server, and you're done. However, that would be a huge mistake, because while content is king, how users absorb and relate to that content largely depends on our experience of consuming the presentation of it. If there was a lot of noise around me and you could barely hear me, the content of the course would be the same, but the experience consuming the presentation of that content would be quite different. To use the house analogy, nobody likes to live in a house without nicely painted drywall covering insulation and support beams. It's the difference between feeling sheltered from outside elements and feeling at home. The point I'm trying to make is when it comes to a real-world website, structure alone is just not enough. It's not good enough to just leave a scaffolding, a server-side framework provided out of the box to see the data. You need to style your content in a way that's pleasing and useful to the user. The use of color, positioning, size, among other things, is all part of that. Cascading style sheets, or CSS, is the technology that provides the styling capability. CSS is an incredibly powerful technology. It can take the same HTML structure and present it in such drastically different ways that you would never even guess that the underlying structure of the content are exactly the same ones. Let me show you a website that doesn't only illustrate this point, but should also amaze you quite a bit as well. So the website I wanted to show you is csszengarden.com. And the idea of this website is simple. Designers and web developers from all over the world get to submit their own designs for the website csszengarden.com. So they get to redesign the website itself, csszengarden.com. There's only one catch. They cannot change any of the HTML. The HTML stays exactly the same, and the CSS file or files is what they provide. So the only thing they change is the styling. They don't change the structure or the content of the HTML at all in any shape or form. So the website then goes ahead and showcases its designs on csszengarden.com. And they have over 200 designs submitted now and hosted on this website. So what I want to do is just to give you an appreciation of what styling can do to a website, to the same content, to the same HTML structure, is to demo and just basically showcase a couple of these designs to you. So what I did was I pre-opened a few of them in a few tabs in my browser, and I want to show you. So this is the same website. This is a website you're looking at. It's the HTML and custom CSS for this particular look. So let me just scroll up and down to show you what that looks like. And let's go to this one. So this is, again, the exact same website. The only difference is the CSS styling that got applied to it. This is the same website again with different CSS styling applied to it. Now, granted, the designers are also able to apply their imagery as well, but the layout, the styling is so drastically different than from the original one. And there's, again, over 200 different websites or different styles, different designers that submitted different styles. So you could certainly go take a look. And this one is very creative. It's actually made in the form of a comic book or comic. And the text is real. It's selectable. So this is still the same exact HTML. And this one probably will blow you away. Look at this. It's so cool. There's actually animations going on. It's all done with CSS. And again, it's exactly the same HTML structure and exactly the same content. You just see different styles applied to them. Is this neat or what? So the point of this short lecture was that CSS is an incredibly powerful technology that can not only style your content, but also create a particular user experience that you would want your users to have. And the second point was that user experience over your content matters, right? Remember the difference between listening to something that you could barely hear and listening to something that you actually enjoy and can understand. So user experience of content matters. So all that's left is to figure out how to write CSS code. So next, we'll start exploring the syntax of CSS, and we'll explore the anatomy of a CSS rule. CSS works by associating rules with HTML elements. These rules govern how the content of specified elements should be displayed. And while styling an entire web page could be a pretty complex process, defining a simple CSS rule is fairly straightforward. So let's go over that. A CSS rule consists of a selector. In this case, it's a P, the paragraph tag, which is basically saying that whatever rules I'm about to give should apply to the content of every single paragraph tag in the entire HTML page. The selector is followed by open and close curly braces. Inside those braces, we have the CSS declaration, and it consists of two parts, the property and the value. Property name is something that's predefined by a CSS specification, and for every property, there's a set number of predefined values. Or in case of numerical values, set number of type of numerical values that is predefined. Now, every property and the value is separated by a colon and is terminated by a semicolon. Now, technically speaking, a semicolon is not a requirement, but it's a best practice and you should always use it. Now, as I told you, a CSS rule can consist of several declarations. For example, in this case, we're specifying that the contents of the paragraph tags in our HTML page should have a particular color, a particular font size, and also be a particular width, meaning the paragraph itself, the content, should take up 200 pixels. Now, the collection of these CSS rules is what's called a style sheet. Now, technically speaking, you don't have to have anything in the style sheet to be called a style sheet. An empty style sheet, it technically is a style sheet as well, but it's just not a very useful one. So obviously, you would probably have at least one CSS rule in there, but typically you have way more than just one. Okay, here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at a file called css-syntax.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 12 folder. Let me give you a quick rundown of the structure of the HTML that we have. So in this HTML document, we have a heading, H1, a couple of H2s, and a couple of paragraphs in between, signified by the P paragraph tag. And what we want to do is give these elements some custom styling. So I'm going to place the styling, our style sheet, straight in the head section of our HTML document. Now, in later lecture, we'll talk about where CSS styles should really go for a real-world website, but for now, for convenience sake, we'll just put it straight in the head part of the document. So here we see a paragraph tag that's being targeted, and we're going to change its color to blue, font size to 20, and width 200, which means it will contain an area of the screen that's 200 pixels wide. Our heading 1 tag, H1, we're going to give it a color of green. We'll bump up its font size a little bit, and we'll also tell it to align itself in the middle of the screen. So let's take a look at what this page looks like in the browser. As you can see, our H1 tag is in the middle of the screen, and it's green, and the two paragraphs that we have are blue and only take up around 200 pixels. And already right away, you could see the power of CSS. We only specified the paragraph tag once, and yet every paragraph in the document is styled exactly the same. So it affords us consistency and also efficiency in writing CSS code. Now, I do want to point out one quick but important thing. If you take a look at this subheading 1 and then subheading 2, you can see that it is bold and it's a little bit bigger than the regular text would be. Now, where did that style come from? I certainly never specified what kind of styling to apply to essentially what is an H2 tag. Well, that styling came from the browser itself. Every browser comes with some default styles that it applies to different HTML elements. And H1, H2, and so on, and different other elements are very commonly styled by the browser itself. So a lot of times it's your job to really reset or override these styles and put the styles in that you would like your web page to have. So to summarize, we went over the syntax of a CSS rule. We talked about the selector part, the declaration part, and the property value pair. We also talked about combining these CSS rules into one to create a style sheet. Next, we're going to zero in on one part of the CSS rule declaration, and that is the selector. We're going to talk about different types of selectors, in particular, element, class, and ID selectors. CSS selectors are used to determine which HTML element or set of elements to apply the CSS declarations to. The browser uses its selector API to traverse the DOM, or document object model, and pick out the elements matching the selector. Now, crafting a selector is a great skill to have, and not only for styling using CSS. That's because a lot of JavaScript libraries out there use the browser's selector API to attach behavior and data to HTML elements, much in the same way that CSS applies style to those elements. In this lecture, we're going to talk about three different types of selectors: element, class, and ID selector. First, the element selector. The element selector is just you specifying the element name. For example, in this case, P for paragraph says that every paragraph in our HTML document should be colored blue. As an example, if we specified P paragraph and color blue, that means every paragraph in the HTML document will have its contents text be blue. Obviously, this doesn't really affect any other elements that contain text in them. For example, we can have a div element that contains text, but that text will not be affected by our CSS rule that specifies that the paragraph tag should have content text colored blue. Next is the class selector. And the class selector is specified with a dot and the name of the class. In this case, again, we're creating a blue class, a blue CSS class that will color whatever it targets with the color blue. The class selector does require a little bit of a change to your HTML document in that each element that you want that class applied to has to have an attribute class equal to the class name. So in this case, we have a P, the paragraph tag, and the div tag both have the attribute class equals blue, and therefore their content or their text content will be colored blue. Notice that a different paragraph that is not marked with attribute class equals blue is completely unaffected by this. Note the difference in between the way you define a class and the way you use the class. You define the class always with a dot in front of the name. There cannot be any space between the dot and the name of the class, in case no space between the dot and the word blue. However, when you use the class, you don't use the dot in its name. You just use its name. So here we have the paragraph tag with class equals blue without the dot in front of it. The last type of selector we're going to take a look at in this lecture is the ID selector. The way you specify an ID selector is by specifying the value of an ID of an element within your HTML document preceded by a pound sign. So the name is a value of some ID within our HTML document. So for example, if you have a div with an ID equals name, and then you specify your CSS rule with a selector $name, the CSS declarations for that $name will apply to the content of the div element with its ID value name. Note that obviously everything else in the HTML document is completely unaffected by this. Similarly, in the way you define a class selector versus use a class selector, the ID selector is defined with a $, followed by the value of an ID within your HTML document. And again, you cannot have any space between the two. But when you use it, the pound goes away. It's just the actual value of the ID itself. Now, in order to write more efficient rules, CSS allows us to group several selectors into one CSS rule. Here we have two selectors grouped together, div and the selector div for the div element and the selector class blue grouped into one since they both share the same CSS declaration. And you could see in our HTML, the blue colored text will appear in the paragraph tag that has the attribute class equals to blue and in any div tag in the HTML document. So let's take a look at an example of using these selectors. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at the file simple selectors before.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 13 folder. Let me go ahead and reveal the browser, and we'll even close the sidebar so we could see the browser and the code at the same time. So let's scroll down and take a look at what our HTML structure is like. So if you take a look at the left side of the screen, which is the Sublime Text, and the right side of the screen, you could see that we have the H1 tag right here, which is this heading. We have a couple of H2 headings, which are called subheading 1, subheading 2. We have a few paragraphs. A couple of those paragraphs have a class attribute set to highlight. And the last thing here on the page, we have a div that has a span inside of it with an ID attribute equal main point. So let's go ahead and scroll up and take a look as to what we'd like to do here. So first of all, we want all H2 elements to be color red and aligned in the center. So in order to do that, we have to substitute these XXX with some sort of selector. Well, this is very easy. That's just the H2 element selector. That's all it is. So once we do that and we save it and refresh our browser, we could see that both H2 headings became red and centered. Next, we want to affect every single element that has an attribute whose class is equal highlight. Well, in order to do that, we have to define the highlight class. And so what we're going to do here is apply a bigger font size. We'll make it bold, italic. The background of the entire element should turn green. And also, we're going to turn that opacity down a little bit from 1 would be 100%, and 0.6 is 60%. So the way we define a class selector is by saying dot, highlight, and here's our class selector. Notice there's no space between the dot and the highlight. So if we go ahead and refresh, so we have two paragraphs here that had their styles affected by that, and that is because if you scroll down, we have a couple of paragraphs both with class equals highlight. Next, let's see, we need to have the element with ID equal main point. So the way we specify an ID selector is by saying pound sign and the name of the ID, which is main point. And the upper and lowercase letters here do matter. And again, there's no space between the pound sign and the word main point. So if we go ahead, come over here and refresh, we could see that the span that surrounded the words ID equals main point became red, and it became a little bit of a bigger font size, and opacity is turned down, and the font is bold. Last, we wanted to take all elements that are P and elements H1, and we want to group their style such that we don't have to specify them separately. So the way we do that is very simply by saying P, comma, H1. So we grouped the styles for the P element and the H1 element into one. So every P element now and every H1 element should now turn its color to blue and align center. So we're going to go ahead and save this document, refresh the browser. And here we go. Every P element and every H1, which there's only one here, turned blue and aligned in the center. So one thing to notice here is that out of all the selectors, the element selector, the class selector, and the ID selector, the ID is the least reusable one. And that makes sense, right? Since by HTML rules, a particular ID attribute value can only appear once in the document. So for example, the span with ID attribute equals to main point, I can't really reuse the value main point as an ID for any other element in this HTML document. So as you plan your styles, it's good to keep this in mind and not basically rely on assigning IDs to every single element in the entire HTML document, because that way your CSS will not be very efficient. You'll have to write specific rules for every element, and you won't really be able to generalize and reuse your CSS styles very easily. In summary, we spoke about the syntax of simple CSS selectors. We spoke about the element selector, the class selector that you remember to define with a dot right in front of the name without the space, and the ID selector that you define with a pound sign right before the value of the ID in the HTML page, again without the space in between. Next, we're going to talk about combining selectors to create a more targeted selection within the document object model. Combining selectors is a very powerful technique that allows you to more precisely target DOM elements. In this lecture, we're going to take a look at some of the most common ways of combining CSS selectors. The first one is element with class selector. As you can see here, we have a P element followed immediately without any spaces by a .big, which is a class selector. And what this expresses is that I want to target every P element that has an attribute class equal to big. Note the lack of space between the element and the class definition. If you do put a space, it will mean a completely different combination, so make sure that if you want an element that has a class assigned to a particular value, that there's no spaces between the first selector and the second selector, in this case between the P element selector and the .big class selector. And as an example, here you could see on the right that P with a class equals big will get the text size 20 pixels, as opposed to all the other elements that have a class equal to big will not get that same 20 pixel font size styling. This technique is pretty commonly used when you have a CSS class definition that applies to different elements, but when it's applied to a particular element, you would like the styling to slightly change. Next type of combination of selectors is a child selector, and its syntax is pretty straightforward. It's a selector followed by a right angle bracket followed by another selector. And the way you read these combinations is from right to left. And in this case, what we're trying to do is target every P element that is a direct child of an article element. So in this example, you could see that the p element that is a direct child of an article element will get the styling of color blue applied to it, as opposed to a regular p element that will obviously be unaffected, but also a p element that is inside an article element, but not a direct child of it. So there's a div element that's contained within the article element, and only then is the p element contained within the div. So since the p element is not a direct child of the article in the second case, its font styling is unaffected. Another type of selector is a descendant selector, and the syntax of it is selector space another selector. And just like before, you read it from right to left. So in this case, what we're trying to do is target every p element that is inside at any level of an article element, which means that even if it's not a direct child, or even if it's deep down, as long as one of its parents in its ancestry is an article, this rule will apply. So for example, in this case, it is a direct child of an article and the text will turn blue. In this case, it's going to be completely unaffected because it's not inside of an article element altogether. And in this case, it will still turn blue, that even though it's not a direct child of the element, since we're using a descendant selector combination, the p element is still technically inside the article, even though it's not a direct child, and will have its text turn blue. Now, I want to point out that these selector combinations aren't limited to element selectors, even though that's what I've used in the examples. So for example, we can have a .colored space p, and that will mean, again, reading it from right to left, that every p element that is inside at any level of an element with class equals colored will have its text color turned to blue. In the case of on the right, we're using a direct child selector to say that every element with the attribute class equal to colored that is direct child of an article element will have its text turned to blue. Let's take a look at a few coding examples to see these combinations in action. Okay, so I'm in Sublime Text and I'm looking at a file called element with class before.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 14 folder. Let me quickly rearrange the screen so you could see the browser and the code editor better. Okay, so you can see we have a pretty simple HTML document. Let's take a look at its structure. We have an h1 tag whose class is highlight. We have a couple of paragraph tags. One just a regular paragraph tag, and another one has a class highlight applied to it, and we have a div tag that has actually two classes applied to it called main point and highlight. And notice the way you apply multiple classes to an element is just by listing them in the class attribute with a space between them. Okay, so let's go ahead and write some selector rules. So the first one we want to do is we want to target everything with class highlight. Well, that's very easy. We've done that before. That's just .highlight. We'll save that and we'll preview the difference in the browser, and we see that everything with the class highlight does in fact have the background color turned to green. Next, we'll look at all p elements with class highlight. Well, we've done this before, so we need to do all p element, but we can't put a space. We'll just have to put .highlight right after that, which will mean all p elements that have a class highlight assigned to them, and we want to turn them into italic. So let's save that and refresh the browser, and we could see that the p element that has a class equal to highlight did in fact turn italic. Next, we'll combine two class elements. In this case, we want all the elements with class highlight as well as with class main point. If both of those classes get applied to the same element, we want that element to turn red and its background color to turn black. So the way we could specify that, it's just to say .highlight .main point. That is to say that an element that has highlight class and also has a main point class assigned to it should be colored red and background black. Let's go and refresh this, and sure enough, the last element on the page, the div that has both classes assigned to it, has its styling affected in the way we want it. Next, let's take a look at the file called child selector before.html. Let's go ahead and quickly examine its HTML structure. It has a couple of section tags. The first section tag has an h2 tag called subheading 1, a div tag, and inside the div tag we have the article tag. In the second section, we have an article tag that is a direct child of this section tag. And the subheading 2, which is an h2 element, is sitting outside of the section tag altogether. So let's take a look as to what we need to do here. In the first rule, we want to target any article element which is a direct child of a section element. In other words, any article element whose immediate parent is a section element. Well, we've done this before in examples. So that's section with a right angle bracket to say immediate child, and its immediate child should be article. So we save that and refresh the browser. We see that the styling is only applied to the article that is direct child of the section, but the article that is not direct child of the section sitting inside the div is unaffected. The next target is any h2 element which is a direct child of a section element. In other words, any h2 element whose immediate parent is a section element. So again, the idea is similar. It's section and its direct child should be h2. So any h2 that is a direct child of a section element. Let's save that and refresh. And since subheading 1 is a direct child of the section element, that is the only element that gets our styling rule applied to it. Next, let's take a look at the file called descendant selector before.html. Let's quickly examine its HTML structure. We have a couple of unordered lists here. The first unordered list is sitting inside the section element, and the second unordered list is sitting inside the article element. So let's take a look at our CSS rule. What we want to do is we want to target all li elements that are inside of a section element. That is, no matter how deep they are in the element tree underneath the section element, we want the style of color green applied to it. So that sounds like we need to use a descendant selector, and the way we do that is to say section, space, and li. And as you can see, this selector combination should target this first list. And even though ul separates the li elements from the section element, the style should still apply since we used a descendant selector combination. So let's go ahead and refresh the browser, and you can see that all the li elements of the first list turn green just as we expected. So to summarize, we looked at different ways of combining selectors. We looked at element with class selector, which is a selector without a space followed by a class definition. We look at child direct selector, which is a selector with an angle bracket followed by another selector. And we looked at a descendant selector, which is a selector with a space followed by another selector. And notice that I'm using the word selector, not necessarily element, just to remind you that it doesn't have to be an element. It could be any selector that is used in a combination with another selector. There are a couple of combination selectors that we did not cover. For example, one is adjacent selector, and another one is general sibling selector. Now, these selector combinations are a little bit less common than the other ones that I showed you, so I'll leave it up to you to look it up in the specification or online as to how they work. Next, we're going to talk about pseudo-class selectors. Pseudo-class selectors address targeting of either structures that can be targeted by simple combinations of regular selectors, or targeting the ability to style based on user interaction with the page. For example, we would want the styling of an element to change if the user hovers or moves their mouse over that element. The way you specify a pseudo-class selector is by specifying some selector that we already know about with a colon and a predefined pseudo-class name. Now, there are many pseudo-class selectors that exist. In this lecture, we're going to cover 5 of them. The first 4, link, visited, hover, and active, are pretty basic and is used very, very often. The last pseudo-class we'll cover, nth child, is a fairly powerful pseudo-class and can get pretty complicated, but its basic uses are fairly straightforward, as we'll see. So let's jump in straight into the code and see how these selectors work. Okay, so in Sublime Text, I'm looking at the file called pseudo-selectors before.html that is located in the examples lecture 15 folder. And let me show you what this HTML page looks like in the browser. So this page has a header, and in the header we have an unordered list which has a bunch of links. As you can see, it's showing up as a regular list with bulleted points, followed by a section which has a whole bunch of divs, and each one is named div 1, div 2, div 3, all the way to div 20. And the first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to style this unordered list as a menu. It's a pretty common practice to take an unordered list and style it as a menu. So let's go ahead and take this unordered list and style it as a bunch of menu buttons. The first thing we want to do is target these list items. So the way we're going to do this is by using our descendant selector, by saying header, li, and we'll turn off the bullet points by saying list style none. And if we refresh the page, we now see that the bullet points went away. The next task is to style the links that are sitting inside the li elements and to make them look like buttons. However, styling links is not exactly as straightforward as styling a regular element, and that's because links have states, and these states can be expressed using our pseudo-classes. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we're targeting two states. One is A is being a link that it is, and another one A visited. And this is very often the practice that you group together these two. And what basically that means is, well, link is the way it is, link, and visited means that HTML allows that after you click a particular link that a different style can be applied to that link than an unclicked link. In our case, however, we don't want to differentiate between the two, so we'll style them both together. Okay, so let's start by removing the underline that is the default styling for every link. Once we save that and refresh, we see that the underline is gone. Okay, so let's add some other styles. We'll set the background color to green, border 1 pixel, width solid, meaning solid versus dashed or something like that, and blue, and we'll set the color of the text inside these links to black. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. And here we see we have a blue border, it's a green background, and the color is black. Now, I spoke to you before about the fact that the A element is both sort of an inline element and a block level element. However, that's only as far as inclusion of other elements inside of it is concerned. As far as its default display, it's actually displayed as an inline element. Well, we don't want that for our buttons. We want them to be block level element. Well, I could change that very quickly by just saying display block. And once I say display block and refresh, you could see that the block level elements do what they always do, try to fill up all the space they possibly can within that line. So I'm going to have to constrain that a little bit. Let's go ahead and give it a width of 200 pixels. We don't want our button to be that wide. And we want our line of menu items to be center. And we'll also separate the different menu buttons from each other by giving it a margin bottom of 1 pixel. So let's go ahead and refresh that. And now we see we have 3 little nice buttons in our menu. However, we're not done, because what we would like to do is on the user hovering over these buttons, besides changing the cursor to a pointer, I'd like to have some sort of interaction in the style and kind of show the user that they're hovering over these buttons. So in order to do that, I have to define 2 more states of the link. One is a hover and the other one a active. Now, hover is exactly what it sounds like. It's when the user hovers over the element, in this case, the A element. And active is that state when the user actually clicks on the element, but hasn't yet released his click. So he presses the mouse button down, but hasn't yet released the button. In our case, we don't want to differentiate between the hover and active, so we'll keep them grouped together. Let's set the background color to red and the color of the text to purple. We'll save it and preview it in our browser. So now when I roll over, you could see that the color of the background changes to red and the color of the font is changing to purple, even though in combination with red, it's kind of actually looking blue. Now these buttons still retain their link behavior, so if I click on this link, I will go to the Facebook page. That happens to be the fan page that I created specifically for the courses that I'm teaching on Coursera, which is this course and the next one, which is on AngularJS. As a side note, please go to this page and like it. You'll be able to follow the latest updates, and I'll be posting some optional material that might be interesting to you that's related to web development. And please sign up for the mailing list that I'll be able to notify you when some new interesting material comes out. Obviously, all this is completely optional. In its simplest form, the nth child pseudo-selector allows you to target a particular element within a list. For example, I'd like to target this Facebook fan page link, and I'd like to make it bigger just so you remember to click on it and like the page. So let's take a look at the HTML where it's located. It's located in the header section, and there's a UL, and there's 3 li elements in here. The Facebook link is the 3rd one in the list. So I could go over to my style, and I could say that I want to target the li element that is inside the header element, and I want it to be nth child number 3. So that's the 3rd link. And now I could target it and say, for example, font size to be 24 pixels. So I'll make it a little bit larger. So if I refresh the page, you'll see that only the 3rd link, The third menu button became bigger. The rest of them stayed exactly the same. But the nth child pseudo-selector can do much more fun stuff than that. For example, we have a list of divs here that looks pretty dull. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make it look like a list. And what I want is that every odd member of this list should get its background color to be gray. So the way I could achieve that is by targeting the div inside the section, and I'll specify the nth child again. And instead of specifying the numbers, 1, 3, and so on, I could specify odd. And if I do that and say background color gray and refresh my page, all of a sudden I have a list that looks much easier to read than before. And by the way, just like regular selectors can be combined, pseudo-selectors can be combined as well. For example, if I would like to have the fourth element in this list have a different hover behavior, since right now nothing really changes when I hover over the fourth element in the list, I'd like to have that change. So let's go ahead and target again section div and target the nth child. This time I want the fourth child to be targeted, but I want to specify that its hover behavior should be different. So I'm going to target the hover behavior part, and I'm going to change its background color to green and its cursor to pointer. So let's go ahead and refresh the page. And now when I hover over number 4, the cursor turns to the pointer and the background of that element turns green. I'm sure by now you see how powerful selectors can be, especially using the pseudo-class selectors. One quick word of warning though. Make sure your selector is still readable. These things can get very complicated very quickly, and if you make it such that other developers and you in a month or so can't really understand fairly easily what you're targeting, this can become a bit of a maintenance nightmare. So simple and readable is definitely preferred to complicated and tricky. You might be able to impress people with it, but it's certainly not very good coding practice to make this super complicated. Next, we're going to talk about where do we place the CSS styles, what is the best place to place it, and what the differences between those places are. Your choice for placing styles in one versus another place doesn't only affect how reusable the styles are, but it also affects which style declarations override other style declarations. Let's jump into the code and take a look at an example. Okay, so I'm in Sublime Text and I'm looking at the file called styleplacement.html. Let me go ahead and quickly rearrange the screen so you can see the browser and the code editor at the same time. So here's our HTML document, and so far we've been specifying all of our styles inside the style tag that sits inside of the head tag of our HTML document. And in this case, we're specifying that every H2 in our HTML document should have the color, the text color, maroon. As you can see, the subheadings, the H2s, are in fact maroon. However, there are other places that you could specify a CSS style. For example, you could specify a CSS style directly on the element by providing the style attribute and the CSS styles that should apply to that style. The only thing that's missing from these styles is the target. And it's for a good reason, since we're inside the element, so we don't really need a target anymore. But the style declarations are exactly the same as before, and they're also terminated by semicolons, and you could put here more than one, just keep terminating them with semicolons. In this case, this I am centered content is text-aligned center. And as you could see in the page, it is in fact getting centered in the page. This is called inline styling. And as you might have guessed, this is the least reusable way of styling elements there is. So for example, if you wanted to style something similarly within the same page, you would literally have to copy and paste the styles somewhere else in order to achieve that. For that reason, this is the least preferred method of styling, and you should really try to stay as far away from this as possible. I personally suggest that you only use this for some very quick testing just to see what the style would look like. The style allocation that we usually used in this class is a little better than an inline style. It's better because I could specify classes and target multiple elements with my selectors here. However, what happens if I have multiple pages in my website and I want them to look consistent? Which means specifying the styles inside the head tag of one particular HTML page is really not going to help me with the others. That means I really need some sort of other way to specify styles that are external to the HTML page and kind of link them back into my HTML page. Well, this is what external style sheets are all about. And you can see that we're specifying one here with a tag called link, and we're telling the browser that it's the style sheet and its location using the familiar href attribute. In this case, we're specifying it to be a relative URL, so style.css better live in the same directory as our style placement.html file. And in fact it does, and this is what it looks like. External style sheets are just styles with list of CSS rules. There's no particular tags that have to surround any of this. So as you can see, in this style.css, we're specifying that the entire body, meaning the entire viewport, its background color should be gray, and the font size should be 130% of whatever the default font size is. And if you look to our page, you could see that the fonts are a little bit bigger than usual, and certainly the background is gray. That styling came from style.css. While we will continue in the class to use this style tag inside the head tag, so it's a little more convenient to showcase the styles, in a real-world website, you almost always want all your styles to be external to your HTML page, which means writing your styles inside some style.css external file is actually the way to go. To summarize, placing styles inline is great for quick testing, but try to avoid that if you're actually coding a real-world website. Real-world websites almost always use external style sheets, which means you take all of your styles and you place them in an external file, and then you link it back into usually several HTML pages. That technique doesn't only reuse your CSS styles, but also promotes consistent look throughout your entire website. And on top of that, since you externalize your CSS styling into one file, each subsequent page in your website will not have to re-download the CSS styles over and over again. While we use the head styles for just demonstration purposes, in the real world they're usually used to overwrite some external ones. However, even that practice is a little bit questionable. If you're trying to overwrite styles that are external to your HTML page and you have no control over, it's better to create your own external CSS file and then specify it below the external CSS file that you have no control over. However, that does get a little bit into conflict resolution between styles, and that is exactly what we're going to talk about next. Cascading is a fundamental feature of CSS. It's an algorithm defining how to combine properties values originating from different sources. As the name itself suggests, cascading style sheets, in other words, the cascade algorithm, is at the core of understanding and using CSS. The cascade combines the importance, origin, specificity, and source order of the applicable style declarations to determine exactly which declaration should be applied to any given element. And if there's a conflict, how to resolve that conflict. In other words, how to tell which CSS rule wins. There are a lot of terminology and concepts surrounding the cascading algorithm. However, I believe to have a working knowledge of the cascading algorithm, you should understand these four concepts. And these are origin or origin precedence, merge, as well as inheritance and specificity. So let's tackle the first two, origin and merge. When two declarations are in conflict, in other words, they specify the same property for the same target, origin precedence rule kicks in. And it's a very simple rule. And the rule is the last declaration wins. Now, when trying to figure out what the last declaration is, you have to remember that HTML is processed sequentially. That means top to bottom. So as you see the declarations happen, the lower on the page they are, the more precedence they have. And also, for precedence, think of external CSS as declared at the spot where it's linked to. So usually it's declared in the head somewhere, but there could be other styles that are declared in the head. And to figure out which one was declared last, imagine that the entire contents of an external CSS file were cut and pasted straight into the head portion where that external CSS is declared. When different CSS declarations do not conflict, that is, they still target the same element, but the CSS properties with which they target that element are different, there's even a simpler rule, and that is that declarations merge. So a declaration for example, font size and a declaration for color, since they're two different properties, when they're targeted to the same element, even if they're targeted from two different origins, they will merge into one, and the element will get both the font size and the color. Let's take a quick look at an example of that in code. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at origin.html that is located in the examples lecture 17 folder. Let me go ahead and hide the sidebar so we could see the file a little bit better. So to go over the structure of our HTML, in the head we have a link that links our external.css, which is also located in the same folder as this file. And you can see that file is right here, and it specifies that every paragraph tag should have font size increased to 130%, the background will be gray, and the color of the text will be white. Now, right after that, we have a style tag, again, still in the head, that overrides the P element and says that the color, that is the text color, should be maroon. Now, when we get to the actual viewable content, we have a couple of paragraphs here. The first one is just a simple paragraph, and the second one is a paragraph where we've declared an attribute style and specified color of the text to be black. So let's take a look at the first paragraph. You can see that the background of the paragraph is gray, and the text color is maroon. Now, how do we get this gray and maroon? Well, let's take a look. We first declared external CSS. That's the first thing that comes in the HTML file. So remember, I told you to think about it as if we basically took these contents and pasted them straight into this spot. So basically, we've declared that we want the font size to be increased, the color should be, background color should be gray, and the color, the text color, should be white. However, right after that, we turned around and overwritten that with another color declaration and said that the color, in fact, should be maroon. And that's really the last thing that we could see as far as the text color of a paragraph tag. And that is why this paragraph right here does in fact have its text color maroon. That is because the last declaration of that color won. The second paragraph, however, has its text color black because the very last declaration of the text color is black, so therefore the text color is black. So that's our origin precedence rule in action. However, unlike the color property, we have other properties here, which are the background color and the font size, that are still being applied to both paragraphs. And that's our example of a merge. In fact, if we right-click on this paragraph and go ahead and inspect the element, we could see that the first paragraph does in fact have the color maroon, and it's coming from origin.html, line 9. That's our style tag inside our head section. But you can see that it's showing you that other things apply as well. That background color is gray and the font size is 130. And the Chrome developer tools are clearly showing you here that we've overridden the color that was specified in external.css with our color maroon. And that's why you see the color crossed out here. The next concept we're going to take a look at is inheritance. And that's a pretty simple concept. The basic idea is that you have the document object model tree. And if you specify some CSS property on some element, all the children and grandchildren and so on of that element will also inherit that property without you having to specify the property for each and every element. So for example, if I specify one property on the body tag, every element that is a child of a body tag, or even a child of a body tag, and so on, will inherit that property. Similarly, if I specify a property on some element within my HTML page, every child and grandchild and so on of that element will also inherit that property, but obviously no parents of that element will inherit that property and therefore will be completely unaffected by it. So let's take a look at what inheritance looks like in code. While inheritance in CSS is a pretty simple concept to understand, it happens to be a very powerful technique as well. It allows me to specify one rule and have all the children of the target element inherit that rule. Let's take a look at inheritance.html, which is also located in the same folder as the previous file. It's a very common practice to specify some declarations for the body tag. And the reason is obvious. Body is the top element in our HTML as far as the viewport is concerned. In it, I could specify some rules for the entire HTML document, and then using our cascade origin precedence, override some specific rules a little bit lower down the line while keeping everything else very consistent. So here in our example, as you could see, I specified that any text appearing in our document should be color red. And I also specified that everything should be aligned center, and, which is very common, to specify one font that will be consistent throughout the entire HTML document, in this case, Helvetica. Then what I did was I specified a particular color of the text just for paragraphs. And even though each paragraph will inherit color red, we're here to override that with color blue. Last, in the H2 tag here a little bit lower to the bottom, I'm using again the origin precedence rules to override the text color to green for this particular subheading 2. And as you can see, our H1 here in the browser is red, and so is the first H2. And they're red even though I never specified H1 or H2 to be red. I just said that anything inside the body color should be red. And you notice that every single block level element here is centered. And the reason it's centered is because I specified again on the body that the text align should be center. Same goes for font family. It's Helvetica throughout the entire document. Again, I never specified text align or font family for every single element in the page, but I did specify it for the parent element, the body tag. So as you could see, this is pretty powerful. Okay, so since this lecture is getting a little too long, I'm going to split it up and we'll finish specificity in part 2. Next, let's talk about the concept of specificity. Now, specificity also has a pretty simple rule, and that is most specific selector combination wins. While this is a pretty simple sounding rule, I would say that forgetting about the concept of specificity and how it's implemented in CSS is what trips up developers most often. Let me show you a pretty straightforward technique that will let you figure out which selector combinations are more specific than others. You can think of specificity of your selectors as keeping a score. The selectors with the highest score win. In other words, the selectors with the highest score would be considered the most specific. It's easier to calculate the score if you arrange the types of things that affect the score from left to right, with the left being the highest value of specificity. Then simply take your CSS rule and fill in the number of times you see a particular type of selector being used in its proper location. The number that's created is your final score. So let's take a look at our 4 boxes on the screen. The most specific targeting that exists in CSS doesn't actually use any selectors at all, and that is the style attribute on an element. And that happens when you define your CSS declarations straight on the element using the style attribute. And that makes perfect sense, right? Since specifying the style attribute is like pointing to an element with your finger and saying, that one. There's nothing more specific than that. And that is why the style attribute is the most left box. Next, in specificity value comes the ID, then the class or pseudo-class, and then the number of elements that are used in your selector combination. So if we take a look at this example, which says h2 style equals color green, we see that we're using the style attribute, which means this box gets a 1 and the rest of them get a 0. And this is pretty much the highest score, 1000, that you can get. Taking a look at a different selector, for example, div, p, and color green, you see that it's not defined inside of a style attribute, so that gets a 0. There's no ID selector, so that gets a 0. There's no class definition selector either, so that gets a 0. But there's 2 elements. Here we're using a descendant combination of selectors, div and p. So therefore, the number of elements that we have is 2. That's why the last box gets the number 2. So let's see how this would work if you had to compare and see which one of the selector combinations would win. So if you're targeting a particular paragraph tag, and in one case, you're targeting it with the set of selectors that are shown on the left side of the screen, and in another case, you're targeting it with a set of selectors that are shown on the right side of the screen, which one would win? In other words, the color of the text of that paragraph, would it be blue or would it be green? Well, let's quickly calculate the scores. The one on the left is not using the style attribute, so we know that gets a 0. It does use an ID attribute, so that gets a 1. There is no class, so that's a 0. And the number of elements is 1, so that gets a 1. So the final score of the left is 101. On the right, likewise, we're not using the style attribute, so that gets a 0. We're not using an ID attribute, so that gets a 0 again. We're using one class, so that gets a 1, and we're using 2 elements, so that gets a 2. So the score is 101 versus 12. So obviously the one on the left wins, and the text color of our paragraph will be blue, not green. Looking at the score on the left and the selectors that we've chosen to get that score, we could see that we really could have won this selector battle by not specifying the div there to begin with. We could have just expressed it with an ID selector and still would have won this battle, and therefore the color of the text of that paragraph would have still been blue. So let's jump into our code editor and see this concept in action. Okay, so here we're in Sublime Text and we're looking at specificity.html. And this is a pretty simple document. All it has is really one paragraph tag, and it's sitting inside of a header tag with class navigation. If you look at the styles that are specified for this document, we have two competing styles. One is trying to make the text color blue, and the other one is trying to make the text color red. Obviously, as you could see on the right side in the browser, the text color ends up being blue. Why is that? Well, keeping in mind what we just learned, the specificity rule here is what's in play. Both rules have one class, so that gets us a 10. However, the first rule has two elements specified and the other one only one. So this gets a score of 12 and this gets a score of 11. So this rule wins. There's one more concept I'd like to show you, and that is a concept of overriding all these rules taken all together with the exclamation point important. Here we have a third way to define this paragraph tag and its color, its text color, to be green. And this time I'm going to define it with the word exclamation point important. And exclamation point important basically says, it doesn't matter what the specificity is, I want to override everything and make this property the way I'm defining it. So here we're defining the color being green. So if we refresh the browser, even though this is a much less specific rule than this one, this is just gets a score of a 1, and this, remember, is a 12. Since we specified important, our color of the text will turn green. Now, I want to warn you about using this exclamation point important. While very tempting to skip understanding all these cascading rules and specificity rules and just slap important everywhere whenever things don't work out, this will very quickly on a real-world project become a maintenance nightmare where you'll be overriding one important declaration with another important declaration, and you'll basically start working out your own system where gigantic mess will be your most important rule. So avoid using important unless you absolutely have to. In summary, in this lecture, we spoke about the cascading algorithm, the origin precedence, how the declarations merge, as well as inheritance and specificity. The cascading algorithm provides pretty precise control over targeting content while allowing you maximum reuse of styles across your website, and that is basically what makes CSS so powerful. Next, we're going to talk about styling text. There are a ton of CSS properties that affect the way text is displayed. I'm not going to attempt to cover every single one of them. Instead, we'll take a look at a few that illustrate the concepts behind their stylings. Let's jump straight into the code editor and take a look. Okay, so I'm in Sublime Text and I'm looking at the file called stylingtextbefore.html. Let me quickly rearrange the screen so you could see the browser and the code editor at the same time. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is we have a class called style, and we're applying this class to the second paragraph in our HTML file. We have two paragraphs here. The second one is what we're applying this to. As you can see in the browser, there's a couple of paragraphs that are being shown, and both of them at the moment have the default styling from the browser. So our task here is to style the second paragraph just to see a comparison. So the first thing we want to do usually is specify font family. So font family is the property name, and the value for font family could vary. And in fact, I provided you here a link right straight in the HTML page, and we'll go ahead and click that link. It basically gives you commonly used font combinations. So what you usually put in the font family as the value is combinations of fonts. And the reason you put not just one font, but a few fonts is because when you specify font family in this way, you're relying on the client's computer, you're relying on the user's computer to have that font installed. And it's possible that a particular font will not be installed on the user's computer, so you want to provide some options, and at the very least, you want to provide whether you want a serif type of font or a sans serif type of font, because every computer will have some sort of default serif or sans serif font. And just in case you don't know the difference between serif and sans serif, serifs are the fonts that not only have the lines but also have a bit of an embellishment at the end of each line. So as you can see, there's these little squigglies at the end of each line. As opposed to sans serif, they're just very straight lines. Personally, I prefer this particular font combination, so I'll copy it and paste it right here, give it a semicolon, and let's go back. Let's save the file and refresh. And now you see that now we have Arial, most probably, as the font for our paragraph. Next, let's change the color. Now, you've seen me use color multiple times already, but the truth of the matter is, while it's probably okay to use red, green, blue, predefined color names in testing, for real websites, you would want to use a hexadecimal value for a particular color. And whatever color you want to have is something that obviously is up to you. So I'll pick this color, and this is a hexadecimal value, and the way this color is specified is the first two numbers is red, second two numbers is green, and the last two numbers is blue, FF being the highest blue value. So basically it's the same RGB specification that a lot of colors are specified as, except it's expressed in hexadecimal. So let's save it, refresh. As you can see now, it turned blue. Now, there are various shortcuts for specifying colors, and I'll let you look it up yourself, but needless to say, if you specify a 6-digit hexadecimal color, it's certainly good enough. The property font style is the one that specifies whether or not you want something to be italic or normal. And we'll give it an italic to just change it a little bit. We'll save it, refresh, and now you see the font turned italic. Next thing is font weight. Now, font weight could be specified from basically normal to bold. And you could also specify it using numbers. So if I specify all the way to 800, 900, and bold, well, 900 will be pretty bold. So if I save it and refresh it, it will be pretty bold. But in practice, people just use the word bold as a predefined keyword. So that's also good enough, and about equals 900 anyway. Next, we'll specify font size, and we'll give it a 24 pixels. And this will obviously give it a little bit of a bigger font size than it is right now, as you could see right there. Just about every browser out there has a default font size of 16 pixels. And that should give you an idea as to what an unstyled text would look like. And by unstyled, I mean the one that has the browser default styling applied to it. Now, don't confuse this with points. These are pixels. Points are used in print when you do Microsoft Word or something like that, but not on screen. On screen, you use pixels. Pixels are what's considered absolute unit of measurement for size. However, they do have a bit of a relative component to them. Pixels are relative to the viewing device. For low DPI or low dots per inch devices, 1 pixel is 1 device pixel dot of the display. For printers and high-resolution screens, 1 pixel implies multiple device pixels. Point is, higher DPI devices will give you sharper text because for every pixel that it's drawing, it's actually drawing multiple pixels on the device. With all that said, pixels is still considered an absolute unit of measurement. We'll talk about relative units of measurements as far as font size is concerned in just a little bit. But for this short segment, let me just show you a couple of more text properties that you might want to know about. There's another one called text transform, and it allows you to basically control how your text looks. Capitalize it, lower cases. If I capitalize, for example, save it and refresh, you could see that every word now gets capitalized. But there's more. There's lowercasing. I could have the entire text get lowercased, or I could get the entire text get uppercased. And let's leave it that way. Another useful property is text align. And what it allows you to do, it allows you to either center, right, justify, left the text within its block level element. For this one, let's go ahead and right justify it. Let's refresh, and here you go. We'll continue this lecture with part 2, and we'll speak about relative font sizing. Okay, let's talk a little bit about relative font sizing. And for that, we're going to take a look at font size before that HTML. And it's located in the same folder as the previous file. Now, there are 2 units of measurement that are relative that we're going to talk about. And that is percent and ems. Let's start with percent. First of all, let's specify that our body tag should have font size of 120%. And what that means is that we want to take whatever the default size is, and by default I mean whatever the browser provides by default, and increase it by 120%. You could actually do a quick calculation and figure out what pixel size that would be. Most browsers have 16 pixels as default text size, so 120% of 16 would be a little bit over 19 pixels. So if we refresh the page, we'll see that we increase the font size in the entire HTML document. Let's now target the very first text here that says 2M text. So let's go ahead and actually use an inline style since we're just testing and specify the font size to be 2M. And M is a unit of measurement that is equivalent to the width of the letter M in this particular font that we're using. It sounds a little bit confusing at first, but the bottom line is it's a relative size. It's relative to something. And for this div where it says 2M text, what this is saying is it's relative to whatever the font size is at the moment we're applying it. Since we set the font size to 120% in the entire body, this div also received that 120%. And when you combine this font size with this one, this basically says I want to increase the font 2 times of whatever 120 was. So if we take a look at this text, this 2M text should really increase twice as large as this word regular text. So if we save the file and refresh, and you can see now everything, since that div includes the other divs, they got increased. That looks just about right, that it's twice the size of the regular text. Now you might find this confusing. Didn't we just override the font size and say it's 2M? Why is 120% playing together with 2M instead of having 2M override the 120%? And that's kind of the game of the relative sizing. When you specify them on subsequent elements, they don't have an overriding effect, they have a cumulative effect instead. Because what you're saying here is, whatever the size of this div is, I want you to increase it, or I want you to make 2M's out of it, meaning make it twice as large. So I'm sure you guessed now, how do I make this 4M text actually 4M? If I specify style and say font size, what should I put here? Should I put 4M? Well, that would be a mistake. If I put 4M, it will really be the 2M that's already applying to this times 4M, which would make it 8M, right? But what we actually need to do is put 4M. In order to do that, I just specify 2M again. So it means that this 4M text will be twice as large as the 2M text right here. So let's save the file and refresh. And you can see now it's twice as large and this 2M. This text also got caught into this because it is a child element of our div that we just styled. So how do I make it 2M again? Well, the answer is you don't overwrite it, you just decrease it. So let's go ahead and say style, font size, and in order to get back to 2M, I need to half the size of my text. So in order to do that, I'll just say 0.5M, and now when I refresh, my text now is back to the same size as it was before because I halved the relative size of 4M. Couple of more quick points before we finish up. First, it's a pretty common practice that if you want to increase the font size in the entire document, that you specify percentage and you apply it usually to the most parent tag, which is usually the body tag. And technically speaking, you could have continued to use percentages even here. So 2M really translates to 200%. So if I put 200% right here and save it and refresh, you could see nothing really changed. However, it's more common to use M's when you're talking about relative sizes within the document itself. But one thing you should know is that even though you could use percentages here, I highly recommend you don't mix and match the percentage M's and certainly not the absolute value units all over the place. It could get very confusing and it'll become a mess. So it's better to keep things consistent. Point number 2 is, even though we increased the font size here to 120, using CSS Rule, a user of your website can do the same thing just by increasing the zoom. For example, here, I'll increase the zoom a couple of times. As you can see, I'm all the way to 200% zoom. And hopefully now you see the value of having relative units of measurement for font size. You could see that the visual size relationship between these different divs remains the same even though they're all now very big. This text is still half of this text, and this text is still half of this text. In HTML, every element is considered a box. However, there's more to that box than just the content that the element wraps around. Let's take a quick look at a simple diagram. Besides the actual content, each box consists of padding, border, as well as margins. The box model refers to the components that make up an HTML box, as well as the rules that govern how these box components affect the layout, as well as how width and height of the box are calculated. Let's jump into the code and take a look at some examples. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at the file called boxmodel_before.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 19 folder. Let's quickly examine the HTML structure of this document. It's actually pretty simple. It just has one h1 here, has a div that has an ID box, and inside of that div there's another div with an ID content, and it has some lorem ipsum, basically some dummy text in it. In addition to that, I colored the box itself with a background color blue, and the content, which is that div right here, this content, I colored it with this color, which is basically light green. And just so we have some more interesting colors in the background, I colored the body to be gray. Okay, so here's the representation of our page in the browser. And since div is a block level element, it tries to fill in the entire parent in terms of width. So it's trying to fill up the entire width here in the browser. But there's something strange going on if you take a look. There's some space that's going on here right before lorem, and here at the end of our content, the beginning and end, there's spacing going on. So let's take a look at the Chrome developer tools real quick and figure out what that space is about. Okay, so we'll go ahead and choose the box. That's our box. And we'll take a look as to what's going on. There doesn't seem to be any spacing that's set on the box itself. But how about the body itself? And the body tag. Oh, and here we go. See, we realize that the body tag here has margin all around of 8 pixels. Now, where is that 8 pixel coming from? Well, if you take a look here, it's telling you where it's coming from. It's coming from the user agent style sheet, which means it's the browser itself. It's the default browser styles. So that's actually pretty common that the browsers do stuff like that. And what we're going to do is, in order for it not to affect what we're doing, we're going to reset it. And there's actually resets on the web out there, plenty of resets on the web, how to reset default browser settings. So we'll go ahead and do margin 0, and we'll also do padding 0, so we won't be affected by any of that. And when we do that, when we save and refresh, you see that now our content is flush with the actual borders of the browser window. Okay, so moving on, so we have our content, and you can see the content is green. Now we're not seeing the background of the box the content is actually sitting in, because we would have seen something blue in the background and all we see is green. And that is because the inner box, the inner content div, is covering up the outer one completely, because they are the same size. They both try to fill up their parent, which is in this case the body tag. They both try to fill it up all the way, and since this one basically is sitting on top or inside of this one, it's covering up the blue background. Let's go ahead and set some padding on our box. Let's do padding, and we'll do 10 pixels top, 10 pixels right, 10 pixels bottom, and 10 pixels left. Now we set that, and by the way, there's obviously a shortcut for this. You could actually remove all these 10 pixels right here, and that would mean exactly the same thing. And I'll let you actually look up as to all the different shortcuts you could take, but I'll leave this here for now. So point is, it always goes top, right, bottom, left. And let's go ahead and save that and refresh the browser. And voila, now we're seeing the padding. And what the padding is doing is basically giving some padding around our content. And our content being this div tag right here with the content text is the one that's being kind of squeezed all around, and the padding is showing up all around. And now you could see the blue because that's the background color of our box. Okay, so next, let's give our box some border. Let's go ahead and say border. And we'll give it a border that's going to be 3 pixels thick, and it's going to be solid as opposed to dashed or something like that. And there's other options here you could welcome to look up. And we want to give it the color black. Okay, when we save that and we refresh the browser, we could see that the border showed up as well. In fact, let's make it a little bit thicker. Let's make it 5 pixels border, and let's make it right like that. Okay, and then last but not least, let's give it some margins as well. Let's go to margin, and let's go ahead and use the shortcut notation, which is giving 40 pixels, which means I'm saying I want 40 pixels all around. So top, right, bottom, and left. So if I go ahead and refresh that, you could see now there's 40 pixels on every side, or you could see it on the bottom per se, and you can't really necessarily see it here, but there's 40 pixels on every side. Okay, well, up until now, we sort of let the content and some of our margins and so on dictate how big the actual box is. But what about if we actually set its width ourselves? Let's go ahead and set its width to be, let's say, 300 pixels. When we save and refresh, we see the box now became smaller. But let's go ahead and examine this box. Let's go ahead and click on it inside Chrome Developer Tools, and let's take a look. So it's showing us that our box is in fact 300 pixels wide, and since we didn't restrain our height, it went ahead and wrapped around the text, and basically the height will adjust unless we restrain it manually by specifying the height. It will adjust to however much it needs to fit. So if we make it a little bit smaller, let's make it, let's say 100 pixels, and we'll refresh, you'll see the height will become a little bit bigger. The height will become 72 because now we we squeezed it enough that extra lines got added. So now the content width is 100, but the height is larger. So let's go ahead and put it back to 300 and refresh. And now if you look at this breakdown, we come to our first pretty interesting point. Well, first of all, let's go through all the components. Here, this one is the pure content right here that I'm mousing over right here. And then if I go out a little bit, it will highlight for me in the browser the padding that's going on there. And if I go out a little bit more, I'll go straight onto the border, right? And if you can't really see the margins, if you roll over to the margin side, voila, now you see what the margin is going. And even though to the right side, it's showing you a little bit more than really the margin is going on, but the 40 pixels all around still stands. Now, what's interesting to find out is, well, how big is this box exactly? As we're going to start putting more and more boxes, right, we're going to start making layouts of different HTML components, and to get our UI just right, we're going to need to find out how big is each box. Well, we sort of specified that we want the box to be 300 pixels wide. The problem is that it's not really 300 pixels wide. Let's take a look. If we take a look here, it says 300 pixels wide, but we're forgetting that there's a border around it, or the padding around it, and the padding is 10 pixels on one side and 10 pixels on the other side. But that's not all. There's also a border around it as well that is 5 pixels wide and 5 pixels wide on this side. So really it's 300 plus 10 plus 10, that's 20, 320, plus 5, that's 330. So if you look at the actual visible border of this distance is not actually 300, this distance is 330. And the interesting part is, or kind of annoying part is that depending on what border and padding you set, this width will change. So let's take a look. Let's say if I make the border something really crazy like 20 pixels and go ahead and refresh, I'll take a look. Now the border is 20 pixels, so now my box ends all the way there, right? And if I make the padding even bigger, let's say I make the padding, and this one is the right, so I make the padding 30, and on the left I make the padding 30 as well, and I take a look at the box. Take a look how it's going to, whoa, it became bigger again. So even though we said I want the width of the box to be 300, it turns out that we're not really setting the width of the box, we're actually setting the width of the content, and that's this piece right here in the green. Well, it turns out for layouts and just in general sanity, this is kind of annoying. You really want to change that. And CSS 3 actually did change that. It turns out that by default, the box sizing is actually a property of every HTML element. And by default, it's actually set to content box, which means when you specify its height and width, you're specifying the height and width of the content box, not the entire thing. Well, CSS 3 came out with a new value for that property, and that's called border box. Let's go ahead and set that right here. We'll say box sizing, not show sizing, and we'll say border box. And when we refresh, let's take a look. Look at that. It became smaller. So now if you take a look at the breakdown, you could see that even though we specified the width to be 300, well, that width is guaranteed to be the width of this box right here from the edge of this border to the edge of this border. So if you take a look here, 200 plus 30, that's 260, plus 20 plus 20, that's another 40, that's 300. And if we change it back to content box, which is the default, it will jump back to its original size. But the truth of the matter is, all the modern frameworks like Bootstrap and others use border box as its sizing model. And as you plan and work with your layouts, this is the same choice to make. So make sure you always stay with the box sizing of border box. Okay, so in the previous segment, we spoke about the fact that you should always try to use box sizing border box as your box sizing model. Now, of course, you don't want to specify box sizing border box on every element in your entire HTML, so you definitely want to specify it once and then have it be inherited everywhere. So let's go ahead and try to do that. Let's remove this border box from here, and body seems to be like a natural place to put it, since body is the top level element and it should inherit everywhere else. So if I place the box sizing border box here and then I refresh, this should stay the same. Oop, it didn't work. Now, why didn't that work? It jumped back to the content box. Well, the reason that didn't work is because box sizing is one of those CSS properties that is not inherited. You can't set it on its on a parent element and then expect that the child elements will inherit that property. So how do we get around that? Well, the way we get around it is by learning about one more selector, and that selector is the star selector. Let's go back up here and we'll go ahead and say star, and then we'll cut and paste that border box property right here. Now, what is this star do? First of all, let's refresh to see if it worked. And sure enough, now it's working. What star does, star selector says, is go ahead and select every element there is and apply these particular CSS properties to them. The difference between star and placing some property in a parent element, for example, is that star says, I am not asking you to inherit anything. I'm saying select every element, which means it's as if it took this property and this value, and then it went to the HTML and then applied it to every element it saw. It applied that particular property and value, which in this case is box sizing border box. So that's how properties like box sizing are applied across your entire page. Now, I told you that border box is a property that's new in CSS 3. Whenever you hear something like that, an alarm bell should go off. Does every browser that I deal with support border box? Well, we know just the research to check that out, and we'll go to the website called caniuse.com and we'll type in border box. Border box is a CSS 3 box sizing property, and if we take a look, excellent, every single browser is green. So every single browser fully supports this property value. Okay, so next let's close this up and let's try to advance our margin understanding a little bit better. Okay, so let's take a look at this diagram. We have two boxes next to each other, in other words, two elements, and the gray part is the margins. Well, margins that are left and right are cumulative. So if I have a right margin of 40 pixels on the left box and a left margin of 50 pixels on the right box, the cumulative margin will be 90 pixels, 40 plus 50. And that's pretty simple, and this is exactly what you would expect. But what happens if you have one element on top of the other element, which is, let's say these are two divs, and each one is specifying a margin. So one is specifying margin of 30, margin top for the bottom element, margin top is 30, and for the top element, margin bottom is 20. Would you expect this to be 50 pixels, the cumulative? Well, the answer is it won't be. The answer is the margins collapse and the larger margin wins. So the actual distance between the border of one element and the border of another element will be, in this case, 30 pixels, meaning the larger margin will win and the other one will just collapse. Let's take a look at an example inside our code editor. Okay, so going back to the same file, box model before.html, we can take a look and see that we have H1 here, and we defined a margin bottom of 30 pixels on H1. Let's go ahead and go to our box and actually remove the margin altogether and refresh. And we'll take a look what it is without the margin. So you can see there's just some margin going on here, and that margin is coming from this H1 here, margin bottom. Let's go ahead and define a margin top. So we need a margin bottom is on H1 here, and we need a margin top on our box. So let's define a margin top of 20 pixels. And when we do that, when we refresh, absolutely nothing will happen. And the reason that is because the box is defining a 20 pixel margin, yet the H1 is already defining a 30 pixel margin. So when they come together and touch, they collapse into whatever the larger margin is. So in this case, that's 30. However, if I made the margin to be 40, let's say even 50 pixels, now you'll see that the box will move down because now the box has a larger margin than the one specified on H1. So there is now a bigger distance between the box model H1 and the actual box, and it's actually 50 pixels. We can also notice, by the way, that the box model, the words box model, are not flush at the top with the corner of the browser. Now, why is that? Let's go and investigate. Let's go ahead and inspect the element. Let's take a look. It's got a margin of 21.4 something. And where's this margin coming from? Well, it's coming from, again, the user agent style sheet. And the reason it's coming here is because of some browser-specific prefixes that we actually haven't talked about that are defining the margin before and margin after. We're not going to delve too much into this, but the bottom line, it means before the element and after the element, they'll define some margin. Now, the reason our margin on the body that we specified, margin 0, is not working here is very simple. Body says anything that is below me and inside of me, right, is going to have the margin inherited. But that's only if you don't override it specifically for that element. As you see here, user agent style sheet has a selector H1 that is specifically overriding the margin, which therefore wins. And this is a bit of a side point, but how do we override this? Well, now that we know about the star selector, it's easy. You could just say and move the padding and the margin to the star selector, and now what this basically saying is that I am selecting every element specifically, and then I'm overriding its margin. So if I refresh the page now, you could see now it's flushed together to the top. We won't necessarily be doing this in our pages left and right, but at least now you know that if you wanted to reset, and it's called CSS resetting, if you wanted to reset the CSS browser defaults, you would do this most of the time using the star selector. Okay, one more small topic before we finish this lecture. We spoke before about box sizing. So specifying the size of the box, and we talked about borders of box sizing being the border box, meaning that if I specify some width or some height, it will always include from the edge of the border to the other edge of the border. And we also showed that as we change the width of our element, since the content inside the box shifted, the height of the box shifted as well. So let's go ahead and add some more content into our box, and we'll use the Emmet plugin, E-M-M-E-T. Go ahead and look it up. We'll save it. We'll refresh it, and now we see it's much bigger than before. Let's lower this a little bit so you could see. So because I added extra content, you could see that the height of our element is now 162. Now, but what happens if I constrain our element's height as well? Something is going to have to give, right? Because there's just no space left. So let's adjust a couple of things. First of all, let's go ahead and make this back to 10. So the padding will be just 10 all around. And the border is kind of looking unseemly. So we'll make it like 5 pixels. And go ahead, and the margin doesn't matter now. So let's refresh, and now it's just a little bit better. Okay, so let's go ahead and now give it a height that will clearly not be able to fit all the content of our box. So let's give it a height of, let's say, 50 pixels, and we'll save and refresh. As you can see, what's happening now is that our content spilled over outside of our box. And if we actually place some element right below it, let's go ahead and place another div, and we'll say again lorem ipsum here, and we'll save and we'll refresh. You could see it's spilling over right over the other content. So it's basically spilling over out of the box. Let's go ahead and remove that for a minute. Okay, so how do we deal with this? Well, there's a couple of ways of dealing with it. And there's just a property to help us do that. And the property is called overflow. So we are overflowing, at the moment, we are overflowing our content outside of the box. So what should we do with that overflow? So by default, the overflow is visible. And this is exactly what's going on. So if I save this and refresh this again, it's the same thing. However, there's a couple more options we could do. Number one is we could just clip it. So in order to clip it, we could say, go ahead and have it hidden. So if it's hidden, then if we refresh, it'll just go ahead and clip it where the box ends. However, there's a couple more options we could do. We could say auto. Auto means go ahead and put scroll bars wherever they're needed in order for us to look at the entire content. So let's go ahead and refresh that. You can see I have a scroll bar here, and I can now scroll through my entire content right inside that box. If I wanted to, I could keep the scroll gutters always visible, no matter whether or not I need them or not, by just saying scroll as the property value. If I refresh, now I have scroll both ways, even though there's nothing to scroll here, but I could still scroll up and down. Let's go ahead and change it back to auto and refresh. Okay, so now we have the scroll bar just where we need it. While this is a perfectly acceptable solution to get your content inside the available space that you have, I will warn you that users absolutely hate double scrolling. Having a scroll bar on the side of the browser plus having to scroll inside some element is something that is not preferred. However, there are cases where it's perfectly normal and expected to do. For example, if you're looking through, let's say, terms of service, and you just really want to pack in your entire UI into one visible chunk, yet you want them to be able to scroll through some terms of service or something like that, or some other content. A solution for your overflow being auto is certainly an acceptable one. Okay, so in summary, we spoke about the box model, and really the box model is this very essential topic to understand about CSS and as we go on to CSS layouts. We talked about the fact that you should prefer to use box sizing border box, and that will keep things consistent for you as you change the border and the padding properties. We spoke about the universal selector, the star selector, and how it can affect every single element in the entire HTML page. And we also spoke about cumulative and collapsing margins. Remember, horizontal margins are cumulative, and for the most part, in most circumstances, the vertical ones collapse. We also spoke about the cases where the content overflows the size of the actual box, and what do we do about it using the overflow property. Next, we're going to talk about the background property. Up until now, we've been using the background property just to set the background color. But the truth is, there's many more properties we could set. So let's jump into the code editor and take a look. Okay, so here I'm in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at the file called background_before.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 20 folder. And the structure of this HTML document is pretty simple. We have the h1 just to basically tell us what the title of this whole thing is and be visible. And we have the div with an ID called bg, and the content that just says background properties are fun. And the bg is styled with an ID selector, and width being 500 and height being 500. So if we resize our editor a little bit and expose the browser, so we see that's basically the page that's being represented. Let's go ahead and close the sidebar. Okay, and let's do what we have done previously, which is set the background color of this element. And let's set it to blue. And if we refresh the page, we see that we have 500 by 500 pixels square that we've created. So having a background as a color, as a solid color, is nice, but what if we wanted an image as a background color? Well, there's a property to take care of that, and the property is called background-image. And if we do that, we could supply a URL with parentheses, and inside there, and it's best practice just to put it in quotation marks, you could specify a file. So let me take a look here at my file explorer here, and I see I have yakov.png. And if we take a look at it, yes, that's a caricature of me. And so I want to display that as the background, as a background image. I'll specify yakov.png right here. Now, before you go on, notice that the URL that you specify right here, let me close this real quick. In fact, let me open it back up and make this bigger a little bit. Notice that the URL that you supply is a relative URL, but it has to be relative to your CSS. So if this CSS that we're writing, which is right now, we're just writing inside the style tag, but if we were to put it inside of a subfolder, like CSS or style subfolder, the URL would be different. The URL would have to be relative to the CSS file, or actually, to be very technically correct, the URL would have to be relative to the way the CSS file is served in the browser. So slash something something, that's the URL that it would need to be relative to. So let's go back to the browser, and we'll close up the sidebar, save this, and let's reload this. And voila, we have our background image, and you could see that it's being repeated. And that's actually yet another property that you could set. So let's go ahead and put a semicolon here and say background repeat. And here we have a few options. We have no repeat, repeat X, repeat Y. So if we do repeat X, well, as a repeat Y, what it's going to do is it's just going to repeat it vertically. Or we could just say no repeat. And no repeat, we'll just put one image in the top left corner by default. Also notice that we're using a background color property and a background image property at the same time, and you can see that the image wins in terms of priority. It is on top of the color. We can also specify the position of the image within the element. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We'll say background position, and we'll give it two values. First is a horizontal value, and then the vertical value. So let's say we want it to be top and right. If we save that and refresh, now we're top and right. Oh, let's make it a little bit more interesting. Bottom and right. Now specifying only one of these will make the other one default to center. So if I just specify right and refresh, you'll see that it's now vertically in the center. And similarly, if I specify bottom and refresh, you'll see it'll be at the bottom, but horizontally now it'll be in the center. So these properties, background color, background image, repeat, and so on, they're all individual properties, but the truth is you could combine them all into one. And let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go ahead and erase this and specify just the background. And if you specify just the background, you can now list these same properties right here without having to specify them one by one. Here I'll specify my background image. I'll specify that I don't want it to be repeated, no repeat. And I can also specify its location. So let's say I want it to be right and center. If I save that and refresh, you could see that my image did move to the right and it's in the center. Now something strange though happened, right? I mean, where did the color blue disappear to? I thought it was both. We could have both the color blue and at the same time have a background image. When the reason it disappeared is because my background property is being specified after the background color property. And since I chose to use the background without the dash for a particular property, it's overriding every single property except the ones that I'm actually specifying. So if I wanted to, I could go ahead and say blue and refresh, and my blue is back. So the point is, if you specify background color specifically, and then you go ahead and override it with the background, but you don't specify the color, or you don't specify whatever the specific property is, whether it's background image or background repeat or background position and so on, if you went ahead then and specified background without any dash sub property, whatever properties that are inherited with a dash will be overridden unless you actually call them out directly straight in the background property. Okay, so to summarize, we spoke about the background property in its sub-properties, image, color, position, etc. And the background property can be pretty simple, but it can also get pretty complex, and it's used for adjusting image size and resolution based on screen size. Now, I know we haven't seen that because we haven't seen media queries yet, but we will in just a few lectures. Next, we're going to talk about positioning elements by floating. In this lecture, we're going to talk about positioning elements by floating them. Now, knowing how to properly float elements is an essential skill to have. And this is partially because most of the UIs today, web UIs today that are made by floating the elements. In fact, by the end of this lecture, we're going to create a 2-column flexible design where the columns will be flexible as we expand and contract the browser. So let's jump into the code editor and see how this works. Okay, so here we are in Sublime Text, and we're looking at the file named floatingbefore.html. And let's go over the structure of this HTML document real quick. We have our regular H1 here, just to announce what that is. And then we have a div with 4 paragraph tags and a section tag with some text in it. And the paragraph tags are ID'd P1, P2, P3, and P4. If you look at our div section, we styled the div tag, its background, to be a certain color, basically a light bluish color, and every single paragraph tag was styled to be 50 pixels wide and 50 pixels tall, and we gave it a nice 1 pixel border. And just to differentiate between each paragraph box, we gave it a different background color to each one. So let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like in the browser. Okay, so here are the 4 paragraph boxes that we had. Okay, so let's go ahead and float the very first paragraph box to the right. We'll say float right, and we'll go ahead and refresh the page. And you see that the box jumped all the way to the right top edge of the containing element. Now, a couple of quick things to notice right away. First is that you could see that the rest of them moved up as if the maroon box isn't there anymore. And the reason this is happening is because when you float elements, the browser takes them out of the regular document flow. And this is why the second paragraph box moves in to the original spot of the first one, because as far as the regular document flow is concerned, that spot became empty. Second thing to notice is that even though each one of these paragraph boxes has a margin around them, as you can see that there's a margin between each one of them right here, that margin collapses, as we've learned before, when it is touching the margin of another element. However, when it comes to floated elements, the margins never collapse. And this is why you're now seeing the margin around the element on top. Also, if you paid close attention, you will notice that the light blue box, the div element, became shorter. To really illustrate what's going on, let's go ahead and remove the float right and instead make every single paragraph box float to the left. And to ensure that the boxes aren't squished right against the other, let's go ahead and give it a margin right of, let's say, 10 pixels. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. And you can see that now they're all floated to the left and there's a 10 pixel margin between them. However, what happened to our div? Our div seemed to have completely collapsed, and the only thing that's really keeping it open at all is the text that we put in here. This is happening because of the same point that I made before. When you float elements, it takes them out of the regular document flow. Therefore, it collapses in height and surrounds the last section element, which has actually some text in it. In order to correct it, we need to tell the browser that when it comes to this section element, the browser should resume the regular document flow. And the way that we do that is by using the clear property. So let's go ahead and go to our styling and define section target, and we say clear left. And what this is doing is telling the browser that the section element is announcing that nothing should be allowed to be floating to the left of it. And since every single paragraph that we've been floating is flowing to the left, when we save it and refresh, this should jump right below here, and so it does. And this is not restricted to the non-floated elements. We can ask a floated element to resume its regular document flow and then float it again. So for example, the reason this box is situated right here is because there's something already floated to the left of it. But if I tell the browser to go ahead and resume the regular document flow on it, it should jump to the next line and then resume floating from there on. So that's box number 3. So let's go ahead and go over here and say clear, and since things are floated to the left of the box, we're going to say clear left. So nothing should be allowed to float to the left of it. When we save and refresh, you can now see that box number 3 moved on its own line again and is floated to the left again. There's one more value of the clear property that I should explain before we move on to try to create our 2-column layout. And that value is both. So you could say clear both. So let me show you a circumstance where that would actually apply. We're going to reset our page back to the way it was, and we'll go ahead and remove the floating elements here. And we'll refresh. So this is how it was when we started. So let's go ahead and float the first element to the left as we did before, and we'll float the second box to the right. Okay, so now if we refresh the browser, you could see that both boxes floated, and you could see the other two kind of moved into their places. So we already know how to deal with that. In order to move them to the next line, we can just say clear, and now we need to clear what? Now there's a box floating to the left, and there's a box floating to the right. So we can't say clear right. And when we refresh the browser, this will go on its own line. However, we could equally say clear left, because there's a box that is on the left as well. So it seems like in this particular circumstance, it doesn't make any difference whether you say left or right. However, it will make a difference if I make the right box much taller than it is now. So I'll go ahead and go to box number 2, and I'll make its height something much taller, let's say 300 pixels. And when I refresh the page, you could see that it really went all the way down, and it's totally ignoring the fact that I want to clear this element, meaning I want it really on the next line by itself. And the reason that's happening is because I'm actually clearing this element only from the left floating elements, but I'm not clearing it from the right floating elements. So therefore, if I wanted to, I could say here clear right again, and when I refresh, it will jump all the way down. But the problem is that what happens when this element becomes too tall? Well, then it'll start overlapping again, right? So if I make this element, let's make this a little bit less, let's make it 100. And when we refresh, you can see now it's still not overlapping because we're clearing to the right. But let's now make element number 1 taller. Let's make its height, let's say 150 pixels, and refresh. And you can see now it's overlapping. So in order to ensure that both columns, or both left and right floated elements, are not encroaching on our space here of the third element, we could just say clear both. And refresh, you can see that no matter which one is going to be taller, it will still insist that nothing should be floated to its left or to its right, and therefore it will be on its own line. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to achieve that 2-column layout design. And in order to do that, we're going to take a look at a file called 2columnbefore.html, and it's located in the same folder, examples lecture 21. And the HTML structure is basically very similar to the file we just looked at. The differences here is that I only have 2 paragraph tags inside that div. I removed the other 2, and we still have a section tag inside of it. And what we want to achieve is that this first paragraph should be the left column, and the second paragraph should be the right column. So let's see what we did here. So first of all, for now, we're keeping the background colors of all the elements. And on the paragraph tag, we said the width, and the width we did something different this time. We didn't specify pixels, we specified percent. So we're saying the width should be 50% of its containing element. And the containing element is the div. Well, the div is a block level element, so it tries to fill in the entire width of its containing element, which is the body or the entire browser. So basically what we're saying is that a paragraph should take 50% of the entire viewport. We also gave it a 1 pixel border, and we floated each one of them to the left. So let's go ahead and take a look at the browser to see what this turned out to be. And looking at the browser, not quite exactly what we wanted. The second paragraph is still on the bottom. Why is this happening? Well, the reason this is happening is because we're still using the default box sizing, which is content box. And then we're saying that we want the box to take 50% of the screen, and then we're adding that 1 pixel over there. That really breaks the whole thing. So if we remove that pixel right here and refresh the browser, now it's floating exactly how we want it. Oh, and by the way, this is a great illustration of what happens to floated elements when they can't fit on the same line. And what happens is they float to the next line. And this is actually what happened when we had the border pushing the size of the box a little bit too much that it didn't fit on the same line anymore. However, for now, we do want the border, and if we get the border, then we can't have the floating. So how do we fix this? Well, hopefully you still remember how to reset the box sizing, and the box sizing we're going to say is border box. And once we do that, the border will be included in the 50% of the width. So now we save the file, we'll go ahead and refresh, and now we see even with the border, we can have both of them floating side by side. Let's enhance our layout a little bit by giving some padding to the content inside each paragraph. So let's say padding, let's give it 10 pixels all around. Let's refresh, and we could see now we have the content separated from its border a little bit better. And finally, we could actually remove all these background colors and the border because they were only there to help us visualize things. So we're going to go ahead and comment them out. We'll go ahead and refresh, and now we see we have a 2-column layout. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And as you can see now, the layouts have a 2-column layout, and as I squeeze the browser, the 2-column layout stays. And not only that, they're flexible. And the reason they're flexible is because we didn't specify them with a particular pixel size, we specify them as a percentage of its container element. So in summary, floating elements can produce very flexible layouts. Floats are taken out of their normal document flow, and they're positioned at the top left or right edge of the containing element. Also, floats don't have vertical margin collapse, so previously hidden or collapsed margins will show up once you float the element. And remember that to resume normal document flow, use the clear property. Either clear left, clear right, or clear both. Next, we're going to talk about relative and absolute element positioning. Previously, we spoke about one type of alternative element positioning, and that's floating elements. I say alternative because it is alternative to the normal document flow. In this lecture, we're going to speak about a couple of more positioning schemes, and that's relative and absolute. These positioning schemes allow you to specify precise offsets to move the target element to a different part of the page or region. First, let's talk about static positioning. Static positioning is basically a different way of saying normal document flow. It is actually a default setting for all elements except HTML. And if you try to apply positioning offsets on elements whose position property is set to static, the offsets are just ignored. A different type of positioning scheme is called relative positioning. When you apply position relative on an element, the element is positioned relative to its position in the normal document flow. In other words, if you were to apply offsets on that element, they will be offset from the original normal document flow position of that element. So the positioning CSS offset properties are top, bottom, left, and right. So when you position an element as relative, you're basically creating like an anchor for the offset. So the element's top, bottom, left, and right edges become the boundaries from which you offset the element. The important thing to know about relative positioning is that the element that is set to relative positioning is not taken out of normal document flow. In fact, even if it's moved by using the offsets, its original spot is preserved. So as far as the rest of the HTML elements and the rest of the HTML page is concerned, that element is still sitting in its original spot, even though visually it's offset somewhere else. So let's give a quick visual example. So here's the paragraph, and it's basically represented by this orange box. As soon as we set position relative on the element, its edges become almost like an anchor for future offsets. Now, when we apply the offsets, the element moves relatively to its original position in the normal document flow. So in this case, it's moving top 50 pixels and left 50 pixels. Now, these values might be a little bit confusing since we're saying left 50 pixels, but yet we're moving the element to the right. So the way you could think about these offsets is really not top or left, but more like from the top and from left. So if you take from left 50 pixels, you move 50 pixels to the right, and you take from top 50 pixels, you're really moving 50 pixels from the top. Also note that nothing really changed about the document other than this element moving. The original space for that element still remains, and the originally laid out elements around that element still remain exactly the same because they think the element is still sitting in its original spot. You can also use negative values for these offsets, and which one you use, bottom right or top left, it's really more of a convenience for you depending on the use case you're trying to code to. So in this example, we achieved the same result by using negative bottom right values as we did by using positive top and left values. Now, the idea of the absolute positioning is that all offsets, top, bottom, left, right, are all relative to the position of the nearest ancestor which has positioning set on it other than static. In other words, some parent, grandparent, or on and on ancestor has to have its positioning set other than static, and then the absolute positioning will actually start working. By default, HTML element is the only element that has non-static positioning set on it, and it's actually set to relative. Unlike relative positioning, the element is taken out of its normal document flow if its positioning is set to absolute. Let's say we have this gray box and it's some kind of a container element and its position is set to relative. And then we have this box number 1, that's the one we're going to target, and some kind of a box number 2, some other element that's number 2. So if we set the position absolute on number 1, what's going to happen is it's going to be first of all taken out of its normal document flow. and it's going to remain in the place where it was without any other offsets. So as you can see in this illustration, element 2 moved up underneath element 1. Since element 1 is no longer part of the document flow, element 2 doesn't think it's even there. Now, if we do some offsets, and in this case we're doing bottom right offsets, we're going to be relative to our container element, since that container element's position is set to relative, and we're going to do bottom from bottom 10 pixels, and then from right 10 pixels over. And that's how we end up with this number 1 box being in the bottom right of our container element. A really cool feature of this combination is that if your container element is itself offset, everything inside of that container is offset with it. So you could set up a particular layout within a container element and then move that container element or offset it all around the screen without worrying about having to offset particular values of every element within that container element. Let's jump into the code editor and take a look at some examples of these concepts. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at a file called positioningbefore.html, and it's located in the examples lecture 22 folder. So let's examine real quick the structure of the HTML. It's super simple. We just have an h1 just announcing what we're doing here. And we have a div which has an ID container, and then 4 paragraphs, each one having ID p1, p2, p3, p4. And that's it. And our initial styles are pretty simple as well. First of all, we reset the margin and padding, as well as set our box sizing to border box. We also gave the h1, since we reset the margin, we gave h1, the very first one, a bit of a bottom margin, 15, to push down the rest of the contents of the page. We gave our div container that familiar light bluish color, and every paragraph tag is 50 pixels by 50 pixels, and it has a border, black border of 1 pixel, and also has a margin bottom of 15 pixels, every single one of them. And every single one of them has just a different color, just to differentiate which one we're looking at. So let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like in the browser. So as you can see, here's our 4 paragraph boxes, and they're sitting inside this light bluish container, this div container. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on this first box right here. And what we will do is we will set its position to relative. And when we do that, save and refresh, we see nothing really happen. Well, actually what's going on here is now we've set an anchor. So now all offsets of this element are going to be relative to its normal document flow position, which still remains right here. Let's go ahead and give it some offsets to simulate it going basically down to the second row. We'll give it top 65, so it's from the top 65 pixels down, and then from the left, 65 pixels from the left. And we'll refresh the page. And here we go. So we move this element from here to here, and as you could see, this element is not taken out of the document flow because the rest of the elements are still sitting in their original spots, and this space is still completely unoccupied. Well, the truth of the matter is the browser is thinking it's actually occupied by this element, which we just moved over here. So that's the basic rundown of your relative positioning. And next, we're going to go over an example of absolute positioning. Let's play around a little bit with the absolute positioning. Let's take this third box, which is colored cadet blue, even though to me it looks a little bit green. Let's take that and let's try to set its absolute positioning to move it right back to where the maroon box used to be. So let's go to paragraph 3, and we'll set its position to absolute, and we'll give it a top of 0, and we'll give it a left of 0 as well. And when we save it, let's see what happens when we refresh. And voila, when we refreshed, you could see it was taken out of the regular normal document flow, but it's not quite where we wanted it. We wanted it right here in its original, in the spot where the maroon box used to be, but yet it's flush, right flush with the browser's edges. Now, why is that happening? Well, let's take a look at our document structure one more time to figure that out. This is the box number 3 right here, represented by a paragraph with the ID P3. Well, we remember that absolute positioning needs a relative or an absolute parent or an ancestor. Well, it goes up the chain and says, is this element something that has its position set to either absolute or relative? And the answer is no. So it keeps going, and it goes up to the body element and asks, does this element has an absolute or a relative position set on it? And the answer is no again. So it jumps all the way to the HTML element, which has its position set to relative by default. And that's how we end up with the box going all the way up top. So how do we fix it? Well, simple. We just need to anchor the ancestor or the container of our paragraph tag with the position relative. And any element contained within that container element will then be positioned relative to its edges. In our case, since we want this box to be relative to the containing div element, we need to set the containing div element's position to relative. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll say position relative, we'll save it, we'll refresh, and when we do, it should jump right here where the maroon box used to be, and exactly so it does. Last but not least, let's try to move the entire container element down a few pixels and see if all the containing elements will move exactly in the same position down with it. In order to do that, let's go ahead and go to our div container, and we'll give it a top value of 60 pixels. And once we save, let's refresh, and the entire container moved down together with all its containing elements, and they're all positioned exactly the same as we positioned them before. So in summary, static positioning is default for all elements except HTML. HTML actually has its positioning set to relative. Relative positioning offsets the element relative to its normal document flow position. And the normal document flow is not affected whatsoever by moving or offsetting the relatively positioned element. Absolute positioning is relative to its closest ancestor, which has positioning set to a non-static value, which is either absolute or relative. The important thing to remember about absolute positioning is that the element is taken out of its normal document flow, and the rest of the elements basically behave as if that element doesn't exist. Also, as you saw, offsetting the relative container element offsets its contents as well, which gives you great flexibility to move around a whole set of elements and not just one. Next, we're going to talk about media queries. Media queries allow you to group styles together and target them to devices based on some criteria. For example, you could target a device by its width, its height, or orientation, like landscape or portrait. Of course, one of the most obvious differences between viewing a website on a desktop browser and your cell phone is the screen size. Remember that using CSS, you have the power to produce very different web page layouts from the same HTML. Remember CSSgarden.com? So it only makes sense then that the most common way to adjust the styling and layout of your page is to provide different styles for different screen sizes of the user's devices. This is why it's crucial to learn at least the basics of how to utilize media queries. Without them, responsive design, which we'll start talking about fairly soon, wouldn't be possible. Let's go ahead and explore the basic syntax of media queries. A media query starts with the keyword @media, and then it is followed by a media feature and followed by curly braces. Within those curly braces, you have your styles. It's basically like a style sheet within a style sheet. Each media feature resolves to either true or false, and you can have more than one media features combined together using logical operators. If the media features resolve to true, the style within the curly braces apply. When writing media queries, make sure you close the curly braces for the media query as a whole, and then separately each styling rule. There are quite a bit of these media features that are available. So you could have max width, you could have min width, you could have height, which is not listed here. You can even target orientation of your device, portrait or landscape. You could target only screens as opposed to targeting only print. Again, if any of these things evaluate to true, the styles contained within the curly braces of the media query will be in effect. As I mentioned before, even though there are quite a bit of these media features that are available, the most common ones are the max width and the min width. And again, the fact that they're most common really is connected to the fact that the most common way of targeting different devices is by the width of the device. In addition, as I said before, the media features can be combined using logical operators. One of the most common logical operators is the AND operator. As an example, here's a code snippet that targets a width range. Here you see we're targeting any device that falls within the range of its width being anywhere from 768 pixels until 991 pixels. If the device has a width that is smaller than that or larger than that, the styles applied within this media query will not apply. Another way to combine media features is to place a comma between them, which would basically translate into being equivalent to an OR operator. In this code snippet, we're showing that we're targeting any device whose width is no larger than 767 pixels, or any device that is at least 992 pixels in width. Now, practically speaking, when you approach responsive design and responsive layouts, the most common logical operator is the AND operator. So if you know that operator, you're in pretty good shape. Now, before we jump into a code example, I'd like to show you a very common approach how you structure media queries within your style sheet. What usually happens is you have a few of these media queries, but you almost always start with some base styles. Base styles will apply across the board, no matter what screen size you actually are viewing the website on. And then you go ahead and start targeting a particular screen size by either changing some of the properties of the base styles or adding something else to them, or maybe taking something away. Now, an important point to point out, and especially when you're using widths of screen sizes of the devices, is that you have to be very careful not to overlap range boundaries. So in this example, you will notice that the first query has the minimum width of 1200 pixels, and the second query is coming up, it's a range again, and it comes up to max width of 1199 pixels. If I were to say 1200 pixels, it will mean they're always inclusive. It will mean that both sets of styles will apply, and most probably things will be pretty messy and very hard to maintain. So it's important when you structure these media queries that you have very clean, separate boundaries. In part 2 of this lecture, we're going to jump into the code editor and see these concepts in action. Okay, so I'm in Sublime Text and I'm looking at the file called MediaQueriesBefore.html. And it's located in the Examples Lecture 23 folder. Let's take a quick look at the structure of our HTML. And it's a very simple one. Again, just a H1 just to tell us where we're holding. And all we have in our HTML really is 2 paragraphs. First one is ID'd with P1 and the second one is ID'd with P2. Let's take a look at the styles that we have for these paragraphs so far. As you can see, we're following our own advice and we have some base styling that we're going to apply to these paragraphs before we even get to the media queries. We're not going to pay too much attention to H1, that's just really for our web page to look a little bit more decent. We'll pay attention to the paragraph tags, however. So here we're targeting our paragraph and basically just giving it a border of 1 pixel solid black and giving it a bottom margin of 15 pixels. And then we're distinguishing each paragraph by using the ID selector by giving it a particular color. And the first paragraph is going to be fairly large. It's going to be 300 pixels by 300 pixels. And the second one is going to be a different color and it's going to be 50 pixels by 50 pixels. Well, let's take a look as to what this looks like in the browser. So here are our 2 paragraphs. One is fairly large, another one's small. Let's take a look at what happens if we make the browser width smaller and smaller and smaller. And as you can see, really nothing happens at all, right? We could go on and nothing is going on. So let's take a look as to what we could do with our media queries. So here I have a couple of sections that I specifically designated for our media queries. The first one is going to try to target large devices only. So what are large devices? Well, large devices in my vocabulary will be anything that is at least 1200 pixels wide. So we'll go ahead and write media query for that. And the min width, right, min width is going to be 1200, and don't forget pixels, and we'll open the curly brace and close the curly brace, and we're ready to target our paragraphs just for devices that are at least as large as 1200 pixels wide. So we'll go ahead and do our first paragraph, and what we'll do is we'll change its width to, let's say, not Windows width, to let's say 80%. So what that will mean is that paragraph number 1 at width 1200 pixels or wider will take 80% of our screen. As for paragraph number 2, will make it that its width is 150 pixels, which is a little bit larger than it is, actually 3 times as large, right, because it was 50 pixels before, and we'll actually change its height to 150 pixels as well, so it will be a perfect square. Okay, so let's save a file and switch to our browser. Let's reload. And let's take a look. Since our browser now is definitely wider than 1200 pixels, you see that both of the paragraphs actually were affected. Now, how do I know that my browser is wider than 1200 pixels? Well, if I press Command Option I, or on PCs, Control Option I will bring up my Chrome Developer Tools. And now if I start dragging the side of the browser, you'll see in the top right corner that it's showing you the actual size. And you see something else interesting. You see at 1200 pixels, 1214 pixels, and as we go smaller and smaller, when it goes to past 1200 pixels, you see that everything jumps to its original base sizes, right? And if I make it a little bit wider again, it will jump again to the styles that the media query with min width 1200 pixels specified. Let's go back and make this larger again. Okay, so let's switch back to our code and write one more media query, but this time for medium-sized devices. So what are medium-sized devices? Well, medium-sized devices is probably something around 992 pixels and 1199 pixels. Now, where am I pulling out these numbers? Well, I'll tell you the secret. I'm cheating a little bit. I'm pulling them out of the standard ranges, width ranges, that the Twitter Bootstrap framework defines for its different media device sizes. We'll speak about Twitter Bootstrap fairly soon, but for now, our media queries should be minimum width of 992 pixels, and remember that and max width of 1199 pixels. And remember, we're trying to make sure we don't overlap with the previous media query, otherwise we're basically going to end up applying both styles again. So we're going to open up the curly brace, and we'll target again paragraph 1, and we'll go ahead and make it smaller. We'll make its width still in percent, but at least we'll make it as small. We'll make it 50%. And paragraph number 2 will make its width to 100 pixels. So again, a little bit smaller than for a larger screen size. And the height also will make it 100 pixels. So now you can see that our base size makes the first one 300 by 300, second 50 by 50. If the screen width falls into the range of 992 pixels and 1199 pixels, we're going to increase our size of the first one, and we'll make it 50% of the screen. And paragraph number 2 will become 100 by 100 instead of 50 by 50. And if we stretch our browser all the way to 1200 pixels and above, the first paragraph will become 80% of the screen, and the second paragraph will become 150 pixels large. And obviously, none of this makes any sense in terms of nice layout. This is really just as an example to try it out. So let's switch to the browser and see how that worked out. Let's make this a little bit smaller so we could see all of them, but still see the screen sizes. And go ahead and refresh it. So we're now at above 1200. As we go a little bit slower to 1200, when we get to a little bit less than 1200, we switch to our second media query, which makes this be 50% of the screen as opposed to 80. If we could go back, we could see the 80% of the screen. That's the 80% of the screen. And go a little bit down. And if we're below 1200, this is 80%, 50% of the screen, and this is 100 by 100 pixels. And if we go even below 992 pixels, as we get closer and we switch from 992 to 991, you could see that we're back to our base styling because we have no media query that is defined for that particular screen size. Now, I'd like to show you one more thing that the Chrome Developer Tools has here. You'll see this cell phone looking icon. If we click that, we'll see a whole different view of our page that we're able to play with. And it tells us here that we might need to reload it. So we'll go ahead and reload that right now to get rid of that warning. But you see here, I could select any device I want and even select between portrait and landscape mode and see what my website looks like in that on that particular device. And I could also go ahead and change the device size right here just by dragging the border of this thing. And one more thing is, if you take a look, it actually shows us in our own CSS that we loaded into this page, what are the different ranges in terms of the media queries that exist. And you can see here, we have one that's from 992 pixels to 1199, and the other one from 1200 and on. And if we go ahead and start selecting some devices, let's see what does it look like on the Apple iPad. It looks just like that in the portrait mode, but if I switch, it will be in landscape mode. It's telling us again to refresh. Go ahead and do that. And you can see that we can actually go and see what happens at these breakpoints, and the points between one media query and another one, it's called breakpoints. So we're now going towards our second breakpoint, and when we get there, you see that our first box basically made itself 80%, and I can't remember what the size of that box anymore is, but you see the difference. And if we jump back, now this one is applying, and if we make it even smaller than that, that breakpoint, 992 pixels, and 991 pixels, the breakpoint will change, and now we are back to our base styling. So Chrome Developer Tools are incredibly useful when you're trying to design and test and basically see and debug a little bit your responsive designs. So in summary, we looked at a basic syntax of a media query, and remember it's at media with some media feature in parentheses, or you could combine media features with some logical operator. So here we have media feature in parentheses followed by some logical operator, and in responsive layouts it's usually the AND operator, and then followed another media feature also again in parentheses. Remember not to overlap breakpoints. We talked about how if we structure our media queries with different widths of different devices, that the breakpoints of these widths should not overlap even by 1 pixel. Usually the way you approach this is you provide some base styling and then you change or add to them in each of the media queries. And usually structuring your CSS in this way makes it much cleaner and also much easier to maintain down the line. Next, we're going to speak about responsive layouts. Responsive design was born primarily out of the need to deal with the explosion of mobile devices that started being able to browse the web, much in the same way that a desktop browser user browsed the web. I found this line graph on the web, and it's attributed to some research done by Morgan Stanley Research. I don't really know how exact any of these numbers are, but the general point is well known. Browsing on mobile devices exceeds that of a regular desktop browser. And if you look at this graph, that sounds just about right, that this actually happened around 2013, 2014. So it's been a little bit since that happened. So the point is, you just can't ignore mobile. You have to design your sites for mobile as well. But when it comes to mobile, there's so many devices. So which devices do we want to target and which devices do we want to support? And the answer is really all of them. You can't really afford to ignore any of them. There's such a plethora of these devices out there, and ignoring some of them would ignore a chunk of your user base. So how does responsive design help us do that? Well, I think the answer lies in what responsive design is. So what is a responsive website? Well, that's a site that's designed to adapt its layout to the viewing environment by using fluid, proportion-based grids, flexible images, and CSS3 media queries. And by proportion-based grids, what we mean is, or hinting to, is that the width of these grids, or these columns, as we'll see in a moment, should be specified using a percentage. I really like this visualization that somebody put together and put on Wikipedia when you search for responsive design. So this is one of the images on that page. And this is basically paraphrasing, or maybe actually taking verbatim, a quote from Bruce Lee, a famous martial arts expert. And basically it says, you put water in a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water in a bottle, it becomes the bottle. And you put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. And the idea is pretty simple. The content should be like water. You put it in whatever different devices you put it into, and it should still display, the content should be the same, and the information conveyed should be the same. And perhaps the only thing that's different is the shape of that content, right? The way it's being displayed. So using kind of the idea of the previous graphic, we could certainly understand now that the site's layout is supposed to adapt to the size of the device. In practice, most of the time, if not all the time, this means that the site should adjust based on the width of the device. And I should also point out that content verbosity or its visual delivery may change. For example, for a restaurant site, a phone number which used to be displayed somewhere on the site without attracting too much attention to itself for a desktop version of that site is now front and center and the most prominent item on the page on the mobile site. And that's perhaps because we want people to have the phones, once they have the phone, to be able to just to tap and call and put their order in. Or perhaps we just don't have the flexibility in a mobile device to let them go find that phone number somewhere else or just glance at it because of our real estate, being so small. That's number one. Number two is some parts of the site may even be hidden on a mobile version, as we now have to measure very carefully which parts are the most crucial. Now, are there any alternatives to the responsive design principles? Well, actually there are. What you could do is you could have a server-side technology that detects your user agent, in other words, the type of browser that you're using, and figure out whether or not you're on a mobile device or on a desktop device. And then, based on that information, either serve up a regular desktop version of the website or serve up to the client the mobile version of that website. And this is basically what the websites that wanted to have a mobile version as well used to do before the responsive design kind of came to the forefront. But the problem is there's a couple of issues with this type of approach. Number one is you have high risk of feature diversion between apps, because now you really, technically speaking, now have really two different applications running your website. One is a mobile version, one is a desktop version, number one. And number two is, well, mobile devices are just too varied in size among themselves. So it's hard to make a mobile site that satisfies every client. So what ends up happening is that you end up sacrificing user experience because you're trying to kind of make one mobile website that fits them all. And that basically never works. So nowadays, by and large, because of these issues, people really stay away from this approach. The largest part of responsive design is obviously the layout. And the most common layout out there, or responsive layout, is a 12-column grid responsive layout. And this is what Twitter Bootstrap uses, and just about almost really every responsive framework out there uses nowadays. And the reason 12 is what's used is because of the factors of 12. You could basically, it's evenly nicely divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and obviously 12 itself. Which means we could subdivide our page into sections that are evenly split and nicely lay out themselves. So for example, we can have content that is split into 3 columns out of the 12. So it's 3, 3, 3, 3, so that all adds up to 12. Now, in case you're confused, I just left some padding here. I guess I kind of assumed there's going to be some padding over there just for visualization and be able to see the different columns easier. And obviously you can have 6 and 6 in this layout, and 4, 4, and 4, and any other combination you want. You can have 8 and 4, you can have 9 and 3, and so on. And the approach to these responsive layouts is that we know that the browser window is 100%, right? That's the width of the browser window, which means that we can calculate what one column in this 12-column grid layout is. That's 100% divided by 12, and that turns out to be about 8.33%, which means when we specify in our framework, in our Bootstrap or whatever it is we're using, how wide a particular column should be, we could convert these 3s into 25%, because 3 columns is 25% of 12 columns, and the 6 columns become 50% of the 12 column, and the 4, 4, 4 becomes 33.33%. And obviously we're not limited to having just one 12-column grid layout. We could certainly have nested ones. So if you have 4, 4, and 4, inside each 4 columns, we can consider that 100% and then have another 12-column grid layout inside of it. So here in the first, on the left one, we see 6 and 6, and the middle one we see a bunch of 3s. And the left one, or the most right one, we see 4, 4, and 4. And that's totally acceptable. In fact, is done all the time. Okay, so enough theory for part 1 of this lecture. And in part 2 of this lecture, we're going to go ahead and jump into the code editor and see these concepts in action. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at the file named responsive_before.html, which is located in the examples lecture 24 folder. First, we're going to style a paragraph tag because we're going to use it as our visual kind of anchor to see where the elements fall. And basically, I'm just giving it some background color, some border, and giving it a specific height of 150 pixels, and I'm giving it a width of 90 pixels kind of to simulate some padding. So it's not going to take up the entire cell in our grid. It's going to take up 90% of it. And here actually I'm using this little trick to center our paragraph tag inside a block level element, which is going to be a div. And the way to center it is to make sure the width is specified, and then to give it margin right out auto and margin left auto. Okay, so here comes our framework, our responsive framework we're going to code up. It's going to be pretty simple, but pretty effective as well. So here, first we define our row, and all that is just saying that it's going to be 100% of wherever you put the row is going to try to take up 100% of that space. And then we're going to start having some media queries. So the first one is min width is 1200 pixels, which means that if the display, the device display, is larger than 1200 pixels, all these styles will apply. And notice that what we're doing is we're defining these columns, and we are marking them with LG for large, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And what we're saying is every single column, they should float left. So basically we're going to have a float-based layout. I also gave each one of them a border, but that's just so we could see it on the screen. And then what I'm doing is pretty simple and something that I've described before. And what I'm doing is I'm just saying, okay, so if it's a 12-column layout, that means each column is 100% divided by 12. So that becomes 8.33%. Well, the 2 columns is 100 divided by 12 times 2, and that's 16.66%. And so on until we get to column large 12, and that's going to take up 100% of the entire grid. And these are the styles that we've defined for large screen devices. Now, what about medium screen devices? What we're going to do is we're going to have a range. And I picked the lower part of the range to be 950 pixels, which is not exactly the standard. Twitter Bootstrap has a different number that it uses, but I just picked this for demo purposes because I'm going to need it to demonstrate something for you, and you'll see that in a minute. And again, I'm listing all these classes, and again, they're going to be left, floating left, and again, I'm giving him a border. And this time, I'm doing the same thing, except I am now calling this MD for medium. And since these classes don't really exist outside of these media queries, it means that I could specify for different devices different layouts depending on device size. So I could, for a smaller device, for example, specify layout expressed in MD and medium devices columns, or medium devices classes. And for a larger device, I could express the same thing with LG, larger devices. So I could give the same element 2 different classes, and I know I'm guaranteed that only one of them will apply at a time, since my media queries don't overlap. So both classes will never really be existing at the same time. And I could define more of these media queries, but for demonstration purposes, let's stop here and let's take a look at our HTML. Well, again, we have our H1 just to announce to the world what we're trying to do. And here we have one single row. And a single row contains 8 divs. It contains 8 items, 8 divs. Each one has a paragraph that says item 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 8. And notice the classes that I'm assigning to each one. What I'm trying to tell the browser is that when it is a large device, I want only the classes with LG to apply. And it will happen automatically since the classes with MD don't even exist, according to the browser, when the browser is larger in width than 1200 pixels. And since I know that floating elements just float to the next line when they can't fit, I could very easily set up 3, 3, 3 and continue to 3. So that's right there, 12 columns, but I can keep going because it's just going to float to the next line. It's 3, 3, 3, and 3 again. So really I should have basically 4 of these things, right? 3, 3, and 3, and 3. That's 4 columns across. However, when the browser size or the device size becomes smaller and it becomes less than 1200 pixels or 1199 pixels and lower, I want the layout to switch to these classes. And these classes are specifying that they should really, each item, each one of these things should take half the screen. So 6 columns plus 6 columns will take up the entire width of the screen. And again, another couple of 6 columns will take the entire width of the screen, and so on. So as I squeeze the browser and make it narrower, I should see that my 4-column layout which is expressed in these threes, right? It's a little confusing, but it's 3 columns and there's 12 columns altogether, so you have 4 columns across. So my 4-column layout, as I squeeze the browser and make it narrower, should become a 2-column layout because I'm now specifying in a smaller device size 6 and 6 instead of 3, 3, and 3. Now, when the browser size gets to less than 950 pixels, none of these classes will exist as far as the browser will concern. And what's going to happen then? Well, our divs will no longer be floated because the floating is only defined inside the media queries, which means they will behave just like regular block level elements and they will automatically stack one on top of the other. So as the device size gets smaller and smaller, I should really have 1 column with each one of these items stacked one on top of the other. And the truth be told, I could have specified that media query for that size of the device, but since in this case, it's just a demo, and I knew that the items will stack anyway, I just left it alone this way. Let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like in the browser. Okay, so here's our 3, 3, 3, and 3 layout, which gives us 4 items across, and it's just spilling over to the next line and gives us another 4 items across again. And notice if I squeeze the browser, in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to open Chrome Developer Tools. So as I squeeze in this corner right here, you'll see the pixel size of the viewport. And as I start squeezing the browser, you see it jumps to 2. Right? As it gets closer and closer to 1200, once it gets past 1200 pixels, right, it becomes now 6 and 6 column layout, which means that now we're taking up half the space of the entire width of the browser. And if we squeeze it past 950, let's take a look and squeeze it past 950 pixels, right here, boom, the items are now stacking one on top of the other. And obviously as I pull it back apart or pull it wider, it becomes back to our 3, 3, and 3 layout, 3, 3, 3, and 3 layout 4 times, and now we have 4-column layout across. So that's pretty cool. So it seems we're done, and we could now serve this website to regular mobile phones. So let's take a look at what this site looks like on an iPhone 6, and I'll go ahead and record the screen of it. Okay, so here I am on my phone, and I'm serving up the website using this tool called Browser Sync. And we're going to talk more about this tool when we get to the development of a real restaurant website just in a few lectures. But for now, bear with me, and you could barely see here, so let me zoom in here, right here. Responsive before the HTML, I'll go ahead and click that. And here we go. So here we have our website. But something's really strange. I thought if we go on a mobile site, that's a pretty small device, we wouldn't have 2 columns, we would have 1 column because it's such a small device. It seemed to have worked in our browser. Why isn't it working on the phone? Well, let's go back to the browser and investigate this a little bit. So let's go ahead and investigate this, and we're going to use Chrome Developer Tools to do that. And if you look at Chrome Developer Tools here, you'll see a little mobile phone looking like icon, and if you click that, it'll give you basically the layout that we've seen before when we investigated media queries. And right now it's set to some laptop device. So we're going to go and switch that to iPhone 6. And when we switch to iPhone 6, it tells us that we should reload. Let's go ahead and do that. And now that we reload it, our iPhone simulator device is showing us exactly the same thing as the real iPhone was showing us before. Let's take a look at one of these elements that was supposed to take up the entire screen and for some reason is only taking up half. Let's go ahead and take a look at its box model sizing. So let's take a look here. This div right here is saying that it is 480 pixels wide. And that's really impossible because the screen itself is only 375 pixels wide. So what's going on here? Well, Chrome Developer Tools is actually giving us a hint as to what's going on here. Take a look at the right side of the screen. It's showing you the zooming level of the phone simulator. What it's telling you is that it's only 40% of its 100% zoom. It basically just means the phone zoomed out. And this is really a default feature on all the phones. They try to zoom out on websites that don't tell them to do anything different so they can try to fit the entire content into the viewport of the phone. So how do we tell the phone's browser that, no, this is actually a responsive website and you don't need to try to zoom out, just stay at the regular zoom level? Well, the way we do that is by specifying a special meta tag. Let's go ahead and switch to our code editor again, and we'll go all the way to the top, and we'll place one more meta tag here, and the name of this meta tag is called viewport. And what we need to tell it is that the content of our viewport is, first of all, consider its width to be device width, don't try to zoom out, and also its initial scale to be 1. and we'll close the meta tag. So now, with this meta tag in place, the browser will consider the device width as the width of the viewport, and its initial scale factor will be 1, meaning it won't scale anything up or down. And now let's go ahead and switch back to the browser, and you see that now it switched to being 1 column. Just for fun, let's go ahead and try it out on a real phone and see if it worked. Okay, so here we are again. We're trying to serve up this responsive before the HTML. Let's go ahead and click on it. And sure enough, we could see that it worked. It now is only 1 column, and we could scroll it, scroll up and down, and it is indeed 1 column layout now. So in summary, we went over the idea and the need of responsive design. And we talked about the 12-column grid layout, which is the most common and most convenient grid layout there is out there right now. And we spoke about the fact that in order to achieve fluid width, we actually use percentages to specify the width of each column and different items within the columns as well. And we also spoke about the fact that we needed to tell the devices out there that they should not try to zoom out and try to fit all the contents they can. Instead, they should behave as they are, mobile devices with more narrow screens and smaller screens. And the way we tell those devices all this information is by using this meta tag, the viewport meta tag. Next, we're going to start getting introduced to the Twitter Bootstrap framework. In this lecture, we're going to start introducing Bootstrap, which is a CSS framework, one of the most popular CSS frameworks, which was made by the engineers at Twitter. Now, what is Bootstrap? Well, Bootstrap is the most popular HTML, CSS, and JavaScript framework for developing responsive, mobile-first projects on the web. And this is a direct quote from the Bootstrap website. So let's take it apart a little bit. First of all, it's the most popular framework. Well, GitHub, which is basically a large website with code repository that has a social component to it, has over 90,000 stars or likes of the Bootstrap project. So it's the most popular project on the entire website. And it's been forked over 38,000 times. Bootstrap consists mostly of CSS. It predefines a lot of CSS classes for you. So a lot of the times, especially with a user interface that's a bit more complex than just a single HTML element or something, CSS needs to target a certain HTML structure. Well, because of that reason, Bootstrap oftentimes requires you to have a particular HTML structure in your HTML page. In practice, however, it's not as scary as that sounds. It doesn't really invade your HTML code and make you write some crazy HTML constructs. It just asks you to add an extra div here and there and give it a particular class so that the CSS Bootstrap defined would apply properly. Its JavaScript framework shouldn't be overlooked either. It has a very cool JavaScript framework actually based on the jQuery APIs and plugin architecture that lets you put in, or lets others put in, different plugins that really enhance your website quite a bit. Bootstrap is also called a mobile-first framework. Now, what does that mean? Well, in general, the term means that you deal with how your user interface is laid out on a mobile device first. In reality, from what I've seen, there are two approaches to what this means. There's the purist approach, which says you code your mobile version first. And the claim is that it really helps your content strategy. How are you going to lay out your content, what the content should be. It really forces you to think what's really important in your content that you're about to present. There's also a second approach to what mobile first means, and I would call that not 100% purist approach. And I kind of count myself among that type of thinking group. So the idea there is that you plan for mobile in your styles, but you can start coding with desktop version first if it feels more comfortable for you, or if it just makes more sense for your project. Ooh, I could just feel all the user experience purists over there getting upset at me for saying that. Oh well. So as far as coding is concerned, I would say either approach, starting from mobile and going to desktop, or starting from desktop and going to mobile, are really two valid approaches. However, everybody will agree on this, that mobile first definitely means is that you plan for mobile from the start. You don't ignore it until the end or the middle of your project. You plan for it from the start. And they also agree that CSS framework, whether written by you or you take something like Bootstrap, should be mobile already. And what that means is that it shouldn't be, again, an afterthought where after you've set up your desktop version, somehow you have to write some or include some other CSS that would now kind of magically try to turn this, the entire website into this mobile website as well. And interestingly enough, Bootstrap wasn't always a mobile-first framework. It used to be, I forgot which version that was already, I think maybe 2 or something like that, that Bootstrap had a separate CSS file and separate set of classes if you wanted your website to be responsive or basically be able to be viewed on mobile devices as well. But nowadays, Bootstrap is a mobile-first framework. So are there any disadvantages of using Bootstrap versus, for example, writing your own like we did in the previous lecture? Well, the number one complaint, the disadvantage of Bootstrap, is that it's too big and it's too bloated. And what that means is there's a lot of features in there that you will probably never use. Well, the mitigating factor is you could use selective download on the Bootstrap website and only download the features you actually think you will use. But the truth of the matter is, and even though it is a little bit too bloated, it's not really that bad. And the claim also is that you could write your own framework that's more targeted and therefore much smaller. Well, that may be true, but it will take you a lot longer to write it, and certainly take you a lot longer to write it just as well as the guys at Twitter did, which they put a lot of thought and a lot of painstaking decisions into every little turn that you'll probably just not have the time and the bandwidth to deal with. In part 2 of this lecture, let's jump into the code editor and take a look at what a basic bare bones Bootstrap HTML document looks like and how to properly set it up. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text, and I'm looking at the file called index.html, which is located in the examples lecture 25 folder. You could see there are some extra folders that are inside the lecture 25 folder, namely CSS, fonts, and JS folders. Now, where did I get them? Well, they come from the installation, or download to be more exact, of Bootstrap. So let's switch to the Bootstrap webpage, which can be found at getbootstrap.com. And we're looking at the Getting Started page. We could look at actually the front page. Here's that quote that I actually put on one of the slides. But if we click on Getting Started, the very first section here is download. And we could choose a whole bunch of different options here, but the simplest one is to choose Bootstrap itself. It's already compiled from some sources, and you can just click download. When you download this and unzip it, inside that zip file, you'll have 3 folders. And the 3 folders will be CSS, fonts, and JS. And if you open up the CSS folder, you'll see that this is where the Bootstrap CSS is located, and bootstrap.min.css. It's just a different version of Bootstrap CSS. That is the minified version, meaning they removed all the spaces and extra things like that, that when you download it to your browser, you know, those extra spaces and carriage returns wouldn't be downloaded because they don't really make any difference. Then there's the fonts folder, and we're not going to talk about this right now, but it's definitely needed for basic Bootstrap functionality. And there's the JS or JavaScript folder, and Bootstrap does have a JavaScript component, so you're definitely going to need this. And again, there's 2 different files. There's bootstrap.js and there's bootstrap.min.js. Now, the min again is the minified version. Space is taken out, certain variables are renamed so they're not so long, and so on and so forth. Now, you can also see here that I've downloaded a version of jQuery. Now, the reason I did that is because bootstrap.js depends on jQuery. And in order to get this file, I would go to jQuery.com. And let's go back to the front page, jQuery.com, and I'll click on this download link. And you'll see that there's 2 different jQuery versions. There's 1.x and 2.x. Well, the difference between them is none. There's no difference. The only real difference is that the 2.x does not support 6, 7, or 8, Internet Explorer 6, 7, or 8. And for now, I think we're just going to go ahead and use jQuery 1.x. But I think in the future, as we keep moving along with the course, we will switch to the jQuery 2.x, since the support for Internet Explorer is really kind of dying, and Microsoft just recently announced basically not supporting anything in Internet Explorer, anything below version 11. So it makes sense just to move on from it, and the user base for those earlier versions is really, really small at this point. So if you download this right here and save that file to your JS folder, it will end up being jQuery.1.11.3.min.js, and this is obviously as of this recording. Let's close that up and take a look at the main HTML page. Well, the beginning of it is nothing that you haven't seen before already. You've seen this already, and there's the heading tag, or the head tag, I should say, declares to be UTF-8. This tag, or this meta tag, you haven't seen, but this is something that Bootstrap recommends you do, and basically just tells some versions of Internet Explorer that they should go ahead and use the latest version, or the latest compatibility version of its rendering engine. There's our familiar meta viewport tag, exactly the same as we had it in some of the previous lectures. And there's the HTML5 shim and response.js. And what basically this is a wait for Internet Explorer 8 to support HTML5 and media queries. Well, hopefully this is going to be taken out soon, as Internet Explorer 8 will become less and less relevant. Then we have the title tag, and finally we have the two link tags. The first one is the bootstrap.min.css. That's the actual Bootstrap CSS framework. And the second one is styles.css, and that's really our styles. If we take a look at the CSS styles, it's an empty file. We haven't really put any of our custom styles there yet. So all we're doing right now is relying on the Bootstrap framework, and we put the styles here already just so we have a placeholder for our styles in the future. Note that we declared our style after we declared the Bootstrap CSS styles. And the reason that is because we're going to be customizing whatever Bootstrap gives us, and therefore we want to be overriding what Bootstrap gives us, not having Bootstrap override what we are trying to style. Finally, we get to the body tag, and at the very end of the body tag, right before we close it, we declare some JavaScript files or some JavaScript libraries that we're going to depend on. First of all, Bootstrap JavaScript depends on jQuery, and that means that we first have to declare jQuery, and then we will declare and reference the bootstrap.js. And last, we reference our own JavaScript file, which is likely to be using either the jQuery or the Bootstrap JavaScript files. And again, if you go and actually take a look at that script.js, it's really just an empty file at this point. It's just a placeholder for our future script. Well, let's take a look at what this HTML file looks like in the browser. Well, it looks just like that. There's absolutely nothing here. And that makes sense since we really didn't put any content in. Well, let's go ahead and put some content in right now. Let's go just start with H1 and say, hello, Coursera. We save that and we go back to our browser and we see hello, Coursera shows up, and clearly something's different than you would expect before. The font family clearly is not the default one, and the color is a little bit different as well. So it looks like some Bootstrap styling is being applied. Well, to verify that, let's go ahead and right-click on it and go to inspect the element. And when we inspect that element, let's take a look. Yes, indeed, there's some styles that are being applied from the bootstrap.css. Another important thing to take a look at is the console, because if you misspell something or you reference the wrong JavaScript file or something like that, there would have been some errors showing up right here. And since I don't see any errors, looks like we're in good shape. So this is the basic and the base Bootstrap starter page that you could take and start coding your Bootstrap-based web pages. So to summarize, we got introduced to the most popular project on GitHub, which is Bootstrap. And we got introduced to the concept of mobile first, that is the importance of planning for the mobile version of your website from the very beginning. And we went over the bare bones Bootstrap web page. We saw how to download and install the Bootstrap artifact files, as well as jQuery that is needed for the Bootstrap JavaScript framework. and we tested out that our Bootstrap page actually works and contains no errors. Next, we're going to talk about one of the core topics when discussing the Bootstrap CSS framework, and that is the Bootstrap grid system. Probably one of the most central components of Bootstrap that allows developers to easily create responsive layouts is the grid system. So let's go ahead and take a look how it works. So here's a quick snippet of HTML that's going to help us go through the different components of the grid system. So pretty much any Bootstrap grid layout is going to have these components as part of it. And as I mentioned before, you could see that it does impose a bit of a structure into your HTML code, but most of the time it would probably come up with this type of structure anyway. So let's go ahead and take a look as to what the structure is. First of all, your Bootstrap grid always has to be inside of a container wrapper. There are a couple of choices for that. One, you could use the container class, or you could use the container fluid class. The container fluid class stretches your layout to full width of the browser and provides consistent padding around your grid and other content. There's other content that could go into the container, not just the grid. It's just that the grid requires that it should be inside of a container wrapper. So that's container fluid. Regular container class has predetermined fixed width that is still responsive based on the width of the browser. In other words, it has certain width of one breakpoint, a different width at a different breakpoint, and so on. Remember that breakpoints are those media query range boundaries that we covered in one of the previous lectures. The next component of the grid is the row. So the row class creates horizontal groups of columns, which means that the columns collapse and interact with each other as a group, but independently from columns in another row. The row class also creates a negative margin to counteract the padding that the container class sets up. Now, why is that done? Well, each column already has its own padding because we want to visually separate columns from each other. If negative margin wasn't applied to the row, the padding of the container would then be in addition to the padding of the edge column. So the content of the column will no longer align nicely with the rest of the content outside of the grid. Now, the Bootstrap documentation actually talks about this and explains it. But to be honest, I myself stared at it for a while before I finally understood what it's trying to say. So let me put together a quick diagram so you'll visually see what we're talking about. Okay, so obviously I'm going to start with the browser, and then I'm going to visually build up what our grid layout is going to look like. So the first thing the documentation says is we need to have an element whose class is equal container. Well, that's our element right there. It's in white. That's our container class. Then we're going to have another element inside of that that is a row, at least has a class row. Except this time, just for demonstration purposes, we're not going to give it a row, we're going to give it a row no negative margin, meaning it's going to be the same row, but we're not going to give it the negative margin just for these illustration purposes. And you can see outside of our grid, but yet still within the container, we have some regular content that is basically right against the edge of the container. And then we're going to place our columns. Each column, as you can see, has some padding around it so it could separate itself from the other columns. So far so good, right? Well, not exactly. Because if you look as to where the line of the column content starts and where the line of the regular content starts, you'll see that they don't match. Now, having consistently aligned edges of different content structures within your page is actually a pretty basic design principle, and Bootstrap implements that basic design principle for you so you don't trip up. So let's go ahead and visually now fix this problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to again start with a browser and a container element with some regular content, and then we're going to add our real Bootstrap class row element. And what it does is, again, it stretches itself beyond the container. It negates the container's padding of actually 15 pixels to be exact, and it adds a negative 15 pixel margin. So what that does for our content in the columns is that it pushes it outwards. So what does that do? Well, what it does is now that our column content aligns perfectly with the regular content that is outside of our grid, but is still inside the container wrapper. Now, the concept of aligning the different edges of content blocks to each other is nothing new, and any good website actually does that. In fact, if you ever look at a website and something just doesn't feel quite right, take a look at the aligning. I bet you the aligning of different blocks of different content elements within the page aren't aligned nicely, and your eye kind of naturally tells you that something is wrong. Let's take a quick look at the web page, facebook.com/Coursera webdev, which, by the way, I'm once again encouraging you to go ahead and like and sign up for the notifications when I publish some optional free content. But let's take a look at this page, and I just took one little piece of that page. And if you take a look, this concept of aligning different blocks of content is alive and well here. As you can see, the picture, the text, and even the buttons below very well aligned together, and it's very pleasing to the eye, and it's easy to read. At the same time, Coursera WebDev and published by Yaakov Chaikin, right, is also very much aligned as well, and it gives it such structure such that it's pleasing to the eye, and there's certainly plenty of studies about the fact that this is the way that the human eye actually follows a web page. Okay, so that's what the row class does. Let's move on to the columns. You've seen this type of column class definition in our lecture on the responsive design before. So in terms of how Bootstrap defines it, let's go ahead and take it apart. So every Bootstrap column class is defined using this template. It's col for column, dash size, and then dash span. And let's go over the components of this, or the two components of this template. First of all, the size. Well, the size is a screen width range identifier, and it's like something like MD for medium, LG for large, and so on. And you could look up what that means in the Bootstrap documentation. So, for example, LG is defined as 1200 pixels and above, so minimum of 1200 pixels. And what that means is that columns will collapse, in other words, they'll stack one upon each other, below that width. So if the screen width is 1200 pixels and above for, let's say, a large size, it will go ahead and honor whatever you specified in this column dash size dash span. But if the screen width is below 1200 pixels, this class will no longer apply. And basically what that will mean is that the columns in your row will collapse on each other, meaning they will stack one on top of the other. Which basically means that if you had several columns before, now you'll just have one column because everything is going to just stack one upon the other. And that is all unless there's another rule that applies. This is assuming there's no other rules that apply. So for example, if for LG large you specified one column span, and then for a medium size you specified another column span, well, when you squeeze the browser, make the browser less wide, and you cross that threshold of 1200 pixels, the large column span will no longer apply. But if you specified an MD or medium size of the screen, that then will kick in and that will apply. And the span is really all it is how many columns the element should span. So the values are from 1 to 12. And I've mentioned many times that Bootstrap is a 12-column grid layout. And what that means is the second the columns will add up to 12, so if you specify, let's say, 4, 4, and 4, that will add up to 12. If you start specifying more than 12 columns within the row, well, they'll do what other floats do, is that they will wrap to the next row. But it won't be a row within Bootstrap, it will just basically wrap itself automatically. So point is, if you're specifying a whole bunch of columns, the element that pushes the total sum of the spans above 12 will automatically wrap to the next line. And this process can keep going every 12 columns. Lastly, there's nothing really magical about using divs as we did before in the example on the slide. You're free to use whatever makes sense to you in your design. In this example, we're using the header and nav elements to define container and row components. In part 2 of this lecture, we're going to jump into the editor and try some of these concepts out. Okay, so here I am Sublime Text, and I'm looking at the file called gridbefore.html, which is located in the examples lecture 26 folder. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and remove this HTML5 shim. It's really only needed here, as it says here, for IE8 support, and we really want to drop IE8 support at this point. It's such a minute number of people that actually are still using IE8. We're going to go ahead and just disregard that. But other than that, our file is a regular HTML starter file for a Bootstrap page. It's got the CSS, that we imported. We have some custom styles imported as well, and we have jQuery, Bootstrap JS, and again a script JS, which we might need further down the line. Let's go ahead and examine our HTML. It's very simple. It just got a bunch of divs, and I already kind of pre-made it, so we'll be able to follow the Bootstrap structure that it needs to have in order to have a Bootstrap grid system. And it's got just 3 columns, column 1, column 2, column 3. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's take a look as to what this looks like in the browser. As you can see, right now, they're behaving just like regular divs. They're stacking one upon the other, column 1, column 2, column 3. So let's begin to build this out by first of all following the rule that we spoke about, is that every grid system has to be inside a container class. And in this case, we're going to go ahead and go with container fluid. What that should do is that should give us some padding on the side. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, you'll see that we got some padding here, and it's actually 15 pixels to be precise. Next, we need to place our columns inside a row class. So we're going to say class and say row. And once that's done, we can go ahead and now specify a class for each of one of our columns. And in this case, we'll go ahead and specify class equals to, and we'll say column, and we'll do MD, and let's say -4. And when we do that, that will give us 4, 4, and 4, so 3 columns across. Let's save that. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have in the browser. We'll refresh. And voila, we have 3 columns across. Now, where did this gray and red border, gray inside and red border come from? Well, if we go back and we actually open up our CSS and look at the CSS styles.css, you'll see that I actually just pre-made some styles for row. I gave it margin 15 pixels, so between different rows that we're going to have some spacing. And row div, I basically gave it a red border and a background color of gray. So that's where that's coming from. So as you hopefully remember from the first part of the lecture, is MD is a sizing identifier that stands for some breakpoint. Let's go ahead and go to the browser and go to getbootstrap.com, and we'll go to CSS, and we'll look at the grid system and scroll down and take a look at this table that they have here. And it will tell you what MD stands for. MD stands for anything above 992 pixels. So according to this, it means that anything below this will cause our columns to stack upon the other, one upon each other. So right now they're behaving like regular columns. So if I open Chrome Developer Tools, as I squeeze the browser, in the top right corner, we'll see how wide the browser is in pixels. And I should be able to get to 992 pixels wide for the screen without anything collapsing or the columns not stacking one upon the other. But the second I get to 991, which will be one less, so that means the MD style set of styles will no longer apply, and these columns will stack one upon the other. So let's go ahead and do that. So we are right now at 993, 92, and then we'll go to 91. It becomes stacking one upon the other. So hopefully that kind of shows you what that MD really means. It means when the columns will start collapsing one upon the other. So as I mentioned in part 1, that's only because there's no other styles really that are specified here. However, if we went ahead and specified a different style that will be in the range that we spoke about, which is below 992 pixels, 991 and below. So for that, we'll say small, we'll make it 6. So if we make this 6, that means that column 1 will take half the screen, column 2 will take half the screen, and since we're still in the same row, column 3 will go ahead and wrap to the next line, and it will still take half the screen. So let's go ahead and save that and go back to our browser. We'll refresh, and as we start squeezing the browser, when we get to less than 992, what's going to happen is the first column is going to take half the screen, the second column is going to take half the screen, and the third one will also take half the screen, but it will wrap itself on the next line. However, that's not the end of it. If we go back to the documentation and take a look, the small that we specified has a breakpoint of 768 pixels. So which means that these columns will still collapse and stack one upon the other if I squeeze the browser below 768 pixels. So let's go ahead and try to do that. And we'll go back here, and 768, right around here, 768, 67, and therefore it starts collapsing. So the collapsing will still happen, it will just happen at a different breakpoint. Okay, so let's make the browser back up to the full screen. So let's go back to our code, and we'll go ahead and copy this whole row, and we'll paste it again. And if we do that, now we visually separated row number 1 from row number 2. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, remember I created some margin below the row. So now you see exactly the same thing, and as we squeeze the browser, they will both sets of rows will behave exactly the same way. So you can see the first set of rows is behaving 1, 2, and 3 on the second line, and so is the second row is behaving 1, 2, and the third column is on the line right below. Okay, so there's one more variation that I should show you that you should really have to pay attention to. So let's go back to the documentation and let's take a look at this table one more time. You could see that the grid behavior is a little bit different for extra small, the col XS, versus the rest of them. The grid behavior says here it's going to be horizontal at all times, as opposed to the ones that are small, medium, or large. They'll be collapsed to start, and they will be horizontal above breakpoints. So basically, they'll be stacking below these numbers, but anything above that, they will actually be horizontal and try to lay themselves out. Which means that if you want to guarantee that there is always going to be a particular layout, you could just specify it in the col XS, and it will stay no matter what the size of the screen. That's the layout that will stay. Let's go ahead and go back to the code editor and test this out. Let's scroll down a little bit here, and we'll copy this row right here, and we'll make another row just like that. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and remove actually just about everything here, and we'll say column XS, extra small, and 6. So now what we're saying is that we want the first column to take up half the screen, the second to take up half the screen, and the third to wrap around and take up half the screen, but we want that to always happen. In other words, we don't want it to collapse at any point or do anything different at any point. So if we go back to the browser, and we'll go ahead and refresh this page, you see that even above 1200 pixels, that's what it is right now, it is still staying in this particular layout. And if I squeeze the browser more and more, it will continue staying in this layout. So at a certain point, even those columns will collapse because they're specified as small. Let's go back to our code editor. As you can see, they're specified as small. So the second we go below the small breakpoint, this too will collapse. However, since this is specified as XS, that will never collapse. It will always stay exactly the same. So to summarize, we spoke about the structure that the Bootstrap expects for the grid-based layout to work. In other words, the grid needs to be inside of the container class or container fluid class, and also all columns must be inside an element with the row class. We spoke about the Bootstrap grid system column classes and the fact that they have a size identifier that identifies at which breakpoint specified column spans will be ignored, and then all elements will collapse. In other words, the columns will start stacking one upon the other. And as part of our demo, we spoke about the fact that if no other rules apply, specifying column XS will keep that layout no matter what size of the screen. Next, we're going to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to get into a little bit more of a business/requirements analysis and requirements gathering type of mode. And I'll try to go over some basic ideas as to what to expect when you visit with a real client. Okay, you have finished about half the course. Congratulations! If you didn't know HTML and CSS before, or didn't know it well, take a moment and look back. You're now way more skilled than a lot of people who simply mess around with HTML and CSS without knowing the foundational concepts. Take a moment and reflect. It's pretty empowering, isn't it? In the next module, we'll start coding a real website for a real client. Keep going to Module 3. You do not want to miss this. Welcome to Module 3. This module is a real journey where we will code a real website for a real client from scratch, and you will get to sit right next to me as I go through this process. We'll start with going over some tips on how to work with your client and how to extract requirements for your project. Then we will dive into our main topic, coding the website. In the previous module, we only briefly introduced Twitter Bootstrap CSS framework. In this module, we will be learning the Bootstrap framework as we code this real website, and we'll finish off the module with testing our completed website on a mobile phone. Pretty exciting stuff. See you in the module. Okay, so now we're ready to embark on our adventure of creating a real site for a real client. In my case, I approached a local restaurant called David Chu's China Bistro, and we're going to be building a restaurant website for them. Now, before we go and visit with the client, let's go over some rules and just basic ideas so you're not completely in the dark. Now, obviously, this is not going to be a comprehensive business strategies or comprehensive how to deal with clients, but some basic ground rules just so we understand where we're coming from. And the first concept that you need to remember is that most clients have no idea what they want. It's not that they're ignorant. In fact, they're very smart about their own business, but they certainly usually have no idea as to what they want on the website and how the whole thing works. So it's really your job to ask questions, and most importantly, the right questions to help the client figure out what it is that they want and kind of communicate that back to you. A great way of doing it is if you bring some website examples of similar businesses that already have websites and have the client react to those websites. So you could show them a couple of websites and see, do you like this, do you like that? What do you like about this? What do you not like about that? Once you get enough of these examples in front of their eyes, you'll start getting a feeling as to what they will be satisfied with, but also what they actually are looking for a website in their own product. Now, as a general rule, every single client is going to want to put a lot of information on the page. They want a lot of information about their business. And it makes sense, right? Because there's a lot of things that you should know as a customer about their business. A lot of it is very important. And they'll tell you that this is also important. I want this very much, in bold and upfront. And this is also important, but I want it on the side. And some more things are important. And this is important. And that's important. It's a very important reminder. It's all going to be very important. And that's a pretty usual approach of clients, and it's perfectly human. The only problem is that when everything is important, nothing is really important. So again, it's your job really to encourage the client to follow a very simple rule. Less is more, right? The less information you put up, the more impact that information will get. So the point is you should encourage your client not to cram information on a website. In fact, what you should try to help the client do is identify that crucial information, that most important information that has the most punch to it, and not just cram every information there is to know about the business. Another quick tip I would love to share with you is the fact that you should always try to find a way for the client to invest in the project. And this is especially true if you're doing this for free just to build up your portfolio. The client needs to feel like they have some skin in the game as well. If they don't, what it's going to end up happening is that you're going to be some side project that they're really not going to pay much attention to, and you're going to spend and invest all this time of your own and not necessarily get much of cooperation from their side. So have them do something. Even if you're doing this for free, have them commit at least to pay for product photography, if that makes sense. Or have them commit to provide products that you need, in order to demo it. Or maybe, if you find your own photographer that's willing to do this for free, which I'm going to talk to in a minute about, at least they will provide the product and they will have some actual real investment, some money investment in the game, even if it's not super huge in amount, but as long as they actually are spending something, they have at least a little bit of an investment that they'll want to take the entire project much more seriously. Another important rule is make sure that you have the client designate one person responsible for decisions. If you don't, what's going to happen is that this person is going to tell you, no, really what we want is this way, and the other person in the business is going to tell you, we want something else differently here. If you have one person, you could always tell the other people that are suggesting things that it's a great suggestion, and I'm responsible to this particular one person, and I'll bring that suggestion to that person, and if that person, approves, I'll be more than happy to incorporate it. Which brings me to another point. Limit the number of revisions up front. Make sure you communicate to the client up front, have them even sign a contract, have them sign that this is the number of revisions that I'm willing to make. Because obviously, the clients can go on forever and ever and ever, and your time is limited. Now, if it's a paying job, don't limit revisions, out of hand, but limit the number of free revisions. If you say, I will, revise the site, within reason, not completely turn it upside down, but within reason, I'll revise it up to like 3 times for free. And from then on, I'll have to charge it per hour. You'll figure out how you want to structure it. Now, for a really comprehensive as to what to ask your client, I highly suggest you Google Web Development Client Questionnaire, and you will see a whole bunch of resources that you could draw from to really find out how to ask these questions and what kind of answers to look for, just to learn a little bit about what this interaction is like if you've never done this before yourself. Now, another quick tip I'd like to share with you is you should try to involve others if you need it. So for example, if you're not a super duper graphic designer and we're really concentrating on coding things, not really designing per se, you could contact the local college and see if a graphic designer student wants to join you and provide some free design services and put that on their resume. You'll get to do the coding, they'll get to do the design, and so on. If makes sense for your website that you're trying to create, that you need some photography, like photography of products, you could do the same thing. You could find a photographer that is, a young budding photographer that is willing to do things for free, as long as obviously he's mentioned and credited, and he's able to put that on his resume, his or her resume. And that way you'll be able to collect a couple of professional resources that you won't feel like you have to do everything by yourself in order to produce something that really looks pretty professional. Now, in my case, for the David Chu's China's Bistro, I got pretty lucky because my wife happens to be a graphic designer, so she will help me with the design, at least preliminary design of the layout of the site. And my son happens to be a photographer, or at least starting photographer, and he is more than willing to provide the food photography service. Now, I'll follow my own advice. I will still have the restaurant owner invest in this project. And the way they will invest is they agree to provide every single item on the menu to provide for us just so we could take proper pictures of those items. And that's a pretty hefty investment because they have to keep the staff after hours and cook basically every single item on the menu and provide it for us, so it's hours and hours of their work, but it's something that shows the client is involved and the client is committed, and that's very important. Now, another thing is definitely don't go into the meeting with the client without first finding out what does the client have right now? What kind of website do they have? What information is being displayed? Just to learn a little bit about the business. In my case, the David Chu's China Bistro has the following website. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Okay, so here's the site. It's clearly put up on some free service of some, maybe it's not free, but right off of their phone number. That's their domain name. And you could see all it is a picture, actually. If we take a look, it looks like, yeah, it's a picture. It's a picture of their menu. And I could see right off the bat that they have different categories in their menu, which is, I guess, pretty standard. But the website is definitely pretty horrible in terms of in terms of user experience, and certainly doesn't show you the business in all its glory. So we're going to go ahead and try to fix that. So let's summarize. First of all, don't forget to bring some examples of other websites to help your client figure out what they want. It's very often that the clients really don't understand what it is they want themselves, and giving them some examples will help generate a discussion and kind of a direction as to where they really want to go. Also, encourage your client to use less information. It's a knee-jerk reaction just about everybody who is not in the industry to try to cram as much information as possible, and it's almost always the wrong way to go. It's better to have less and more potent information to their customers than have tons of information where everything gets lost. Figure out a way that your client should invest in the project, whether they pay you a little bit, whether they upfront commit to paying for something, whether it's photography or providing their product, but it's got to be something that they have, as they call, skin in the game, so they will take this project seriously as well. This is especially true if you're doing this for free just to kind of build up your portfolio. Very important thing to have is that the client should designate one person as the decider of what things to have on the website or what not things to have on the website, and just really everything about the project. If you have more than one person, chaos will start and you're going to spend way too much time dealing with things that have nothing to do with coding and nothing to do with the website, but just managing these relationships that really shouldn't be there to begin with. Just have one person, have the client designate one person to be the final decider. Also, limit the number of revisions. Don't let the client keep constantly revising and revising and revising. So if you're doing this for free, certainly limit it to something reasonable, like 3 times. But if you're doing it for pay, then limit it to 3 times for free, and then anything additional the client will actually have to pay for. And another thing is involve others to help you produce a great product. It's rare to have one person kind of have it or know it all, do the photography, do the product photography, do the layouts and designs. Involve somebody else and have them help you, and you'll get to concentrate on the coding. Next, let's go visit the actual restaurant, meet the owner, and figure out what they want for a website. What does that mean? Field trip! Okay, we're ready to go on our field trip. We will meet Amy, the owner of the restaurant we will be creating a website for, get a sense of what she wants on a website, and maybe even get lucky and interview some customers to get a unique customer perspective about the restaurant. Let's go. When you get right down to it, this meeting is all about setting expectations. Whether it's expectations about what the client is expecting from us or our expectations of what the client is going to provide. So if we can achieve that of communicating those expectations very clearly, we've done our job. Seriously, how many computer science courses do you have that take you on a field trip, huh? Taking your job, Guy Fieri.
I come to this restaurant very often, usually about once a month or twice a month.
I would come here once a month with my wife.
I always enjoy the atmosphere and I enjoy the service.
Well, I like the fact that it's kosher and the fact that the food is very good all the time and consistently good. So that's why I like to come to this restaurant.
You know, me personally, I always eat sesame chicken. That's my favorite dish.
And I can also, when I don't finish, which is ample portions, I can take home. It tastes good. I mean, that's why I like it. It's the type of thing which I expect a good Chinese dish to have.
I love the chicken itself. I just love the way it's made. I enjoy it. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Johns Hopkins Whiting School of Engineering?
Of course.
Do you think it's a good school?
It's absolutely a good school.
The food is exceptional, and I know it's Zagat rated, so I can always trust that the food is going to be fresh and ready to eat, and I always enjoy it.
Joseph Rosenblatt, class of 1964, Hopkins.
Oh, so you actually went to Hopkins?
Yep.
Hello.
Hi.
Ready for our meeting?
Sure. Yes.
So if you had to, do a little self-criticism, is there anything about the restaurant you would want to improve?
Yes, to get a better website.
Get a better website. That's a very good answer.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I did was I prepared a few websites for you to look at. And what I want you to do is I pulled them up on this iPad here. What I want you to do is take a look at them and let me know. These are all sites of Chinese restaurants. Mm-hmm. And take a look and see if you like any of them. And, if you want your website to be, kind of similar or something, something like that.
Sure.
And you could scroll back and forth over here and take a look. And if you do like it, like what do you like about it? What appeals to you about that website? Or what doesn't? What do you not want it on that website? What do you like about it?
The colors.
You like the colors? You like the colors?
Very clear, you know.
You like the fact that it's clean, it's looking very clean, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the icon are very user-friendly.
User-friendly, looks very user-friendly to you? Okay, so this site looks very user-friendly to you, okay.
Yeah.
And it looks clean and
Very practical.
very practical, okay. Very good, very good. So you like, this is the type of website you like. Okay, that's good. Is this something like, obviously we're not going to do these colors for your website because your website is going to be more with the
Of
colors of the
course, I mean,
restaurant.
I understand.
But you like this setup, right?
Yes.
So we're going to have some decisions to make as we go in and develop the website. You know, where to put things, stuff like that. Can you designate one person who is going to be responsible for all decisions regarding this project? And who would that person be?
It'll be me.
It'd be you, so you'll be deciding. So we can, and you'll be pretty much available, so we could call you, and if there's something going on that, you know, it shouldn't be like a
Yeah,
2-week
that's fine.
type of, you know, wait before we hear of an answer if we need something for, you know, for a decision.
Yeah,
So you'll be able to
no
decide
problem.
it. Oh, okay,
Of
great.
course.
Okay, very good. So that we could do that. So let me explain to you like a couple of words what the process is going to be like. Basically, we're going to create a mock-up of the website, not the real website, just a mock-up, like a drawing of the website, and we're going to show it to you and basically see if you approve the way it's going. And what we'll give you three revisions, three times that you could update the thing and say, you know, I want something different a little bit. And after that, then you will try to finalize it. So you're okay with that? You're okay with
Yeah.
that type of setup? Okay, great.
fine.
Okay. You saw the pictures on that website, and you really like the fact that there's pictures on there, right?
Yes.
So pictures that, you know, usually, especially on a website like this, are very important. Would you be able to commit to providing the entire menu of the restaurant so we could come and bring a photographer and actually take a picture of every single item in the menu? Would you be okay with doing that?
Yeah, as long as still be kosher menu, that's fine.
Still a kosher menu. You'll still be a kosher menu, yes. Absolutely. Okay, so very good. So we'll bring a photographer in, and then you'll basically have to cook every single item in the menu, and we'll bring it out, and the photographer will take a
Sure.
picture of it.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, excellent. Very good. So this is a kosher restaurant, is that correct?
Yes.
Kosher
Black
restaurant?
kosher.
And so what does that, in terms of cooking and in terms of dealing with stuff, what does that mean for you?
We have a mashgiach here.
Do you have you're basically somebody who's a supervisor?
Yeah. Nowadays, people start, making a lot of ingredients with a kosher, logo.
Uh-huh.
That means we have a lot of choices.
So we spoke to quite a number of customers that you have here, and not everybody wanted to be on camera, but everybody loves your food.
Thank you.
Do you like Chinese food yourself?
Of course.
Do you eat all the Chinese food a lot?
Of course.
Oh, really? Okay. So you're not
Chinese
sick of it?
people.
So you're not sick of it?
No, not at all.
No, so you
Not
eat it
at
every
all.
even though you see it every day in the restaurant, you're not sick of it.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Okay,
You will
great.
never get tired of Chinese food.
This restaurant is actually pretty cozy, and it's small,
Thank you.
but at the same time, it feels kind of cozy. It's relaxing, right? Is
Thank
that
you.
kind of the feel you're trying to go for
Yeah.
on purpose? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're ready to leave the restaurant and start designing and coding our website. But before we do, one of the most important rules is don't ever code on an empty stomach. Oh, I know you're really anxious to start coding the website, but I'm a little busy, so I'll be right back. We'll do the website after this. I forgot what my line was.
I'm gonna put this in blue first. Okay, your line was, what's it
I don't know
called?
why I got into computers. Food tasting seems like a much better job. Anyway. Okay, one second. So,
Yeah.
you do it like this? It's hard to do it this way.
It's 2 fingers.
2 fingers.
Instead of 10 fingers.
2 fingers instead of 10 fingers?
Yes. Okay.
Just hold it with 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Like this? This is very hard.
Put the index finger here in the middle.
Put the middle finger in between
Yeah,
those 2 fingers? Like this?
Yeah. And then try to.
And then you have to grab it like that?
Yeah, exactly. You're good. Uh huh. Yeah. Oh.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a fork?
This is much better than a fork.
This is much better than a fork?
Can you pick up a rice with a fork?
No, but I can do it with a spoon.
See, I can pick up rice with a chopstick.
You can pick up rice with a chopstick? Let's see it. Wow. That's some skill.
Yes,
let's see if I can do it. I'm going to pick up a carrot. It's much bigger
much
than
better. Good job.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Go.
Look at this. I'm learning. This is incredible. Okay. Next, I'm going to do the rice. Ready?
Uh-huh. Good.
Oh, my goodness.
Good job.
Now, at the same time, I have to eat this, right? So it's very hard to balance and eat at the same time.
Eat it.
Take some skill.
Good job. There you go.
Tastes much better from the chopsticks.
See? You're a good student.
Okay, so now we're back from the restaurant, and I really feel that I was able to get a taste of this project up close and personal. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to go over our design overview, and this is a combination of work that the graphic designer, i.e. my wife, did for us, and we're going to see how this is going to evolve into a real website. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So when you first starting to design a website, the worst thing that you could possibly do is start coding right away. You don't want to do that. You don't want to design a website coding it at the same time. What you do want to do is you want to have some mockups, some layout mockups that you present to the client that take little to no time to design and to put together and present to the client. And once they approve and you know exactly what you're coding and what you're trying to strive for, then you turn to the code editor and you start coding the website. So what we're going to do is going to design the mockups first. So the tool we're going to use is called balsamic.com. It's a Balsamic mockup tool, and it lets us put together mockups for websites, for other different UIs very, very quickly. And I'll show you the cool part about it in a minute. So let's go ahead and switch to Balsamic mockup. I'll provide you the link to them in the resources. So here's our Balsamic mockup, and we finished the website layout already with the help of the graphic designer, i.e. my wife. And before we move on to actually design, let me just say a couple of words about this tool. This tool is not free, but it's really not that expensive. However, what's really cool about this tool, besides for the fact that it has components for different platforms that you're able to kind of natively lay them out, you also have integration of components from Bootstrap, which is exactly what we're going to use, so it's really convenient. But I think one of the coolest features of this tool for us as coders is that all these mockups are based upon a file that is really nothing more than HTML looking like text file. It means that you could check things into a code repository, and when things get updated, it's just the text that gets updated. So unlike, images and things that really are impossible to deal with inside repositories, and there's no way to tell what the difference is because it's not text, it's binary. This is all text-based, and therefore you could take and create a difference between what was checked into the repository yesterday versus today versus, is going to be tomorrow. And it's a huge advantage when you're working especially within a team and in a professional environment. Okay, so let's take a look at our website here, the mockup of the website. So the mockup it's going to have a logo with some text underneath, and this is going to be basically our menu, and I'm not sure 100% yet if that's what the menu items will be. Definitely there will be a menu item, right? The menu for the food menu that we're going to have. And there's the phone number with a little thing we deliver. Now this big area is what's planned for this is some kind of a picture of the inside of the restaurant. It's going to be what's called a jumbotron in Bootstrap. So when the user first gets in here, he sees a very nice picture of the restaurant and it's inviting and they want to kind of proceed. What's going to be underneath is 3 giant buttons: menu, specials, and a map. And it's self-explanatory what it stands for. And these are kind of the key things that we want the user of this website to see right away, which is, they want to see the menu, perhaps specials, and certainly where this is located. At the bottom, we're going to have hours, some bunch of quotes or a couple of quotes about the restaurant, and we're going to have the actual address of the restaurant as well. Now remember, this is going to be a responsive website, so we need to design what the site will look like when the browser page gets a little more narrow. So the first one is going to be a tablet. So what happens when you're in a tablet? Well, not much happens when you're in a tablet in this particular design, because we're just going to squeeze different items as opposed to before that's going to kind of spread out. And now we're just going to squeeze them a little bit more and still have the jumbotron and still have the specials. They might be a little bit squeezed in terms of size, and everything else basically stays the same. Now, however, when we jump to going to a mobile page, that becomes very different. Now we're not going to have these buttons anymore. We're going to have a kind of a menu that the user can click and the menu will slide down, which is a very common feature. You also notice that we moved the telephone number in the middle of the page now, because supposedly on a mobile web page, right, you would want to have the phone number just a click away or tap away, and we're going to have this phone number tappable such that they can make a phone call straight from the page, or it will at least trigger their phone to try to call the restaurant. And we'll still have the jumbotron, but it's going to be a much smaller one because we don't want to overwhelm the phone and the cell network. We don't want it to be too slow. And you could see here that now this thing is a little bit rearranged. We have the menu and the specials, but the map is now on the bottom of those two things. So we're going to have to figure out how to have the map automatically slide underneath of that. And we're still going to have some testimonials about the restaurant, the hours, and the address. Now, that's really not all we need to design. We also need to design another page, and we know up front we're going to have this menu categories page. Well, the menu categories page, and this is showing us the full one, is going to basically have a bunch of different things, and here it looks like we're going to have 6 menu categories across, and it's basically going to continue until we run out of these menu categories. So that's basically what we're going to have. We're not going to have a jumbotron here because at this point they're already a little bit deeper into the website. And the other one is a menu list. So we're going to have, supposedly they will click on one of the menu categories and they will see every item inside that menu category. And this is basically what we have. So we're going to have a couple of items across with their name, with their description, and we're also going to have a ID for every single item. And that ID, if you look, if you remember, let me go back to the restaurant, David Chu's China Bistro. And that ID really comes from right here. Every menu item has this ID that is already on their menu, so we don't want to switch that back and forth. We want to keep that set so the menu will correspond to something that's on the website. Okay, so that's our layout. Next, let's take a look at some design that has already some colors and some more concrete layout. So here's what our designer came up with, and this is just basic idea, and this is what you're usually going to get back from a designer. You're going to get some kind of a color scheme, some photography, and the photography is not from this particular restaurant. It's just some stock photography that you can certainly use in order to kind of enhance the site to see what it looks like. And here's our menu again. This is not the menu from this particular restaurant, or that not the picture from a particular restaurant, but actually the map is. So this is what we're going for. And Designer will typically provide for you the hexadecimal color values for different components within your website, and it will also tell you which fonts that they used inside this design. Now, depending on your budget, and if you're trying to do things for free, or certainly if you're trying to find free resources, I will recommend up front that you try to stick with Google Fonts. There's a website, google.com/fonts, and which we'll be using for our website ourselves. So if you can ask your designer to stick to the fonts that are available on that website, it will make your job down the line a little bit easier. Now, don't worry about making minor mistakes, at least with the color scheme and other things like that. For example, we messed up on this site by not providing the designer the photography up front because we just couldn't. We didn't really arrange it that way. We only did the photography after the design was produced, which was not really under our control simply because that's the way the schedules worked out. But when we started comparing the photos that we were able to get from the food photography, we realized that the color scheme, especially for this color right here, the reddish color, is really the wrong one. So we had two choices. We could colorize every single picture that we took with this red, and you're able to do something like this in Photoshop, or just adjust our color, this particular color, slightly so that it will fit the color scheme that the restaurant actually presents in real life. And in this case, our color scheme kind of went close together with the color of the napkins in the restaurant. Now, what tool do you use to design this? Well, professional designers usually use Photoshop, Adobe Photoshop to design this, but you don't really have to use something so fancy. You can use something as simple as PowerPoint or any drawing tool, because the idea here is really not to come up with a complete 100% design. The idea here is really to come up with enough detail so when you code, you will know what you're trying to achieve. And this is what basically this is about. So we have our mockups, we have our design with the colors and the fonts. It's time to start coding the website. Let's do it. Okay, before we begin, let me go over some ground rules, and we'll also give a very quick overview of our development environment setup. First of all, remember that it's a video, so use it like one. So if you feel like I'm going too fast, pause it and rewind it a bit if you want to hear something again. If it's too slow, feel free to increase the playback speed and make me sound like a chipmunk. So go ahead and try to use the video for what it's good for, which is adjusting to your own pace. Now remember that source code is available, so if you miss something or you want to look something up later, it's there for you, so don't have to worry about missing something on the screen. The source code is definitely 100% will be available to you, even though it's going to be a real commercial website. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to build up the site piece by piece, which will mean that the current lectures before folder will contain the previous lectures after content as a starting point. That way you could jump into any lecture and see where we started and see kind of where we ended as well, and that keeps going. Now, certain things will have to be done off screen to save time. So sometimes I also have times when I just need to pause and think for a second where we're going next. I certainly don't think you want to sit there and wait with me while I think, so certain things will have to be paused, done off screen, and then put back on. But certainly once I put it on screen, I will go ahead and go over it and explain it. So to avoid having you watch me type, which could be pretty boring, I will go ahead and try to do some things off screen and then we'll just explain them as we go along. But some on-screen typing won't be able to be avoided anyway. Another thing is, I would love to have recorded both screens. I usually try to, when I develop, have two monitors in front of me. That way, especially if we use something like browser sync, which we're going to go over in a minute, it's so much easier to have a code editor in one screen or one monitor, and then the display or the browser in another monitor. That way, whenever you change something in your code, it immediately appears on your monitor. However, this is unfortunately a luxury we can't have since there's only a one screen type of video. On top of which, I can't even put both the browser and the code editor in the same window like I did before, since we're going to need to actually code things as they stretch. So when the browser gets really big, it's going to be a different layout than when the browser is half size, simply because my screen is zoomed in so you could see everything much better. So unfortunately, we will have to be switching a lot between the coder editor and the browser screens. So I apologize for that, but there's nothing I could do without having you not be able to see very well as to what I type. Okay, so let's jump into the code editor and see what our starting point is. Okay, so I'm right now in my terminal window, and if I do pwd, which gives us the current directory I'm in, you'll see that I'm in examples lecture 29 before folder. And if we do NLS on it, you'll see that I have CSS, fonts, JS folder, and a starter index.html. So the first thing we want to do is we want to start using browser sync. And the way we want to do it is if you actually go up one folder and do an ls, you'll see a before and after. And we're going to be kind of living in the after all the time. So let's go back to after, because that's what we're going to be developing. And this is the place where we want to actually start up our browser sync. So whenever we edit anything, this is going to automatically appear in the browser. So let's go ahead, let me recall my browser sync command, and we'll go over it. So hopefully in the welcome videos, I went over how to install browser sync, and if you haven't done that, please go back to that video and go through how to install it. You will need to install Node.js, for example, and so on. Go ahead and review those videos. So browser sync is a command, browser-sync. We're going to say start. We're going to start the browser sync. It's going to be a server for us. In other words, browser sync will itself serve our website from the directory that we're in, which is right now in the lecture 29 after directory. And we're also going to say dash dash directory, which basically tells browser sync to go ahead and list the directory structure instead of trying to serve up a file. So it will go ahead and show us all these files as the starting point. And the last thing is I want to see which files do I need to watch for modification so that the browser sync can go ahead and reload my page automatically and immediately the second any of those files that match this criteria change. In this case, I'll just put star because I want any files in this directory that change to immediately be reloaded in the browser. So I'll go ahead and press enter and start my browser and go ahead. You'll see that I'm now in the browser. It jumped me straight to it. And let's actually go back to take a look. What it's telling me that here are my access URLs, and it went ahead and jumped me straight to this page. But if you take a look here, there's another page called HTTP localhost with a different port 3001. And that's a UI of the browser sync, which I haven't showed you before. So let's go ahead and jump into that UI. And you'll see that's a whole configuration UI for our browser sync. And I encourage you to go ahead and explore it a little bit. Meanwhile, this is our directory right here. And if we click on this, we really are going to see absolutely nothing because in our code, we have absolutely nothing so far. So let's go to our code. So what we have here is a standard Bootstrap starter page. And if you notice, we kind of dropped support for Internet Explorer 9. So you don't see the shims here, and you don't see that we are using jQuery 1 point something. We're actually using jQuery 2.1.4. So we're dropping support for IE9. Hopefully, the very, very little number of people that still have it won't even be on the site at all. So we don't want to support that. So the only thing we really have here is the standard setup of the meta tags, and we put our title as David Choose China Bistro. That's the restaurant name. And the only thing we want to do here is we want to try to at least set up, the first thing is our styles.css. If we go to CSS folder, and there's a whole bunch of files here we really don't need. We really just need the minified bootstrap.min.css, and that is in fact what we're including right here. But just for reference, if we wanted to look into them later, I left all of them here. We'll probably erase them before we deploy. And what's important is that you see styles.css that's sitting right in this folder, and we'll go ahead and open that file. So the first thing we want to do here is set up some global styles that the entire page and really across all pages will be true. So we'll do that using body, and we'll set up, first of all, the font size. We'll set up a standard font size. We'll go ahead and use it 16 pixels. We'll set up the color, and the color will be FFF, and that will give us white. So it means any text that we have is going to be white. And the background color that we'll set up is going to be, and this is something that we actually have to look at our design, so let's take a look here. So the design of the background color was this particular reddish color, but what we're going to do instead is use 61122F, and that's going to match kind of the napkin style and the different restaurant paraphernalia that we have seen in a restaurant. So we'll go ahead and use 61122F, and we'll give it a semicolon. So now if we go ahead and look at our browser, and for some reason didn't refresh, here we go. Now it's refreshed again. Should have refreshed automatically. I'm not really sure what happened. We see now we have this kind of maroon color in the background. So that's our background. And the last thing we want to do is take a look as to the general font. And the general font here, it says Oxygen. Well, let's go ahead and put the general font, so font family, and we'll say Oxygen. And this is really not going to work. And let's take a look here, and we'll just go ahead and put a simple paragraph here, and we'll say, hello world. And this is not going to work, the hello world. And the reason it's not going to work is because we don't really have Oxygen on my machine as a font. Now, it's very possible that I actually imported it because this looks very close to what Oxygen actually looks like. So it's possible that I imported it onto my machine. But on regular machines, you're not going to have this font. So how do we get this font? Well, the way we get this font is we could go to google.com/fonts and search for this Oxygen font, and you'll see the first one is Oxygen, the second one is called Oxygen Mono, so that's a different one. And the way to get that font into our page is to go to this button right here that says Quick Use, and we'll go ahead and click that, And it asks us, well, what kind of fonts? They want just normal, they want the light and the bold. We're going to go ahead and take both. And you can see that Google is telling you also how much of a load on the pages is going to give you. So sometimes these fonts have lots of different options. And you could load it so much that it will go into red. And that which would mean that every page will download a lot of different kind of things about this font that will make the page load slower. We don't want that, but we certainly are okay since it's sitting in the green. Now, if we scroll back down a little bit here, you'll see that here's a code to add to your website. Well, it seems pretty simple. We'll go ahead and select that, and we'll go ahead and copy. We'll go back to our page, and we just need to paste this link right here. And now our page has that font. The only thing is, if you go back to the page, it tells you here's actually how you should specify it. We'll go ahead and use that too. We'll copy that. We'll go back to our code editor and we'll replace this font family with what they tell us to specify it as, which is this line, Oxygen and sans serif, in case Oxygen is not available, which it should be, now that we've imported it from Google. So now we could go to our web page. Let's go ahead and take a look at our web page. I will refresh just in case. Yeah, and the font basically probably wasn't on my machine because it's exactly the same font that's showing up. So let's go back to the code editor. We'll go ahead and erase this. We don't need that. And we're basically ready to go. So now we've set up our background color, our default font size, and we even imported a font from Google Fonts. We're good to go, and we're ready to move on to the next thing, which is going to be the header of our website. Okay, so let's start building out our restaurant website. And what I have in front of me is a mock-up of the site again. And what we're going to start with is building out the header element of our website. And you can see it right here in the top part. Okay, so let's go back to the code editor. And actually, before we even start coding, let's go back to our terminal window and start the browser sync so we can work and at the same time look at the results of our work almost immediately. The first thing we want to do is we want to make sure we're in the right folder. Let's do a pwd, the current directory, and you can see I'm in the full stack course 4 examples lecture 30 after folder. And it's important that we're in the after folder because, as you remember, our entire website is going to be sitting in the either after folder or before folder, right, depending on where you start. So let's go ahead and do a recall of our browser sync. And here's our browser sync. And actually, there's a first on-screen mess up right here. Well, it's not the first, but it's the first one that I'll leave alone without editing it out, is that this is really not going to work. Let me show you why not. This here, the star part, is really not going to work for us. And the reason it's not going to work is if you do an ls, you'll see that we're going to be actually editing stuff inside the CSS folder. Yeah, we're going to edit HTML file right here in this folder, but we're going to edit the inside of the CSS folder, and eventually we'll edit inside of a JavaScript folder. So what we really need, actually, is... let's do the browser sync again, is we need to tell browser sync that you should watch out for any folder, not just the one we're in, but any folder within other folders and anything inside those folders. So just watch out every directory, for the entire structure all the way down. And let's go ahead and start that up. And it should bring us to a browser window right here. So if we click index.html, we should get our connected to browser sync, and here's our maroon background. Okay, so let's go back to the code editor now. And as you remember, there's a semantic HTML5 tag called header that we can actually use for this, and there it is. And now let me quickly cut and paste some of the code that I prepared, and we'll go over it. So the first thing we're going to do is create our navbar, basically the navigation bar. And this is going to be done by the nav element, and we're going to give it an ID called header nav, and we'll see in a minute why we're going to need that. And we're going to give it some classes that Bootstrap provides for us. And it's going to be two classes. One is navbar, another one is navbar default. Now, Bootstrap does this a lot. It will give you like a base class, and it will give you then a subclass that basically uses the base class plus adds something to it. So there's navbar default, there's navbar invert. There's different classes that really share some of the properties of the navbar. So you should really just get used to that. Let's go ahead and take a look as to what's going on in our browser. And you can see here now on top we have this navbar defined. The only couple of problems with it. Number one is it's the wrong color. We don't want this color. We want that yellowish color. And number two is if you look closely, you'll see in the corners here that you have this rounded border around it. So that's something we need to put on our kind of mental to-do list as to we need to fix. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next inside element of that is container. The container element is something you should be pretty familiar with. And remember, there's two types of containers. There's a container-fluid, and that's the one that stretches all the way to the edges of the browser and has a bit of a padding on both sides, about 15 pixels of padding on both sides. And then there's the regular container that actually changes its width based on the width of the browser. So it's actually not going to stretch all the way to the sides of the browser, but will kind of constrain itself to be a little bit closer to the middle. And basically, our entire content of our website is going to sit inside of that container, or at least be aligned with this container. This is going to be our header container, and we're going to have another one that's going to be for the main content. And the reason we're doing this instead of using container fluid is because our website doesn't have that much information on it. It doesn't have so many different things going on here. So if we were to let the content stretch and reposition itself all the way to the the widest point, the width of the browser, this website would look a little bit weird. Therefore, we're going to sort of constrain the width of our content to be a particular width and no more, and that way we can control it a little bit easier. Also notice another thing is that the container class is sitting, the div with the container class is sitting inside of the nav element. Well, the reason that is because that yellow right here, that is the background of our header, that is something that we do want to stretch all the way to the edges of the browser. And if we do that, if we set the yellow on the container, that means the yellow is also going to stop where the container stops, which is going to be really far away from the edges of the browser, at least potentially. So point is, that's kind of a trick, is to first have a nav that you actually define the color on, and then all of your content will actually sit in a container. It'll be much more constrained to kind of the middle of the screen. Okay, so speaking of this background color, let's go ahead and go to our styles.css and define this header nav to be what we want. I already have some code that I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste, and our ID header nav is going to have a background color of this yellowish background color, and we're going to make the border radius, remember the borders were a little bit rounded, we're going to make it 0. And I know I haven't really covered border radius, but feel free to go online and actually research how that works. We're not going to use it too much here, but it's not something that is going to take you too long to figure out. And another thing is we want the border to be 0 as well. We want it just to be a yellow color. So now we're going to save this, go back to our browser. As you can see, the browser sync is going to tell you that it injected the styles.css. And now we have a nice yellow background stretching all the way to the width of the browser. And there's no border, so they kind of fuse very nicely together. Okay, next, let's go ahead and try to place our logo in the top left of that header element. Let's go to our index.html, and I have some code prepared a little bit here. And let me go over it real quick. So number one is, we have this new element, new div, and it has a class called Navbar header. And basically, if you look up the Bootstrap documentation, it's kind of a wrapper class that a lot of other classes will depend on being in this position in order to work properly. And there's some padding that's involved. Sometimes it floats, and sometimes, depending on the size of the screen, it will do other things. Now, it's a good idea to not be scared and actually open bootstrap.css and take a look as to where this navbar header appears and what it's supposed to do. However, obviously, most of the time, you're not going to be going through bootstrap.css in order to figure out where to put which classes. So how did I know to put navbar header here and wrap some items in it? Well, the way I knew it is to go to documentation. So if we look here and go under components, because a navbar is a component, and I'll scroll down and click on the navbar right here and scroll down a little bit more, it gives you a whole bunch of different examples, and it actually will tell you what to use. So here you can see here that brand and toggle group together for better mobile display. Well, navbar header is something that is grouping this drop down, which we haven't talked about yet, and it's grouping a brand, which is something we're about to work on, and brand is part of your the branding name, which is what it says here, and the logo of the company. So it's part of the same thing. So it's telling you basically this is how you should do it if you want better mobile display. And that's basically how we arrived at having this content inside of a div with the class navbar header. Okay, so moving on to implementing our logo. Well, we're going to surround our logo with the A element, so the logo itself will become clickable. And the logo is going to be nothing more than a div with an ID called a logo image, because we're going to insert it as a background image in there. And we'll give it an alt tag logo image so the screen readers will know what that is. Okay, so at this point, we're really not going to see anything simply because we don't have any kind of image pointing to this tag yet. So let's go to our styles.css, and I'll cut and paste some code that I prepared here, and we'll create this logo image. And the logo image is that ID that we just gave to the div. And the way we're going to have the image is we're going to have a background URL, which is going to point to our images folder, restaurant logo, large.png, and we're going to make it that it's no repeat. And I also know how large the image is. I know it's 150 pixels by 150 pixels, and I need to style my div to be that wide, because otherwise the image is going to get clipped. And I gave it some nice margins around. So let's go ahead and save that and save the index.html, and we'll go to our browser. We'll take a look as to what we have over here. So there we go. There's our image right there. Okay, so this is the end of part 1 of the lecture. And in part 2, we're going to go ahead and insert the name of the restaurant and position and style it nicely to the right of the logo. Okay, so let's go back to the code editor, and I'll cut and paste some code I prepared for the name of the restaurant and this kosher certified sign right here underneath of it. So if I just place it the way it is now, first let me explain what is going on here. The first thing is this Navbar brand. And this is something, again, the Bootstrap documentation will tell you that any branding, like the name of the company, should go into this Navbar brand under this Navbar brand class. And what we're doing here is we, again, putting it inside of an href. So this David Choose China Bistro will be a clickable region. And we're also putting it inside of h1 because this is the most important thing about the page, that is the name of the restaurant. So that's as far as the name of the restaurant is concerned. The next thing is this little star, this star K, this kosher sign. And this is just a logo, right? So it's just an image, and it's very small, so we don't really care about responsiveness for this particular one because it is that small. And then we just have a span inside of it that just says kosher certified. Well, let's save this. Let's go ahead and go back to our browser, and not quite exactly what we expected. It's kind of pushed down here, and this is kind of ugly looking. But the first thing is we need to kind of take this and move it right here in this region. The reason this is going down is because this is nothing more than a div. So this is a div, and this is a div. So obviously they're stacking one upon the other. Well, since David Choose China Bistro is wrapped around with the class Navbar brand, and that already is floated left, as long as we make the logo float left, we'll have nicely David Choose China Bistro aligned to the right of the logo. Well, let's go back and do that, but we're going to do that in a Bootstrap way. And the way you do it in a Bootstrap is you apply, in this case, to this region right here, which is our logo, and we'll apply a class called Pull Left. And pull left is basically float left. And obviously we could, put a style attribute here and say float left, but that would make this whole thing a little bit dirty looking. So we're just going to stick with the Bootstrap class names that they came up with. So if we go back to the browser, oh, look at that. Now everything is to the right of that because we're now floating the element with the logo. Okay, so let's go ahead and now style this a little bit better. We certainly don't want this underline length on here. That's number one. Number two is if you look at our design, the font is different. And you can see here, business name font is called Laura. So the really first thing we should do is we should go back to our code editor and import this Laura font. And I'm going to ahead and pause the video real quick and import the font the same way we imported the Google fonts for the Oxygen font. Okay, so here's our Laura font, and I went through the exactly same procedure in google.com/fonts in order to pull it out. So now let's go ahead and go to our styles.css, and we'll cut and paste some code I pre-baked for our Navbar brand. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give it some padding. We're going to basically push it down a little bit, so we'll give it some padding top, about 25 pixels. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to style the actual name, right? The brand name. And we're going to say Navbar brand H1, that's the restaurant name. And here's our Laura family font. We're going to give it a little bit of a different color The color is going to be green. This is what we are basically doing according to our design. And we'll increase the font size just a tad. We'll increase it 1.5 ems. And what we'll do is we'll make the text uppercase, so we'll all stay uppercase the entire time. We'll bold it. We'll put some text shadow on it, and this is something we haven't really seen before, but I'll let you go ahead and research how to do this yourself. This is not really so hard. And we'll do margin top 0, margin bottom 0, and we'll decrease the line height just a little bit to kind of tighten up the whole thing. If you remember, we also had like an underlined, like a link thing going on there, and we really want to disable that, and that's called text decoration. So what we're going to do is we're going to say Navbar brand a hover and Navbar brand a focus, either one. We want them not to have any underlined type of link decoration. We just want it to be clickable but not look like a regular link. The other thing that's left here is to style this kosher cert thing, and all we're doing here is just basically giving it a color, transforming the case, everything to uppercase, and decreasing its font size just a tad to 0.7 ems. And again, keeping the margin top 15 just to separate it from the actual brand, the David Choose China Bistro. It'll get separated a little bit more by 15 pixels. And the last thing is we want to vertically align our star K span. So if we look at the index.html, there's a span here that says kosher certified. So what we're doing here is we're saying that when you get to that span, just vertically align that text. And the reason we're doing this is because we want those words kosher certified to align in the center of that star image, that star K logo.png. Okay, so let's take a look at our browser and see what we came up with. Okay, not quite what I expected over here. You could see that this is working just nicely, and it has a nice shadow here, text shadow, and you can see it's clickable, but this is kind of sticking right up there. So let's go back to our CSS and take a look as to what we might have messed up here. Oh, I can see what's going on here. There's a little typo here that we need to remove. It was kind of the ending of a comment that got left there. Let's take that out of here and see if anything else. Nothing, that's good. We'll go back, and now sure enough it's displaying how we actually wanted it to begin with. So that's pretty good. So we're good to go here. And I just want to do one last thing. We don't always want to display this logo. As we squeeze the browser, if it's maybe a medium screen, a large screen, we want to keep this logo. But then we're going to be, if it's smaller than that, we're going to start fighting for real estate. And I don't want to do that. I want to remove this logo and only leave the name of the business. So only when it's small. So let's take a look at what we could do in order to achieve that in Bootstrap. Okay, so if we go to index.html, there are a couple of classes that Bootstrap defines that lets you basically say that this element should only be visible at a particular breakpoint. And they're called visible MD. And what I'm saying is, if the screen size is medium, I want this element, this ahref element, to be visible. But if it's anything other than, at this point, medium-sized screen, I don't want this element to be displayed. Well, if I put that plus, I also want it to be displayed when it's large. So now this element will be visible when the screen is large or when the screen is medium size. Well, let's try this out. Let's go back to the browser, and our new styles should have already been injected. So at this point, if I just squeeze the browser and make it's medium, you can see, by the way, how the container jumped. So now it's a little bit more space here, so it's going to keep our site centered here. And if I squeeze it a little bit more, boom, it's gone, and we still have to fix that, at least at this particular breakpoint. But you can see now that the logo is gone, and it's gone because of those responsive elements. And if I stretch it back out, it comes back out to life again. Okay, so this is a pretty good start to a header, and we'll see you in the next video to continue developing the site. Okay, so let's continue building out the site. As a quick review, here where we are so far, we have the logo, the name of the restaurant, and this kosher certified sign. And we have the logo disappearing when we squeeze the browser to be a little bit smaller, right around, I think, medium, a little bit below medium, right? So medium and large, the logo will show up, but the second it becomes less than medium, that is small, the logo will disappear. So the next thing we want to do actually is let's go back to our design document, And before we start coding the menu buttons that will show up in the header, these menu, about, awards, and so on, let's go ahead and try to take care of the mobile view of our site, where those menu items will not be there and they'll be collapsed. And what will be here is this button right here that will let us open up the navigation and choose one of the menu items. And the reason I want to jump straight to this is because our navbar header kind of includes everything that will be in the mobile view. So I want to kind of take care of it right now. Since we already took care of these couple of things, I want to take care of this as well, so that we'll be on our way. Okay, so before we code it, let's take a glance at the Bootstrap documentation. And the Bootstrap documentation is really actually right here. And for us to really see that button, we would have to squeeze the browser ourselves. Let's squeeze it about here, and let's kind of refresh it again to go to menu or to the navbar. And when we scroll down, we'll see that's the same example, and all those menu items are now below. And when you click, they kind of show up. And here's the code. It shows you the code in order to achieve that same effect. So we're going to go ahead and do that in our own code. Let's put the browser back to the max, and we'll refresh that here. We already have our browser sync started. So what we need to do here is I have some code that I prepared, and we need to paste it right in here where it'd be inside the navbar header. Note that I'm working in the after folder that's located inside of the lecture 31 folder. So let's go ahead and paste it right here. And here's that same code. This is the same code you saw on that website, on the Bootstrap documentation website. So let me go over what we're looking at right now. The first thing is the class Navbar toggle, and that is the class that is actually controlling the positioning of this whole button. And if actually we'll go ahead and let's copy that real quick. Let's look at it in our Bootstrap itself. Let's go search for it over here. Okay, so you see navbar toggle, and you see that the position is relative and it's floating to the right. But if we keep looking for, oops, I messed that up. If we keep looking for navbar toggle, you'll see in a minute that at a certain media width, it will be display none. In other words, it will only display when it is less than, I believe, less than medium, or maybe it's small or something like that. But it's all automatic. I don't really remember 100%, but you'll see that it will work. So the navbar toggle is basically giving us our positioning and kind of styling at the same time. Now, the collapse class actually does not exist in Bootstrap. If you take a look, and we actually will search for, go ahead and let's search for collapsed, and you'll see that there's really nothing there. Now, so what is this collapse class doing? Well, what it's doing is signifying to a plugin, a Bootstrap plugin, that this button is in a collapsed state. That is, nobody's clicked on it yet, and once somebody clicks on it, this collapse class will go away. But all of that is done automatically by the Bootstrap plugin, the collapse plugin. And you can actually see the name of this plugin right here under data toggle. Now, this data dash and this data dash are HTML5 API attributes that allow JavaScript plugins or JavaScript code in general to get at these attributes very, very easily in a standardized way. Now, if I actually take this collapsed or collapse word and go to our, not CSS, but actually JavaScript, and we'll open up bootstrap.js, we can actually go ahead and search for collapse. And you'll see here there's a plugin called Collapse, collapse.js. And that is actually what's taking care of that whole pulling the menu down and pulling it back up. But actually, to us, it doesn't make any difference. We're just users of this plugin, so we really don't need to know all of its gory details on the inside. Now, this area or aria expanded equals false, that is really for screen readers. And we're not really covering in this course screen reader specific attributes, but it's kind of got swept up in here because it is part of the documentation to put it here, and it's a good idea to leave it. Now, the rest of them are span, and that's really, again, for a screen reader to say toggle navigation. Those words, toggle navigation, will actually never show up. And it says here, as you can see, SR, screen reader only, meaning this will not show up on the actual browser screen. And then we have three spans, icon bar, icon bar, icon bar, and all it's doing is putting those icons, those horizontal lines inside of our button. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's go back to the browser. And you don't see anything. Well, the reason you don't see anything is because our page isn't squeezed enough yet. So let's go ahead and squeeze it and see if that button will show up. Bam, and that button shows up right around here. Right? I don't know what that is in terms of the sizing. I guess we could find out real quick by opening that up. So it's around 700 something pixel, 768, 767 that this button show up. Now if you see it's the hover works, but if you click it, nothing's actually going on yet. Well, the reason nothing is going on is because we haven't really enabled that behavior in our HTML and we haven't hooked up the JavaScript to it yet, but we will. And when we do, this data-target is going to be very important because its value is collapsible nav, and that is totally a name that I made up, and that name is going to be used for an ID of an element that is going to be lower down, and it's going to include all of those navigation menus that will be kind of disappearing and collapsing and again expanding and so on. Okay, and I don't know if you noticed, but actually if we squeeze the browser again, you'll see it is that our button is not really styled to the rest of the site. It's kind of, got the default Bootstrap styles. And we're gonna not leave it alone like this. We're gonna fix that, but we're gonna do that in a different video. Okay, so let's continue building our site, and right now we're going to concentrate on these buttons right here, these menu items. So let me go back to the code editor, and I'm right now located in lecture 32 after folder. I'm looking at index.html, and I'm going to go ahead and scroll down to right below where our navbar header, this one right here. So let's let Sublime Text help me out here and show me where that ends. Right here is where it ends. I actually can remove this line and just put it right here. So I need to put it right below where the navbar header ends, because that's now not part of the navbar header that's going to show up when the main menu collapses and kind of disappears and only is accessible through this toggle button. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste some code that I pre-baked, and let's go over the code. Okay, so the first thing you see is this is the div that contains all of our menus, all of our navigation buttons. And you see the ID that I gave this div is collapsible nav. Well, you've seen this before. There it is, collapsible nav. And the way we specify or do a selector API type of ID is we put a £sign in front of it. So very much the same as CSS. So here we're saying I want to select £sign collapsible nav, which means ID that's collapsible nav. Well, the ID collapsible nav is right here. And the collapse.js, the plugin from Bootstrap, will use this information right here to know where to target its collapsing kind of behavior and functionality, and it will know to target it right here. There's a couple of required classes that I need to put in here. One is collapse, another one is navbar collapse. And again, if you look at the Bootstrap documentation, this is what they tell you to put on the collapsible menu. Okay, so that's our container div. It's going to contain all of our menu items. Next, the way we're going to display the menu items, which is very common practice to do, is to create an unordered list. And we're going to give this unordered list an ID called navList, and we're going to target that later for styling. And we're going to give it a few classes. One is nav, navbar nav, and navbar right. Well, nav and navbar nav is basically saying that I am going to be a component of our navigation bar or navigation. And these are the classes that basically turn our unordered list into this nicely done menu right there in the navigation bar. And the last class here is navbar right. Well, that class is very similar to those classes pull right, pull left, except this one is specifically for the navbar. So this is navbar right means I want it still in the navigation bar, but I want it to be pulled to the right. I want it to float all the way to the right. So if I actually look at our design, these navigation menus, they're not sitting next to the name of the restaurant, they're sitting all the way to the right, and actually they're aligned to the right. And the way that's done is through this navbar right class. Okay, so the next task is to start listing these li items. And each li item is going to have an element, href element, that is going to point to some page, usually within the website. And not only is it going to point to it, it's going to say things like menu, so that's going to be the actual name of the button, but right next to it is going to have the span with a special couple of classes, glyph icon, cutlery. And what these classes do is they're able to bring in what's called an icon font. And an icon font is basically a vector-based image that is able to behave in the same way that a font would behave. In other words, you could size it, you could colorize it, give it a color, basically use it the same way you use a font, except it's usually some sort of vector-based shape. Well, in this case, glyph icon or glyph icon and glyph icon cutlery will give us kind of a fork and a knife, and that will be our menu. Also notice we're putting a break between the actual icon and the word menu. But we're not just putting a break, we're putting a class on it, and we're saying hidden XS, which means I want this break to go away when the screen size is extra small. And the reason that is if you could take a look, right now the cutlery is on top and the menu is right on the bottom. Well, the way it's achieved is through that break element. When we actually do the expanding of the menu, when you use the toggle button, I don't want the icon to be on top and make this button super thick. Instead, I want them to lay out the icon and the menu, or the words for the menu. I want them to be flat. I want them to be horizontal. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and hide the break element at that screen size. And basically the same code is done for about and awards. And this is just, again, a glyph icon. Now, where do you get these glyph icons? Well, actually a whole bunch of them already come by default with Bootstrap. And if you look at the Bootstrap documentation, you can actually look at these glyph icons right here. If you go to Components and Glyph Icons, and you can have a whole bunch of different glyph icons, and it will tell you exactly how to specify it. So in this case, for example, it's glyph icon space glyph icon star, and that's the glyph icon that you're going to get, and you are able to, again, style it however you want in terms of color, in terms of sizing, and so on. And just like a regular font, even if you make it super big, the shape of it is still going to be very sharp and clear. The one last item here that I want you to take a look at is this last li, which contains our phone number. And there are a couple of things here. Number one is I'm telling it tell with a colon and the phone number. And what that's going to do is that if actually somebody clicks on it or taps on it, that will trigger the phone to try to call it. So if, let's say, you have calling program installed on your computer in the regular desktop, they'll trigger that. Or if you're in a mobile phone, this type of setup will trigger the phone to try to call or use its phone feature to call. Now notice what we're doing here. We're setting up this li to be hidden XS, meaning when the screen size is going to be super small, I want this phone number hidden. Phone number together with the words we deliver. Just the whole thing, I want the whole thing hidden. So why would we want to hide this element when the screen is extra small? Well, let me show you. When the size of my browser is mobile, meaning I'm on a mobile phone, I don't want the phone number to show up as part of this menu. I actually want it to show up right across the entire width of the browser, the mobile browser, and I want to have actually pretty drastically different styling for it. And that is why I want to hide this element altogether when we're at the screen size of extra small. Okay, so time to save the page and make sure that we have our browser sync started. Let's start our browser sync and let's switch to the browser. We'll go to index.html, and now we see that we have some work to do in terms of styling, but the menu, about, and awards, and we deliver, and the phone number are all showing up just nicely. Let's go ahead and add some styling to the navigation. We'll go to our CSS folder and we'll open up the styles.css, and we'll scroll down to the available space here, and I already have some code that I've pre-baked especially for this. So let's go ahead and paste that, and I'll go over this code right now. So the styling starts with targeting this nav list, which is an element with an ID nav list. Let's go ahead and orient ourselves a little bit. Where's this ID nav list? Well, the ID nav list is this UL. So the entire UL is the nav list, and that's kind of our anchor from where we're starting to style the rest of them. So here all we're doing is just giving the entire menu a bit of a margin on top, so the whole entire menu will just move down. Every link within the menu is going to have a color, which is that maroon color that we basically are using throughout the entire site. That's the color of the napkins of the restaurant. And we're also going to center it. If you remember, the menu, the text at least of those menu items was a little bit shifted. I think it was shifted to the left or to the right. But anyway, we need to make sure it is aligned center. And we also need to let the users know when they move the mouse over the menu that their mouse is in fact over the clickable region, so So therefore, we're going to do this nav list a hover, and we're going to give it a little bit of a light, close to white type of a color as a background. And the text of those menu items was a little bit too small, so we're going to increase it about 1.8 ems. So that's about 80% increase. So it'll stand out a little bit more than just a very small text. For the font here, we're going to give it a margin top of 5 pixels, just to move it down a little bit. And the actual font number will again align to the right, because we want it to go all the way to the right of the edge of the design. And we'll give the bottom padding of 0, so it's actually right there at the bottom, so it's not pushed up in any way. Right next to, or right below the phone number, I should say, we have this "We Deliver" message, and it's going to be in green, just to stand out. And the text align will align it again to the right, similar to the phone number. So the phone number and the words "We Deliver" will align its right edges. And just to align it with the phone number exactly, we'll go ahead and give the padding right for that "We Deliver" message. We'll give it padding right of 15 pixels. Let's go ahead and save that and take a look at what our website looks now. Well, it looks much better. Look at this. Now, when we roll over, we could see that there's a background color that shows up on every one of those things. And so is the show up on the phone number, which I'm actually not so crazy about, but we'll probably fix that later. And "We Deliver," as you can see, is also aligned very nicely with our phone number. And you may or may not have realized, but since we put all the IDs in the right places, this should now work. Then when we squeeze the browser, and obviously this is still something that is going to need to be fixed, that's way too low at this point, but if we squeeze the browser and get to our collapsible menu state, when we click on this, the menu will show up, and it's a real menu and selectable, and we click on it again, it will go away. And all of that is really done completely out of the box. We really didn't write any code to do this. This is something that Bootstrap already provides. Now, one thing besides, this is obviously needs to be styled a little bit better, but the one thing we do need to style right away is this collapse button. And that's exactly where we're going to pick it up in the part 2 of this lecture. In the last lecture, we coded and styled the menu items for the main screen as well as the collapsed version. In this lecture, we're going to pick it up and start styling the button that opens up and closes the collapsed mobile menu. Let's go ahead and go back to the code editor, and we'll give it some more styles to fit into our overall theme. So the first thing we're going to do, and let me cut and paste some code here that I prepared, is we're going to change the color of the borders around the button. So you can see here we're targeting by saying Navbar header, that's where we want it. Inside of that there's a button that has a class called Navbar toggle. And also Navbar header, when there's a class inside that's called icon bar, right? All those lines we want to target with this border that's going to be a little bit more maroon, that same background color that we have for the rest of the site. So if we actually take a look at the site now, you can see that now the color is how we want it. It's the maroon or whatever it is, the kind of a napkin color borders. Oh, and the reason this is showing up as kind of a whitish color in the back is because it's currently selected. We haven't really written code to kind of make it deselect automatically. So if we actually click out of it, you'll see that the button has a rollover effect. And when you actually select it and leave it alone like that, it still stays selected. So if you click out of it, it will be yellow again. So that we'll fix a little bit later. For now, however, let's take a look at this yellow line here. You could see that it's kind of right against the name of the restaurant, and this is spilling over. Well, the reason that's happening is because, as you know from the floating lecture from before, is that since this is being floated, everything else is kind of collapsing to the minimum height. So we could fix that by just simply applying the clear property. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's go to our CSS file, and I'll cut and paste some code that I prepared for this, and we'll close this curly brace. We'll save it, and we'll go back. And we could see it's no longer collapsing. It's actually now including all of those things together. Now, there's still a problem with this. I don't really think we want to keep the name of the restaurant in this gigantic font, even on a small mobile browser. That's just not really going to work. So what we really need to do is kind of squeeze both of those things together and make it much tighter and much smaller font and make this whole yellow section much smaller. Well, we could do that by simply applying a negative margin on this navbar header button navbar toggle. And let's go ahead and do that. And it's kind of going to undo a little bit as to what we just did. Let's give it about negative 30 pixels. And we'll go back to the site. And as you could see, we made the height of this yellow region a bit smaller. And unfortunately, it kind of has undone the things we did before with, removing the collapsing of the floating element. Well, the real way to fix it is actually to make these things smaller and make them fit into this region and not make this region any bigger. And we're going to do that in a different lecture. But for now, we have our toggle button and it's working just fine. And we're able to squeeze the browser and expand it, and our navigation menu shows up very well as well. In a previous lecture, we saw that there was a bit of a problem with our layout when we went from the wide screen to a little bit more of a medium screen. So let me show you what's going on. So if I go over here and I cross the 1200 pixel breakpoint, this thing jumps and it goes over here. And that kind of looks unseemly. We really want this a little bit higher up. Well, the reason this is happening is because this div right here and this div, they're both floated. And since we're kind of running out of room on this one row, just like any other floated element, it just gets pushed to the next row and it's still floated right. So that's why it's still over here and not moving over here. So let's verify that. Let's go ahead and select this right here. And that's our header, navbar header. And if we decrease its width, let's say 400, and you can see it jumps over here, right? So since we made this smaller, it jumped over here. Well, let's refresh that for a second. We really don't want to decrease the div, the entire div. What we really want to do is actually make this logo a little bit smaller. It's kind of a candidate to be made smaller anyway, since we have a smaller screen and we want to make the image a little bit smaller and also kind of save a little bit on bandwidth as well. So let's go back to our code editor, and I'm located in lecture 33 in the after folder. And I'm going to bring up my styles.css. And obviously we're up to breakpoints, which means we need to write our own media queries. And I kind of wrote out some of the media queries we're going to need right here. And we're going to have a media query for large devices with minimum width of 1200 pixels. Then there's going to be a medium device with a range of between 992 and 1199. The small one is going to be between 768 and 991. And extra small will be basically max width is going to be 767 pixels. Now, I didn't make these up. I actually took them verbatim from what Bootstrap, or how Bootstrap subdivides and creates its breakpoints. Okay, so what we're targeting at this point is the medium devices one. And I already have some code that I could just copy and paste over here that will make our logo a little bit smaller. And here it is. So we're targeting our logo image, and we're changing out the background URL, the background image URL, to a different logo. It's a different file. It's restaurant logo underscore medium.png. And it's smaller in size. So before, I think it was 150 pixels by 150 pixels, and now it's a little bit smaller, and the padding perhaps is a little bit smaller as well. This is something you basically have to tweak a little bit yourself. There's no point of doing this on screen. Once it looks good, then you're good to go. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's go look at our browser, and voila, look at that. So now we're in much better shape. You could see that this thing shrunk, this logo shrunk, and therefore it gave us enough room here to have a few buttons. And now if we squeeze it at a certain point, at the small breakpoint right here, the logo will completely go away. And this will, at this point, not fit here anymore, and it will slide right under our brand name or the name of the restaurant. And actually, this looks pretty good, so I'm okay with that and not really having to fix that, because this to me looks nice and compact. And as we go closer, there's something that still needs to be fixed. But at the medium and the small breakpoint, we're now good to go. So in the large breakpoint, we're also good. You can see the image keeps switching sizes at this point. So we're good there. Okay, so it seems like the only thing we need to start fixing here is when we get all the way to the small screen. David Chu's China Bistro looks pretty good, but it's probably too big. And certainly this spillover is not good either. So let's go ahead and go back to the code editor and we'll try to fix that. We'll scroll down to the extra small device. Let's go back and recheck. We're now below 767 pixels. So we're in the extra small range. And let me go ahead and cut and paste some code that I pre-baked for this. Okay, so let me go over this code right now. So first thing is, on the Navbar brand, we want to do a couple of things. Number one is, we want the padding to decrease a little bit. I think it was 15 pixels before, we're making it now 10. And also want to set a concrete height for it, so we don't rely on the whole thing collapsing around it. So we want to limit it to 80 pixels, but at the same time, set a concrete height. Number two is, the restaurant padding is also going to decrease a little bit. I believe it was larger before. Now it's padding top to be 10 pixels. And the font size is something we haven't really seen this type of unit before. It's 5VW. What does VW stand for? Well, VW stands for viewport width. And 1 unit, so if I let me create a little note here, is 1 unit of VW is equals to 1% of viewport width. And the reason we're using these units is because these units are responsive. In other words, as the screen keeps stretching and being squeezed, this is going to be, the font size is going to be relative to the screen width. And this is what we want here. And 5 seems just about right for that. And this is one of those responsive font size units that has been introduced a few years ago, but at the same time, it is very widely supported among just about all the browsers. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to decrease the font of our kosher certification, that kosher cert, and that's just the word kosher certified. And we're going to keep it all in uppercase. And I believe we probably already have this before, and we could check this real quick. And I see that the restaurant, the Navbar brand P, already had, the kosher cert already had uppercase. So if we scroll back down, we really don't need this anymore. We could just take that out, so that's kind of duplicate. And we're going to also give it a smaller margin top. And just to constrain the star K, that star that we saw over there, that star image, we're going to give it a height so we can actually center that kosher certified together with the star image, and it will align nicely. So let's save that and go ahead and go to our web browser, and we could see now that the name of the restaurant is bigger than before. So now it's filling up a little bit more space since we removed the logo, and this kosher certified is sitting nicely within the yellow region. So if we stretch this back out, this should switch back to the previous size of the restaurant name and give it more content in the header. And as we stretch all the way out, it will now show the logo of the restaurant. And obviously, as we go beyond the 1200 pixels, the logo of the restaurant is going to become much bigger. And let's go back to our small size. And here's where our small size, you can see the name of the restaurant is stretching depending on how wide the screen is. Okay, so that's it for part 1 of this lecture. And in part 2, we're going to turn our attention to styling the drop-down menus. In part 1 of this lecture, we concentrated on styling the menu when the browser was in full screen desktop mode. In this lecture, we're going to talk about styling the menus when they're in the drop-down mobile mode. Let's take a look at our collapsed menu over here. You can see there's a bit of a problem. The glyph icon looks way too big, especially comparatively to the menu. So what we really want, especially given that this is a font icon, is for both these things, the font icon and the word menu and the text over here, to really be the same font size. First, let's go ahead and investigate why there are indeed 2 different font sizes. Let's right-click on this menu text right here and click Inspect. So here we are on that A element, that link element. Let's go and click on the text itself. And let's go ahead and try to scroll and find the first time that font size is mentioned right here. So it should be right around here somewhere. And there it is. The first time font size is being mentioned and it's not crossed out, which means it is applicable to our element right now. It's coming from styles.css, that's our file, and it's going for 16 pixels. So this menu item right there, the menu text, I should say, is actually 16 pixels. Well, what about our glyph icon? The glyph icon is really just a span above it, so or inside this ahref. So let's go ahead and click on the glyph icon, and we'll scroll all the way up, and let's take a look. The glyph icon actually is getting its sizing from #navlist a followed by span, and it's also coming from styles.css. Well, we kind of want to override that. We want to override that, and we'll override and make our menu just a little bit bigger. It's a little bit too small. Let's go ahead and go to our code editor, and I already have a style here that we can apply, and I'll go ahead and cut and paste it right here. And this style will take that 16 pixels that we're inheriting for that A element from the body element that's been defined, and it's going to bump it up just a little bit. So we're bumping it up about 20%, so 1.2 ems. So if we save that right now, go back to our browser, and you could see that the menu became a little bit bigger. Well, so did the glyph icon, obviously, because the glyph icon is sitting inside, right now it's 1.8 m. Well, 1.8 m, it became 1.8 m of whatever the menu was, because the menu is kind of sitting inside of the A element, which encompasses this glyph icon. So let's go ahead and change that. And since we want the glyph icon to be exactly the same size as the menu item, well, we just then want to inherit whatever the menu item's font size is onto the glyph icon. Well, the way to do that is to make sure that the span has 1em as its font size. In other words, I don't want you to change anything from whatever I'm inheriting. I want you to be 100% of whatever it is that I'm inheriting, and I should be inheriting at this point the font size from the A element. Well, the problem is at the moment I am actually overriding it directly with having a, and I don't want to obviously put anything new there, but I'm overriding right now with the ID followed by an element and followed by another element. Well, we know all about specificity in CSS, so we could override that very easily by just specifying that. Let's copy that, and so that's ID followed by an element followed by an element, so that would override that. And all we need to do is just say font size 1em. And that is basically instructing the browser to override whatever font size this specific selector had and override it with 1em, which will in turn take whatever its parent element had and keep it exactly the same. Well, its parent element had 16 pixels times 1.2, which is about 19 something pixels, or 19.2 or so, and it will keep it right here. So if we save this and go back to our browser, we should now see that they're both looking pretty good and just about the same. One last thing here is they look way too close, and I think we need to put a margin on one of them. For example, we could put them on the actual glyph icon, we could put margin right, I would say about 5 pixels or so. So let's go back here and give it a margin right 5 pixels. We'll save that, go back to the browser. And now the drop-down menu is looking much better, and it seems like we're done with the menu, at least for this stage of the website development. So now we're ready to embark on actually doing the main content of the page. And what we're going to start with is this giant picture of the restaurant, of the interior of the restaurant, which is actually what's called a jumbotron in Bootstrap speak. However, before we start, we're going to have to define some element that's going to be a container for everything that is inside of our website. And that's simply because, remember, we put in the container our header, and we want everything nicely aligned to its edges. So we need a top-level element within our main content to have a container class assigned to it. Let's go ahead and start with that. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's open up the index.html that is located at this point in the examples lecture 34 after folder. And we'll go ahead and scroll down right below our call button right here. And we'll open up another div. We'll say div.container. And we'll press tab, and that's the Emmet plugin that's helping me do this. And we'll actually give it even an ID, so that way later it will be much easier for us to target it. We'll call it main content. Main content. Okay, so here's our main content, and now we're ready to code up our jumbotron. Well, the way we're going to code out our jumbotron is we have a whole bunch of images in the images folder, and as you could see, jumbotron, they all are sized very differently. The first one is 768, that one is 768 pixels wide. Then there's jumbotron 992. That one is 992 pixels wide, and finally the 1200 one is the biggest one there. And obviously what we want from this is to be able to substitute different pictures, different resolutions, depending on the screen size. So assuming the smaller screen size, the smaller device, and it's probably mobile, and therefore we don't want to waste our bandwidth. So let's go ahead and create a div that is going to contain our jumbotron. We'll press tab here, and that's the div. And what's going to happen is we're going to assign a background CSS property to this div, and it's going to load the image responsively, meaning depending on the media query that it's going to appear in, it's going to load different size image. However, we have one limitation. We can't stretch and contract the image when it is sized that way as a background image. And we need it to stretch and contract when it's very small, and I'll show you in a minute what I mean. I'm going to go ahead and paste a little bit of code here, and I pre-baked this code for you before. And what it's doing is it's creating an image tag, and the image tag is taking the smallest jumbotron picture there is and assigning some alt text. And this is the most important part here, the classes. The class img responsive comes from Bootstrap, and basically what it says is as I change the width of the browser, the width and the sizing of the image is going to change proportionally. And that's very important for us, something that we really can't do with a background image very well. And also, I'm only going to make this visible when the screen is extra small, which means if I save this right now and go back to my browser, I'll see that this is showing up, but the image is not showing up. But if I squeeze the browser all the way to extra small, you'll see that the image actually showed up. So I want only this img tag to show up when it's extra small, but for higher widths of the browser, I'm going to use a background image in order to size the image. Notice that we already see the effects of our container div. You could see how the edges of our header are aligning very nicely with the edges of our main content. Okay, so let's go back to our code editor, and we'll open up our styles.css file, and we'll go ahead and load our jumbotron images in its proper media query. So the first one is going to be for the large devices right here. And again, I'm going to cut and paste some pre-baked CSS. So here's our jumbotron. And what we're doing is basically we're adding to or overriding some of the properties that the Bootstrap Jumbotron class had. So number one is we're assigning a background URL to be the largest Jumbotron image there is, and we obviously don't want to repeat that. And we're setting its height because, as you know, background images don't affect the height of the element, so therefore we need to set the height. And we're giving it some box shadow, and something that you should look up how that works. It's very, very simple. And we're giving it a 2-pixel border so it'll stand out a little bit better. So let's save that and go ahead and look in our browser to see how that looks. So here's our jumbotron, and you could see that we have the border, some of the box shadow going on around it, and it's looking pretty nice. However, if we squeeze the browser a little bit and it becomes smaller than the large size, again, the image disappears, obviously, because we haven't really assigned an image to that size. So we'll go ahead and go to our medium devices only section of the media query, and we'll go ahead and paste another jumbotron image, and this one is going to go right here. And here is some pre-baked code that I have. And again, the background URL now is going to be 992. That should match the lower bound of this media query. And I'm decreasing the height a little bit. As you could see, the box shadow is basically the same and the border the same. Now we still need to repeat this because we didn't really factor it out and we didn't put it outside of the media queries. So we need to repeat these parts, but it's not such a big deal. I guess in the future we could pull it out of here altogether and put it outside of either media query. That way they could share it. So let's go back and check if it works. So now we should be by the medium size, it should switch to a smaller image. That's good, that's working. But when we get to small again, it's not there. So let's go back to our code editor and we'll go to the small devices. And again, I have some pre-baked CSS that I already wrote prior to this lecture. So we'll go ahead and cut and paste that here. And you can see now I'm using the lower bound JPEG jumbotron that's matching this. And the height again is a little bit smaller, and the box shadow and the border again are the same. So if I save that and go back to my browser, so now I have the largest image at this size, a little bit smaller image at this size, and yet even smaller image at this size. And when we get to this size, we still need to do some styling, but at least you could see that the smaller image is showing up. And every single time, this is something that when you obviously go on a real device that's going to be a particular size, that means only one image will download. That's actually a little bit incorrect because we do have this image that we are always loading, which is that small image. And that's really going to not really hurt us too much on the larger device sizes. But when it's in a super small device size, which is, you know, your regular cell phone, that's the only image that's going to load, because the rest of them aren't going to load at all. They're not even being targeted for that screen size. Okay, so let's go back to the browser and take a look here. And you could see that when we do squeeze it all the way, even though the image shows up, we aren't really sizing it properly, and we're certainly not giving it the right borders. Well, let's go back to the code editor, and once again, I'll go to styles.css, and I will go to the super small here screen size, the extra small screen size, and what I'll do is I will paste some code here that I pre-baked again for this, and is going to overwrite that jumbotron, or I should say add to the jumbotron class. It will set some margins, give it some padding, the box shadow, and at this point it should be pretty much good to go. If I save it and go take a look, that's not exactly what I expected. I certainly didn't expect to see these white lines. So let's figure out why these white lines are showing up. Let's go ahead and right click and inspect the element, and we'll go ahead and choose that div, that jumbotron class that we've been styling, and let's take a look here. Well, I think I could see what's going on here. We have padding right and padding left. So if we take them off, right, now it looks perfect. Now why isn't our padding, let's go back to our code, we did specify padding 0, but that doesn't seem to take any effect. Well, let's go back and take a look. And if you look closer, you see what's going on? I'll give you a second. Well, it's that good old specificity that's, again, getting in our way. You see, the padding is specified with .container, class container, followed by a class jumbotron, or class fluid, container fluid, followed by a class jumbotron. Well, the problem is, if you look at our specificity, we only have one class, and they define it with two classes. So all we really should be able to have to do is just say container, and say now container followed by jumbotron. Save that. We'll go back to the browser and look at that. Now it's actually exactly how we wanted it. In fact, it's probably a good idea to take this container jumbotron combo and actually go through every single place where we specify jumbotron and actually use that specificity, so we don't get tripped up by this again. Let's go ahead and replace that everywhere, and replace that here as well. And now when we go back to the browser, we should be good to go. And if we stretch the browser, right, in every single screen size, we see that it's working just fine. As you can see, the IMG responsive class from Bootstrap is letting us now go to the IMG tag at this size and letting us stretch the image back and forth. And as we get to a higher size, now it's just a background image, and therefore it's just going to stay static but keep jumping every time we go to a different screen size. One last thing is, we're specifying a couple of properties, namely border and box shadow, every single time that we specify container jumbotron. Well, I think it's probably a waste, so let's go ahead and take that out and put it into a style that's outside any media queries. That way we're only going to have to specify it once and not have to specify it every single time for every media query, which seems a little bit wasteful, right? So let's take that out of here. And now that we're outside the media queries, let's go ahead and create a class called .container, container.jumbotron, and we'll cut and paste those two properties right here. And now it should be like that everywhere, and that's actually part of the home page. We save it, and we go back to the browser, and everything should pretty much work as it was before. and it's jumping through different sizes. As you can see, everything is working, at least seems to be working just fine. Okay, so our jumbotron is working and we're ready to move on. Okay, so now that we're done with the jumbotron right here, our next task is to code up these tiles over here. And these tiles are the menu, the specials, and the map. Now, it's worthwhile to take a look at how these tiles are supposed to behave when they're in a smaller device. So this is a view of the desktop view, basically. This is, I believe, the tablet view. And you could see it's basically just about the same. But then when we get to the mobile version, you see that what we want to do is to have the menu and the specials stay on top, but the map should basically slide down and now take up 2 spaces. So it will be nice and even between 2 of them. And finally, on the very last one, if we have it here, but we actually don't have it here listed, but obviously when it becomes super, super small, we want them all to just stack one upon the other. Menu, specials, and the map. Okay, so let's go to our code editor and see how we can accomplish it. So I'm looking right now at index.html, which is located in examples lecture 35, the after folder, and this is the index.html. Okay, so we still want it to be part of the main content, and this is our div for the main content that ends right here. And we want it to be just right under the jumbotron, so we'll put it right about here. And since the whole main content is already a container, then I don't have to provide another container. Remember that every Bootstrap grid has to be inside of a container or an element that is marked with a container class. So I don't need to do that anymore, but I do need to define a row. So I'll go ahead and define my row. And there it is right here. And I'll even give it an ID. We'll call it home tiles, so it'll be easier for us later to style this, and have this kind of as a base. Okay, so let me copy and paste some of the code that I've pre-made for this lecture, and I'll go ahead and go over it afterwards. Let me close this div actually, right here, and we'll take a look at it. Okay, so again, we're inside the row, and now we want every class for the desktop. We'll concentrate on the desktop first. For the desktop, we want MD4, and again MD4, which means we're going to have they all add up to 12, which means every single one of them is going to take a third of the screen. And therefore, we're going to have these 3 tiles on MD. So at the medium screen and above, this will become a 3-tile type of layout. Moving on down, at the small level, meaning at the smaller screen size, so it's column small, the first 2 are column small 6. So they'll take up half the screen. And the third one, if you take a look, is 12. So when we're at the small screen size, the first 2 will take out half the screen each, and therefore will take 1 basically row. And the third tile will slide down kind of to the second row, even though it's not technically a Bootstrap second row, but it'll slide down and it will stretch the entire width of the grid. So therefore, it will basically equal to the first 2 columns, because they're 6 and 6. And finally, at the smallest level, at the extra small screen, we want every single one of those things to stack one upon the other. And therefore, we're doing extra small 12. So now it's going to take up the entire width of the screen at the smallest screen size, which is probably going to be mobile. Okay, before we look at the browser, let's go ahead and take a look at the contents of each of these tiles that I'm kind of calling them tiles, at least in my mind they are. So each one of them is going to have a link, ahref, and the first one is going to point to menu categories. In other words, when the user is going to click on the menu item, which is what this is going to, or the menu tile, I should say, which is what this is going to be, I don't want to display the entire menu item by item to them. Instead, I want to display menu categories to them and then let them choose a menu category that will show them the menu items for that menu category. So the way that's broken up is we have a link that is surrounding a div, and the div has an ID menu tile. And inside that div, we have a span called menu. And the reason I'm breaking them out like that is because the div with an ID menu tile is going to be something we're actually going to size and make a particular like square rectangle looking thing. And the span, the menu span, we're actually going to position absolutely within the div of the menu tile. And since, if you remember, take a look at our design here, let's go take a look at our design real quick. You can see that this is smack on the bottom right here, and I always want it to stay in the bottom. And the way we're going to achieve that is we're going to size this square right here and then make it relative, which means all its children can now be positioned absolutely, and we're going to be very easily positioning them right at the bottom without having to worry about this element's overall position on the screen. So it'll be absolute, but it'll be at the same time relative to the tile within which it's going to live. Okay, so that's that. And the second one is going to be exactly the same one. Is the second tile. It's going to just point to specials. So it's going to have a special category called specials and let people basically jump to that category straight away. And for now, we're going to make these separate pages. But as we build out the site, we might make a different decision as to how we're going to host these particular pages and present this information. The last style is going to be the map, and I purposefully left it out because I want to show you how I would embed a real map. But the structure of the thing is going to be about the same. We're going to still have an A element, and we're going to leave the href of it alone for now. And what we are going to do is we're going to define a target of underscore blank. And the reason we're going to define a target underscore blank is that if somebody clicks on this map, I don't want them to forget about our restaurant website. So it will automatically either open a new window or usually it'll just open a new tab. And this is kind of a controversial topic a little bit. I mean, I've seen some people say that that's not very nice for users to do, but overall, I think everybody agrees that the user is going to forget about your site if you willingly and easily take them to a different website and basically have no other way other than the back button to get back to your site. So it's probably easier just to open in a separate tab and let them look at the map, and the restaurant site is still going to be around, still open their browser, so they won't forget about it. Okay, so inside the A tag, I'm going to still have a div, and the div is going to, I will give it an ID so it'll be easier to select it later. I will say it map tile. So these ones are supposed to be home tiles. So each one is either ID menu tile, specials tile, and in this case is map tile. And if this site sold crocodiles, there'll be another one called reptile. I just had to do it. I couldn't hold myself back. Anyway, so this is the div within which the map is actually going to go. This is where it's going to live. And it's actually going to be an iframe, but I'll show you how I'm going to embed it in here. But one last thing we need to do in this div is that span element that is going to say map, and that's also going to be that part where it's going to say map right here, this little element span. Okay, let's save it and let's go ahead and take a look as to what it looks like in the browser. And just like I thought, there's really nothing much to it yet. We have some links here, but we really didn't style any of the actual tiles yet. We just have a bunch of links here showing up. Let's go back to the code editor and open up our styles.css, and we'll scroll down to the homepage area, which I should have somewhere here. Here's the homepage. Here's our jumbotron. And let's make a couple of spaces here, and let's go ahead and style these tiles. I already wrote some styles for this, so let me go ahead and copy and paste a couple, and we'll go from there. So here is the styles for the sizing of them. So first of all, we're going to select every single one of them, and we'll put a comma in between so we can share the styles, because they're really supposed to look just about the same, or at least on the desktop browser, right? So first of all, I'm going to say that their height is going to be 250 pixels. Their width, each one, is going to be 100%. Well, I don't really mean 100% of the screen, obviously. I mean 100% of whatever their container element is going to be. And let's go ahead and take a look as to what the container element I'm talking about. So this is that div right here, and the div is sitting inside the anchor element, the A element, and that's sitting inside the div. Well, this is the div that is going to get sized by the Bootstrap grid system. So therefore, what I'm essentially saying is that I want this div that encompasses the label and the entire contents of it, I want it to be as wide as this grid will allow me to be, which is at the point where it's going to be a desktop browser, going to be a third of the web page. Okay, so let's go back to the styles.css and keep reading here. So margin bottom, I want the margin bottom to be 15 pixels. So this is more for when it starts sliding one underneath the other, and also to separate it a little bit from the footer that's going to come right below it. And this is the important part here. Well, all of them are important, but this is the positioning part. Position relative. So position relative, as you remember, will not actually move the style anywhere, but it will set up something like an anchor for the rest of the child elements of whatever these IDs are. So now I'll basically be able to position them absolutely within this element. And I'll give it a nice border, and it's going to be a maroon solid border, 2 pixels. And overflow hidden, that's really there to clip anything that, we end up having to stick out a little bit. And for the most part, that's really going to be the map. I don't think the rest of the content is actually going to stick out because it's not going to be an iframe. We're actually going to size the other elements very exactly, but the iframe is a little bit harder to control. We also want to give a user some sort of indication when they position their mouse over these tiles that they're in fact about to select something. So we're really going to just provide a bit of a gray shadow around our border just to let the user know that they're about to select something if their mouse is over it. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's take a look as to what it looks like in the browser. And now it's starting to look a little bit better. So now I can actually roll my mouse over it and I can see that the border selects. There's obviously no content inside of it yet, but we'll go ahead and stop here for part 1 of this lecture. And in part 2, we're going to start filling out the content. We'll put the pictures in and start styling the labels of these tiles. In part 1 of this lecture, we wrote the code to position and form the sizing of our tiles, the menu, specials, and the map. In this lecture, we're going to continue by filling out the content. We'll put in the pictures for the menu and the specials, and we'll embed the map, and we'll take a look at writing the special styles we need for the responsiveness of these tiles. Let's go back to our code editor. And the next thing we need to do is we need to place the images that we actually are seeing here from the restaurant. I happen to have already the images that we want to use for specials and for the menu from the real restaurant. These are just kind of placeholders. If I didn't, however, I could always go to this website called placehold.it, and I'm able to basically size any image I want and even put some labels inside those images simply by providing a URL to that type of image. But for now, we're, I think, good here, and we're going to use the real images. So let me bring in a couple of styles that I already defined for this purpose, and we'll paste them right here, and let's discuss them for a little bit. So first of all, I'm selecting menu tile, and as you could see, I'm using a background image to fill in the menu tile and fill in the specials tile.jpg, which by the way are sitting inside the images folder. Also notice that since our URL is relative how it's going to get served to the browser, we do need to say ... which means we're going up one directory, from the styles up one directory, and then down to images right here. Okay, so point is it's going to be a background image, and I'm already sizing it exactly to be 250 pixels tall. And also notice that I'm positioning it in the center of my container element. What that's going to give us is that as the container element, that tile, shrinks a little bit, since kind of the main dish is still sitting in the center, we're still going to see quite a bit of it, and that kind of eliminates the need for us to provide different sized images for different screen sizes. And the truth of the matter is, if this was a huge image, I would probably have to do this because I wouldn't want to waste so much bandwidth. But it's a fairly small image, and it's just not worth it for me to keep switching the images at this point. Plus, it's a good opportunity for me to show you this technique of being able to position an image as a background image and still not have problems when the container element starts shrinking around it. And you just position it in the center and you should be good to go. So let's save that and go ahead and take a look as to what this looks like in the browser. And it's certainly starting to look pretty nice. So here's our dishes, our menu, and our specials. We still haven't done anything with the map. Well, let's go back to the code editor, and in the styles.css, let's go ahead and position our tags. So these tags right here are the labels, really need to be right here at the bottom. Let's go ahead and do that. Again, I have some code that I prepared before the lecture, and let me cut and paste it right here, and let's go over it right now. So first of all, we are targeting menu tile span, which means it's the span inside the element that is ID'd with menu tile, and the same thing with specials tile and map tile. So the first thing you see here is position absolute. And that means we're going to be positioning these spans absolutely within the containing element, which is the menu tile. Okay, so positioning absolutely, we need to bring them all the way to the bottom. Let's go take a look. We need them all the way at the bottom right here. Well, that's very easy to accomplish. It's bottom 0, right 0. Well, that's easy. And we want the width to be 100, which means 100% of the containing element again. We want it to stretch all the way across the tile. Okay, text align center, that's pretty simple. And we want to bump up the font size to be about, 1.6 ems, which is, 60% above the whatever it is that it's going to land on, meaning whatever it's inheriting at this point. And text transform is uppercase. So I want all of them uppercase no matter what it is that we type inside of our HTML. Background color is going to be black, and the foreground color, the text color, is going to be white. And also I'm going to need to bump the opacity down a little bit. So if I put 1 here, that will be 100% opacity, meaning it won't be see-through at all. But if I do 0.8, it'll be just a tad see-through, so we'll be able to see our nice picture of some dish that's in the background of our tile. So let's go ahead and save that and take a look in the browser. And here we go. So here's our tiles, and you can see the menu and the specials and the map nicely done right at the bottom here. The specials and the text is very nicely visible, and you can see that there's opacity a little bit tuned down, so you can actually see this dish in the background, which gives it a really nice touch. Okay, next, let's go ahead and embed the map right here into this map tile. The first thing you want to do is you want to go to maps.google.com and you want to search for the location that we need to map into that tile. And I already did this. Here we go. It came up right here. And so in order to get the embedded map, so what you have to do is you have to go to this menu right here and go to Share or Embed Map. And it's going to come up with either a link or embedded map. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and copy the link that we have here and go back to the code editor, and we'll go to index.html and we'll paste the link right here inside the href. And it's kind of a crazy looking link, but that's all right. Okay, let's go back to the browser, and this time we'll click on embed map. And it's going to give us an iframe with basically all the code that we need. We'll again go ahead and copy that. We'll go back to the code editor, and we need to paste this iframe right here in the middle of this div. So we'll go ahead and do that right now. We'll paste that right here. And we're almost done, except we need to adjust the width and the height of this iframe. If you look at our styles.css, you'll see that we're styling all the tiles to be height 250 pixels. So let's go ahead and do the same thing here. Right now our height is 300, so let's turn it down to 250. And the width, we actually need to be 100%, because once again, the width is going to be defined by the grid, by the Bootstrap grid, and we want the style to stretch as much as possible to the edges of that cell inside that grid. So let's go ahead and save that and go take a look in the browser. Let's switch to our site, and look at that. We have a very nicely done map tile here next to the specials and the menu. Okay, but what about our responsiveness? Let's go ahead and try to squeeze the browser and see how it's reacting. So now it's a little bit smaller right here, and you can see the tiles became smaller. That's good. And we'll go to the small size instead of medium. So you can see the first two tiles are taking half the screen each, and the third one stretched to all the way to the 12. So the first one took 6, the other one took the other 6 columns, and this one is taking 12. Let's go ahead and keep squeezing it more and see what happens when we get to a smaller size. And even though they're stacking nicely and the map looks good, but the menu and the special tiles kind of look weird. We really don't want these borders to stretch all the way. We want them kind of to stay together with the picture, otherwise the whole thing looks weird. So we need to fix that. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Instead of going straight to the code editor, let's go ahead and try to fix it in the browser, and then we'll copy the code into the code editor later. Let's go ahead and open up our Chrome Developer Tools, and actually what we'll do is we'll open up the mobile version of it, and we'll tell us we should reload, so we'll go ahead and reload. Okay, so let's bring the problem here in front of our eyes here. There it is. So I know that this picture is 360 pixels wide. So I wonder what would happen if I go ahead and select that and inspect it right here. And there's our menu tile. And go ahead and give it the width of 360 pixels. Well, we got the border fixed, but now this whole thing moved to the left instead of sitting in the middle. Well, there's actually a very quick and easy fix is to specify margin auto for both the right and the left margin. And that only works if you actually size the element. So we'll go ahead and say margin, we'll give it a top of 0 and to the side of auto and to the bottom of 15 pixels. Now, I could actually, technically speaking, say auto here, but you don't really need that. It automatically assumes that whatever is in the second position goes into the fourth position as well. So if we do that, we have a nicely positioned element smack in the center of the screen. So that's good. And since this is clearly an issue in the 767 pixel breakpoint, we could go back to our code editor and we'll go to styles and we'll need to scroll down all the way to the media query where that says 767 pixel. We'll scroll down to the bottom here and we'll give it our sizes here. So we really need two things. Number one, we need menu tile and we also need special style. And both of those, we want to give it a width of 360 pixels and margin of 0, auto, and 15 pixels. So now when we save that and go back to our browser, we should reload that. And now we could see that in this breakpoint, things are working quite well. Now, it's always a good idea to actually try it out on some real devices, and the Chrome browser actually lets you simulate that. So let's go ahead and try it on iPhone 4, for example, but that seems to be the smallest device here. So if we look here and scroll down, we could see that, you know what, the 360 width is not really working for this particular device because it's too big with the margins and the paddings. It's really not fitting in there anymore. So that means we really have to create a custom media query just for this. And I also don't really like how this David Chu's China Bistro is sitting here. It's a little too small. I would really like it to fill it up a little bit more. And let's see, if we stretch it out, right, it gets to about here. And we really want to increase that. So if you play around with it, you'll notice that this actually gets kind of the perfect sizing right around 476 pixels if you mess around with it. So we're going to go back to our code editor and we're going to create yet another media query. So this one closes the previous one. So we'll create yet another one and we'll call it, I'll cut and paste some code already prepared for super small, for super extra small devices only, which is iPhone 4 and so on. So we'll go ahead and close that bracket and we'll cut and paste some styles right here that will help us out with our menu and specials tiles, right? And so we basically decrease the width of the actual tile so that way things are fitting nicely. Let's go back to our browser and take a look. Let's go ahead and refresh that just in case. And if we now look at iPhone 4, and we could see now that things are fitting in very, very nicely. And the only thing is what I don't like here, it's a little too small, right? We would like the name of the restaurant to be a little bit bigger. So let's go back to our code editor and let's go ahead and in this media query, we'll increase it just a tad so we can see it a little bit better. And again, I have some styles prepared that I played around with, so you don't have to watch me play around with it live here. And so let's go ahead and put them in right here. So all I'm doing is basically saying Navbar brand H1, that's the brand, that's the name of our restaurant, and I'm giving it some padding, basically preserving some padding, maybe making it a little smaller, and I'm giving this font size just a little bit bigger than it was defaulting to from the previous breakpoint. So let's go ahead and save that and go to our browser. And you can see now David Chu's China Bistro gets a little bit more prominent, and that's probably a good thing, right? We want the restaurant name to be very nicely visible and doesn't look like it's a secondary text. So just for completeness, let's go ahead and check this out. And let's pull out this thing just to see how everything is behaving. And this seems to be working just fine. And since we centered the picture in the background, so it's actually always sitting nicely and you kind of see the focus point here. You know, the broccoli looks kind of good. So anyway, as you stretch it all the way out, and we can actually now take it out of the mobile view, everything looks just fine. And I think at this point, we could say that we are done with these tiles. Okay, so we made pretty nice progress with our homepage. We've coded up the header, the jumbotron, and our main tiles that will let us have navigation as well as a map showing where the restaurant is and letting the user click on it and get directions directly to the restaurant. So the last thing we're going to be coding on this particular page is the footer. So basically we need to code up this piece right here. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to make sure it stays this way, in other words, in these 3 columns, through the small screen size. And as soon as it goes down below the small screen size, we want them to stack one upon the other, maybe even give them a horizontal line in between them just to give it a visual distinction. Okay, so let's go back to our code editor. And I already have some code prepared for this lecture, so I'll copy and paste it in a second and we'll go over it. However, first, let me give you a quick tip. It's very convenient sometimes to end the divs, especially in a page that goes on for a while, has a nice amount of content, to end it with a HTML comment that will basically say it's the end of whatever the div it is that you're pointing to. So in this case, it's the div with an ID home tile. So if I actually scroll up, my ID or my editor is going to help me out and say, oh, this is the div that I'm actually on. The closing div I'm on is corresponding to this one. But however, visually, sometimes it's hard to tell what's going on. So it's helpful to put these type of notes in. Okay, moving on to the footer. Well, if it's the footer, I guess we should use the semantic tag footer. And we're going to give it a class called panel footer. And what panel footer class does is set some default background, some padding, and things like that. So this is a convenient class. Inside that panel, panel footer, we're going to have a div that is a container. And the container is going to nicely correspond to our container in every single section. So in the main section, we also had a container that basically had, I believe, the whole main content in it. And in the top, in the header of our website, we also had a container as well. So they should all very nicely line up. And of course, since we're going to be subdividing this into these 3 cells or 3 grids, then we're definitely going to need the container in order to place the next div in here that's called the row, right? The row class div. So here we go. So this is the row class, and the way we're going to divide it, as I told you, is we're going to have these 3 sections. 1, 2. One section is going to be just announcing what hours the restaurant is going to be open. The second is going to give us some address information. And the third is going to show the testimonials, meaning just give a couple of quotes from customers. So again, the way we're going to divide that is we want 3 grids or 3 cells across the screen, and we want them to stack as soon as it gets to be smaller than the small screen size. As you remember, this means this will stack as soon as it gets to be smaller than the small screen size, which is, I believe, about 768 pixels. So around 767 pixels, it'll become extra small, and all these sections will start stacking one upon the other. And since we have 4 as our column identifier, it means that we're going to have 4, 4, and 4, that's 12. So we're going to have 3 different sections visible across the screen. Okay, before we go into trying to style this, let's just take a look at the actual information here. So here we have a span, and this span has a break after it, so we want basically a break line to go here, and then it's going to have the hours, again a break, it's going to have other hours, again a break, and then it's just going to say Saturday closed. Now, the reason we kept the span only on the hours is because we want, obviously, the hours to be a little bit of a different font and maybe a different size than the rest of the information. And the rest of it is going to be pretty much the same. Now, we're going to anticipate that it's going to stack under when it gets to be smaller than the small size and the extra small size, and therefore we want some kind of other visual distinction between these sections other than just some spaces. So we're going to place a horizontal rule right here, HR, the HR tag, and we're going to give it a class visible XS, which means this HR is only going to show up when the screen size is extra small. And if the screen size is any bigger than that, this HR is not even going to show up. So we're good to go here. The rest of it is basically exactly the same. It's the same structure. We have the section, the column definition, and the span with some paragraphs here. And again, we're going to be able to target them specifically. And again, an HR that's going to be only visible when the screen is extra small. And the testimonials are pretty much the same, except here we have some paragraphs, and that's about it. The last div here before the footer ends is just the copyright sign that is David Chu's China Bistro 2015. Probably should just change it to 2016 at this point. And we place the copyright sign here as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that and go to our browser and take a look as to what this looks like. Okay, so it looks pretty bad, but the positioning of it is pretty good, right? So the default colors of the footer didn't really quite agree with this whole thing. So it's kind of hard to really see what's going on here. But if we squeeze the browser, let's go ahead and do that. And let's see, this is still pretty at the small range. See what happens when we go to extra small. And extra small, you could barely see it here, but this is the text, and you could see the line here showed up, the HR, the horizontal rule, the address, and the copyright here is also working quite well. It's sitting right in the center. Okay, so let's go ahead and stretch our browser back out and go to the code editor, and let's scroll down a little bit below the ending of the header styles. Should be right around here, and the header. And let me copy and paste at least some of the styles that I've pre-baked for our footer. So we'll start the footer styles right here. So first of all, we're going to give it some margin. We want to kind of separate ourselves from those tiles that are going to be right above it. And we're also going to give some padding as well. So we kind of separate within the actual footer itself. And padding bottom also lets us separate a little bit better from the very bottom of the edge of the browser. And we'll change the background color so it's something that's decently able to be seen on the screen. And we'll give it a border top 0. We don't want the border on top. Notice what I'm doing here. I'm actually overriding a Bootstrap CSS class, which is fine because whatever it is that it's providing for us is going to merge, and some things are going to get either negated or just overridden by what I've written here. So let's save it right now. Let's go back to the browser and take a look how we're doing here. It's looking not much better so far. We still need to style BS maybe the separation a little bit better, and still need to style these headings a little bit better as well. Well, let's go ahead and try to do that. Let me go ahead and paste a couple of styles that I prepared for this lecture, and let's go over those. So the final style, panel footer div.row, is basically targeting that whole entire row of the address, the testimonials, and so on. And we want to give it a margin bottom of 35. So actually, let's go ahead and comment out the rest of it so we'll see what actually is going on. Let's save that and let's go back. And we could see that we separated the copyright from the rest of the row, and it's now looking a little bit nicer because the copyright really has nothing to do with these 3 cells here in this grid. That's one. The next one is we're going to increase the line height a little bit of the address and the hours. And if we go back, you could see that we separated it a little bit better. So it's not so kind of squished in together. So it's still looking pretty good. And as far as the testimonials are concerned, we left them alone because we want to apply a little bit of a different style to them altogether. So let's go back to our code editor and let's move our comment all the way here. And let's see, so now what we're doing is we're increasing the font size of anything that is within span. So our span and address span is going to get the font size increased by about 30%, 1.3 M. So if we save that and go back to the browser, you can see now that the hours and the address headings stand out a little bit better, and you can see that that's actually a heading and the information is right below that. Let's go back to the code editor and move our comment down a little bit more. So with the # address P, what we're targeting is that, let's go and take a look as to what we're targeting. In the address, we're targeting that delivery area within 3-4 miles. And that we want it to stay kind of green and smaller because it's a kind of a note on the side. So let's go back to our styles and say, so we're making this green, and the font size we're making a little bit smaller, and the line height we're making a little bit smaller as well. The line height before was 2, so in this case we're making it just that smaller to 1.8 just to kind of squeeze them a little bit better. So let's save that and go back to our browser. And you can see here that this turned green, and also the line height is just a tad smaller than the line height between these 2 lines. Okay, let's go back to the code editor and move our testimonials actually all the way down here. So we'll erase it all together. Let's take this spaces out of here. We don't need them. Okay, so the testimonials, we obviously want them to be italic just to make it look like it's actually, you know, people's writing, so it at least reminds people that it's something personal. And testimonials and P nth child 2. So the number 2 one, we want the margin to be 25. So what we're saying is, let's go back to our HTML, what we're saying is that the second paragraph, I want the second paragraph to have a margin top of 25. So I want to be able to separate the second paragraph from the first one a little bit. So let's save that and take a look as to what that looks like. You can see this now, this area right here is about 25 pixels. So we separated the first testimonial from the second one, and you can see also that both of them are italic, so they look kind of nice. So that's it for part 1 of this lecture. And in part 2, we're going to start looking into styling this footer so it's laid out nicely even in smaller screen sizes. In part 1 of this lecture, we styled the footer so it's nicely laid out on a desktop type of size browser. In this lecture, we're going to concentrate on styling the footer so it works nicely even on smaller screen sizes, such as tablet and even mobile screen sizes. Okay, so this is all and well when we're in a full desktop mode, but what happens when we squeeze the browser a bit? Let's see what's going on. So you can see here, first of all, it jumped and kind of squeezed itself a little bit. Well, that's a good thing. So if we go back and get a little bit more tight here, it's still squeezing pretty well. And if we go back all the way here, we could see that it's pretty good. We see that the HR here showed up, and it's pretty good. The only thing is, of course, it looks like it's a little bit too close maybe, and it certainly would be nice if these things became centered in the screen instead of going to the left. Let's go ahead and see if we could do something about that. So let's go back to our code editor, and I believe I have some pre-made styles here, and we're clearly trying to target the extra small media query. So let's scroll down to the extra small media query. There it is right here, and we'll go down to the last one after the header, and we'll place our styles right here. We'll copy and paste them. Let's go over them real quick. Number one is we kind of increasing the margin bottom to 30 pixels. I believe it was a little bit smaller before. And the sections are now going to be text aligned center. Okay, so now we're saying we're targeting every section within that panel footer, and we're aligning them center and making the margin bottom larger. However, on the very last one, in the very last section, we already have a margin applied to it from the previous styles just as a general desktop version. So we wouldn't want to add another margin to the section again. So what we're doing is we're saying margin bottom is 0 because the margin already exists on the entire row. So the nth child 3, the third section, right, the testimonials in this case, will not get another margin because they already have one from the row. And just to make it look a little nicer, instead of having HR go all the way across the screen, what we're doing is saying we want to target that section horizontal rule and want to make its width 50% of the screen. And it will look like a nice, neat little separation line between the sections. Okay, we could save that and go back to our browser. And take a look. Look at this. Now it's all centered, and there's like a nice little line in between. And we don't have double margins here, and it seems to look pretty good. So if we test it and see how it's looking at different sizes, this is looking pretty well. And if we stretch it out, it should, when it gets to small, it will go to 3-column layout. And as we stretch it out, everything looks pretty good. And we could see that on the bottom, it's all separated and nicely aligned. Very good. So this is our footer, and this is really the end of the main page. Next, we're going to start looking at the sub pages. Those are the pages you're going to be able to get to by clicking either this menu tile or the special tiles. And obviously, we're going to have to drill down once we get to the menu categories to be able to drill down to each particular menu item. Okay, so now that we've coded up the front page, the very main page, I think it's a good time for us to review what the navigation structure is going to be like. Well, navigation structure is actually going to be pretty simple. When the user first comes to the front page, they'll have an option to click on this menu button, or they could click on this menu tile and they will end up at exactly the same place. And where they will end up is the menu categories page. So this is the menu categories page, and all this page will do is list categories for us that are part of this menu with a picture associated with it and the name of the category. Now, one of the categories is called specials. Well, that should remind you of something. On the very front page, we have a tile called specials. Well, all that is just a direct link to a particular menu category called specials. So, point is, when they click on the menu, they will end up in this view, which is going to list all the menu categories with their pictures and the names of the category. The same thing will happen if they click on the menu button right here. They will also end up with this menu categories page. Okay, so let's go back to the code editor and we'll start coding up this page. Okay, so here I am in Sublime Text in Examples folder lecture 37 in the After folder. And even though the structure of the page or the pages and the end product is going to be a little bit different once we introduce some JavaScript and start writing dynamic HTML, at this point it's much easier, since it's a design stage, it's much easier for us to simply copy index.html and call it something like menu categories.html. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just call duplicate. And the reason we're calling duplicate is because a lot of the things that are inside index.html are going to be exactly the same. So the header and the footer and the menu items, they're all going to be exactly the same. It's the main content that's going to change. So we'll call this menu categories.html. Okay, so there's our menu categories.html. We could close index.html. We don't need it for now. So now what we need to do is we need to wipe out of the menu categories.html anything that has nothing to do with that page. Well, all the menus, the collapsible things, they all have to do with it. And the only thing that doesn't have to do with it is anything that's inside this main content container. So we'll go ahead and select this and we'll go all the way down and we'll say here, this is where it says end of main content, very convenient. So we'll press Shift and we'll select all of that content and we'll go ahead and wipe that. Okay, so now we're ready to start writing our menu categories.html. And if we look at this page in the browser, well, this one is index.html, but now if we click on the menu tile, we'll actually end up at menu categories.html. As you can see, we only have the header, the footer. There is no content in the page. So let's go ahead and start filling it out. So the first thing we need to do is we need to kind of let the users know what page this is, right? So we're going to go ahead and paste this H2. It's not going to be H1 since H1 is David Chu's China Bistro, but H2, the secondary heading, is going to be menu categories. That's the name of this page that we're at. And we're going to give it an ID, menu categories title. That's going to be its ID, and the class is going to be text center, which is a Bootstrap class just to center the text in the middle. So if we save that and go to the browser, we should see a nice menu categories title here appearing in the middle. And the next thing really comes directly from the original menu, and that's just a reminder to the customers about substituting white rice with brown rice and etc. here. This is just, just real business stuff that has to do with this particular restaurant. And again, we're just going to put it in a div with a class text center just to center this in the page. Now we're probably going to style this a little bit. Let's take a look as to what it looks like in the page. It actually doesn't really look that bad. We might want to make it a little smaller. We'll see. Okay, so that's basically it for the heading of the page. And now we need to start coding our tiles. And of course, our tiles or the menu categories themselves are going to have to be in a grid. So let's go ahead and try to do that. So let's go ahead and put the entire thing in a section. So we're already inside a container right here, right? So it's a container class. That means we don't need to have another container, but we do want a grid. So we're going to go ahead and create a section with the class row. So we're going to put everything in one row. And if you take a look as to how we want to position this, we want 6 tiles across when it's a full browser. And obviously, as we squeeze it, we want to fit as many as possible that will still look good. But at the same time, obviously, some of them will need to be stacked. Okay, so I know each grid in the cell is going to be a div. We're going to surround that in a div. And I have some code prepared for inside of each grid cell. And I'll go ahead and copy and paste that right here. Let's remove that space. right here. So let's go over it real quick. So we haven't really assigned any columns yet to this grid, but this is going to be the contents of pretty much every single grid. So number one is we're going to have ahref to single category.html. So single category.html is really just going to be a generic page we haven't even written yet, but it's going to point to that particular category that's going to be identified by this div and by this picture. So each category is going to have an anchor tag pointing to single category.html, which in this case is just a placeholder page, and in the future will be actually a designated either a page, or we'll see how that works with JavaScript, will be basically a designated place that will show you this particular category. And inside of it, we're going to have a div, and the div is going to have this class called category tile, obviously a custom class that we created. And inside of it, we're going to have an image of 200 by 200, and this is something that we've sized before. And the image source is going to be in images, and actually that's probably the wrong path. So let's take a look at images. There's going to be menu, and at this point let's just pick something like b.jpg. So it is images, then menu, then /b/b.jpg. And let's save that for now. And we'll call this particular category lunch, even though I don't think that's what it is. But at this point, it doesn't really make any difference. We're just styling each of these categories that they should fit on a page, and then we'll fill in the actual data later. Okay, so far so good. Let's go ahead and preview it in the browser. And obviously, we could see the picture, and lunch is somewhere to the right, and things are obviously not styled 100%. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this whole div, which is going to be our grid cell. And let's paste it a few times. Let's actually paste it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say that's good enough. Okay, so now we actually have a grid. And they're all going to be really the same. The only thing that's going to be different about them is where they're going to be pointing in terms of the URL in the ahref tag, and where the image source is going to be pointed. But other than that, they're going to be all the same. So let's go ahead and start styling our grid. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to have 6 of these things basically in one row, and then whatever doesn't fit should go ahead and spill over to the next row, not technically a next Bootstrap row, but just the next row visually. Okay, so how do I accomplish a 6-cell layout? Well, that means that each cell is going to have to cover 2 columns. So let's go ahead and do that. And we probably want the 6 category layout even at the medium size screen. So we'll do column, MD, and 2. So if that's going to be the case, that means this is going to take 2. Let's go ahead and copy that, and we'll just insert it into every div. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Let's take a look in the browser as to what we have. Ooh, so we see right away here that this is really going to work, because you could see that the pictures are kind of stepping one upon the other. And this is at the full size. This is even at the large size. So definitely as we squeeze this, this is not going to work very well. They're kind of stepping up on each other. So what that means is that the 6 picture layout is really not going to work. So we have to kind of rethink that. So if the 6 picture is not going to work, how about we try 4 pictures across? We could try that very easily by just selecting this 2. Let's go ahead and select it every single place, all across our classes. Selecting this 2 and changing it to 3. Okay, so that's that. So go ahead and press 3. So every single place it changed to 3. So now what we're going to have is 4 pictures across the screen. So let's go ahead and go back to the browser. Well, even though it looks all messed up at the moment, it does look actually kind of okay in terms of the pictures fitting in the screen. So things are kind of messed up here, but we'll take care of that in a minute. Okay, so that sounds about right. And let's go ahead and start styling some of the things inside the actual cell using our styles.css. Let's go ahead and style CSS. And let's scroll down to somewhere maybe under the home page. Here's the footer. Here's the home page. And we'll scroll down right around here. So let's remove that space over here. And let me cut and paste some of the code that I made before the lecture, and we'll go over it right now. Okay, so first of all, the category tile let's go ahead and take a look at our HTML here. The category tile is that inner tile inside the A tag. So the category tile is all that. And we kind of have the very same type of structure that we had in the menu tile and the specials tile, is that we have some text, so in this case it's actually just an image, and we have a span, and we're going to target that span and position it absolutely within the div element itself. So the div element will be like a relative anchor for the span that's inside of it, and we're going to put it on the bottom. So let's go ahead and take a look how we're doing that. So first of all, the tile itself is going to be relative, like I told you, is going to be the anchor. And the border, we're going to have a nice border around it. The overflow will be hidden, so if anything is sticking out in terms of the picture or whatnot, it should not be actually sticking out and protruding. It should just be clipped. And since we know that the picture or the image is going to be 200 by 200, we're going to go ahead and style the width and the height to be 200 and 200 pixels. And we're also going to have some margins. The top will be 0, the right will be auto, the bottom will be 15 pixels, and the auto is going to actually carry over to the left as well. So this is that same trick we spoke about before as to how to center something. As long as you give it a width and you give it auto on both sides, margin right and margin left, it will automatically center itself. Okay, so that's the actual container div that's going to have that picture. Now, what about the span? That's kind of the title of the actual category. Well, the span is going to be positioned absolutely, and it's going to be, again, bottom 0, right 0. The width is going to be 100%, so we'll stretch the entire width of that picture. We'll center it. We'll give it a 1.m size text, and we'll transform it again to uppercase. The background color will get to be black, and the foreground color will be white. And again, we'll tune down its opacity just a tad here, so it will be just a little bit transparent to give us that nice see-through effect. Okay, the next thing we'll do is the hovering part. We're going to give some box shadow, the same type of box shadow that we had on the front page when you rolled over this particular category. Remember, each one of these category items, these pictures, are going to be clickable items. So that's why we need some sort of a visual indication that a person can, or the user can, click on that. And last thing we're going to do here is target the ID menu categories title plus div, which means the next sibling to this element. So let's go take a look what is menu categories title is. Well, it's all the way at the top here, and we have menu categories title. That's the one that says menu categories, and its next sibling, meaning the next element of the same parent. So this H2 has a parent of this div, and the next sibling of this H2 is this div right here. So we're saying I want to target the element with this ID, and I want to target its next sibling right after it, which happens to be right here, this substituting white rice stuff, right? So that one, we want to give it a margin of 50 pixels. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to give a nice separation between the title of the page and kind of its subtitle note to the customers and actual menu categories that are going to be underneath. So we're going to go ahead and save this, and we'll go back to the browser. We could see that at least the first row seems to be looking pretty well, and the second row is something's wrong with it. Well, let's go back to our code and let's take a look as to what we've done here. So they should all be at this point column MD3. Let's see if we maybe messed up somewhere. Column MD3, and sure enough, we messed up. We got to do column MD3 here, and I think that's about it, right? I think they're all column MD3 from there on. Okay, so let's go back to the browser now that we saved it, and now they're all nicely aligned. So, and if we squeeze them here, squeeze the browser, they'll get a little closer, and at some point they'll jump. Since we haven't really specified anything below MD, medium screen size, they'll go ahead and start stacking. But obviously we don't want them to stack just yet around MD. We want to specify something for the small and the extra small, and that is what we're going to deal with in part 2 of this lecture. In part 1 of this lecture, we laid out the menu categories page for the medium and larger screen sizes. In part 2, we're going to start looking at smaller screen sizes below medium, so small and extra small. So let's take a look as to what we need to do next. Well, if at MD there's 4 of them, meaning it is column MD 3. So that means that maybe at small we want column MD4. So let's go ahead and select each one of these regions, courtesy of Sublime Text Editor that lets us edit multiple regions all at once. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's say space, column, dash small, and in this case we'll do 4. And we'll save that. And let's go to our browser and let's squeeze it now and see if it's going to now get into 3. So right now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and when it gets to small screen size, it should be 3 of them across the page. Let's get there. There we go. So now it's 3, and whatever doesn't fit just starts spilling over to the next line. So what happens when we go even less than that? And they should stack. And again, there's enough room for at least 2 of them, so we're not ready to stack just yet. So let's go back to our editor, and what we'll do is we'll do extra small to be 6, and that way there'll be 2 of them. Again, let's multiple select every region real quick. Make sure I don't miss any this time. Okay, that seems to be just about right. And we'll do column dash extra small 6. Okay, that sounds about right. We'll save that, and we'll go back to the browser. And now if we squeeze it, it will become from 4 to 3, and from 3 to 2. So what happens if we squeeze it any more than that? Seems like there's a problem here, right? It seems like the pictures are just not quite fitting into this particular screen size breakpoint. It seems like we need just yet another breakpoint just to tell them at this point, go ahead and break it up. So there is no smaller breakpoint than extra small in Bootstrap. So we're basically going to have to create our own that is going to say that when we get to a certain point right around here, we'll want the columns to start stacking instead of continuously staying at 6 columns and 6 columns. So let's go ahead and try to do that. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to styles.css and we'll scroll all the way down here. And in this case, seems like we already have that from before. So we already have a smaller media query from before. So all we really need to do is define one more column class that will actually work for our case. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's call it column-xxs. So extra small 12. So at this point, it's going to be that the element that has this class assigned is actually going to take the entire grid of 12 columns. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we define this column XX12? Well, one good trick here is to look in on Bootstrap and to see how it defines column XS12, because really it's exactly the same thing as ours, except we are sitting in a different media query than the XS12. So it's really exactly the same thing, but now sitting under a different media query, which we're already here. So let's go ahead and go to let's copy this, and we'll modify this in a minute. Let's open up Bootstrap, and let's search for column XS12, and there it is. We found this. So let's see what the styles are for that. And here are the styles. And I'm not sure that I understand all of them, I must tell you, because I'm not sure why it needs to be relative, and certainly doesn't understand why it needs to be minimum height of 1 pixel, but it really doesn't matter for me, because I just really want to mimic the same Bootstrap behavior that already exists. So let's go ahead and see if there's anything else that we're missing. What else is there? Oops, I didn't want to erase that. Go and find another one. There's another place here. And float left. Okay, so they're all floating left, even though, again, in our case, I'm not sure that we really need that. But just to be consistent with Bootstrap, I'll go ahead and keep that as one of my styles. Column axis and width 100%. That's a really important one, right? Because without width being 100%, we're not really going to be able to stretch the entire width of the screen. And at this small, super small, extra small screen size, we want whatever element gets this class to stretch across the entire screen. Let's see if we have anything else that we need to look at. And I believe that's just jumped right back to where we were. So that's pretty much it. So now that we defined our column XX12, we could save that and go to menu categories.html and then define on every single one of those elements column-xx12, XSS-12, and save that. And when we go back to our browser, Let's see if that's working. So now we're at 4, it goes to 3, goes to 2, and right around the smaller part here, the super small, it should jump to 1. And so it does. It actually is working. Okay, so I think we're basically done with this, and we could go back to our menu categories.html, and really now it's a question of how many categories we have and just basically copy and pasting every single one of them if we wanted those categories to be manually entered in this page. Now it happens to be, as we're going to go into JavaScript, we're going to dynamically output all these things. So it really doesn't matter that they're sitting here this way. We're going to take care of that later. But at this point, it's laying out just fine, and the entire layout of the page of menu categories is working. So we're done with this page, and we can now move on. Okay, now that we've completed our menu categories page, let's take a look at the mockup as to what would happen if the user clicked on one of these menu categories in the menu categories page. Well, what would happen is that they would go to that single category page that would have all the menu items that this category contains. So let's go to the single category page and take a look here. So we have the name of the category up front, maybe some information underneath, and every single item here in that particular category. Notice that the layout here is one menu item followed by another menu item on the same line, and then it keeps repeating over and over, which means this is probably going to be a Bootstrap grid, and we're going to divide this 6 in 6 columns, so it'll divide the width of the browser nicely. Now also notice that we have yet another grid within individual cells. So here you can see that there's about half and half again, but I would say that this is a little smaller, so maybe 5 and 7. So basically this is going to be one cell of the grid, and this is also going to be one cell of the grid. This one is probably going to take about 5 columns, and this one is probably going to take about 7 columns. So we have a grid within the bigger grid that contains 6 and 6 columns. Okay, so let's go back to our code editor. Well, let's first actually take a look at our menu categories page, and if we click on this, this will go, as you could see, to single category, and right now we don't have a single category.html, which is fine. There's actually something that I noticed right now. It would be nice to give some sort of indication to the user that we're sitting on the menu page already. Right now it just looks like we're, again, kind of in the nowhere land. So the way we could do that is by going to our menu categories page, and I'm right now in menu categories.html, which is located in examples lecture 38 after folder, and I could find my menu item right here. Let's actually make it capital menu. Right here, and this is that menu item, that navigational menu item. Well, the way to make this stand out is to give it a class of active, and that's a Bootstrap class, and I believe we might have actually overridden this class, or at least overridden some of the properties in this class to match kind of the hover over effect. So let's go back to our browser. It has a nice indication that we're sitting on the menu page, and it's the same type of background that we get on hover over of other pages. Okay, so that's good. So let's go back to our code editor and copy the menu categories page, because all the pages are going to be, again, the same except for the main content. So if we scroll down, let's close up this menu, the images. Let's go to the menu categories page, and what we'll do is we'll click duplicate, and we'll change that to single category. Single category. Okay, so now it's a single category. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to clear out all the menu categories related content out of this, so we have a clean slate to start with. So we'll probably need to get to main content right here. So we'll go all the way here and find where the main content ends. Right there, that's easy to see. And we'll erase all that. So here's our clean slate that we could start coding. Let's go back to the browser and take a look as to what happens now. If I click on one of the menu categories, it should go to single category.html, and sure enough it does, except of course there is no content here in the middle. So let's get back to the code editor and start coding up our content. So the first thing we need to do is give our page some sort of a heading. So the way we're going to do that is by having an h2, and we're going to give it an ID so we can nicely target it later of menu categories title. Okay, menu category is title. And class, we're going to give it text center. So we want to center this thing. And the title is going to be something like lunch menu. And this is something that's probably going to change, or definitely going to change from category to category. Now, every single category is going to have some sort of a subsection where we're going to list some kind of message about the particular category. So I don't know what that is going to be for lunch menu, but I do know that I want to text center it. So I don't know what's going to be here, but I don't know, maybe something like lunch is not served until after 1 p.m. Okay, so let's say that's what we're going to say. Let's go back to our browser. So we have the title of the page, and it's a secondary title, H2, because the first title is obviously David Chu's China Bistro. And it says lunch is not served until after 1 p.m. That's good enough for me. Okay. The next thing we need to do is start coding this layout here, which is, about 6 here and 6 here. And I would assume that this is the type of layout we want to have up through the medium type of size of the screen. And the second it gets too small, we're probably going to want to stack these one upon the other. So the first thing is to have these things right here inside of a grid. So the way we start a grid is we're going to need a row. Well, what we're going to do here is we're going to code up a section. So we're going to use a section tag, and within the section is going to be our grids, which means the section itself is going to need class equals row. Okay. Now, why didn't I put this in a container? Well, the reason I didn't put this in a container is because it's already sitting inside of a container, which is our main content right there. Okay, so let me cut and paste some code that I prepared from before this lecture to kind of flesh out the grid itself, this grid cell. And it's a little bit involved, so let me go over it in a bit more detail. So first of all, we know that the actual cell, we want the cell to be about half the screen, or not about, exactly half the screen. And that's why we're saying column medium screen 6, which means that the second it gets to small screen, these tiles will start stacking one upon the other. Okay, so that's really all we need for our outer kind of a cell, but there's inside kind of a little bit more complicated than that. The inside, we have another row, and the reason we have another row is because we wanted to subdivide the picture. Let's go back, take a look at this, and let me zoom in a little bit. So we wanted to subdivide this picture into one cell and take up about 5 columns, and the other part where it is going to tell us the name of the dish and maybe some description of it is going to be a little bit bigger, so it's going to take about 7 columns. Okay, so let's take a look here. So what we're doing is we're subdividing it. The first thing is we're going to have a row, and inside of that we're going to have a column span of 5. And the reason we chose small here is because when the screen is medium or small or large, so small, large, or medium, we want these things to be horizontal to each other. So this cell, it should be horizontal to this cell. And if it's smaller than that, meaning if it's extra small, I'm okay with that point to have this cell stack upon this cell. So they're basically going to be positioned one on top of the other one. Okay, so let's take a look at the picture part of this grid. Okay, first of all, we're going to have a div, and we're going to give it a class menu item photo. And this is something we're going to go over in a minute in the CSS. We just gave it a class so we could kind of style every single one of them the same way. Number 2 is, and we'll actually get this D1, this is that number that we want to put onto the actual picture. So let's take a look here. This is the number, and this number comes directly, kind of a number code, comes directly from the restaurant's menu. So we want to make sure to keep that and kind of let it correspond to the menu itself. And the way we're going to position this, if you take a look at the bottom right over here, is very similar to the way we positioned the menu titles and the category titles, is that we're going to make this item a relative, position relative, and then position this absolutely to the bottom right, which should be fairly easy. The next thing is the image itself. Well, the image, we're going to give it a class img responsive. That's a Bootstrap class that lets it stretch out and contract depending on the size of the screen. And we're going to give it the width of 250 and height of 150, simply because I know that that's the image size that we have. We'll give it an alt, just an item for now, and we'll dynamically fill that in later. Now notice that I'm not really using responsive images in the sense that I'm not really substituting this image depending on the screen size. So I could have just made this a background image and then substitute the image depending on the screen size. For the larger screen size, I would give a higher resolution, lower, a little lower, and so on. And the reason I'm not doing this is because it's already a pretty small resolution as it is, and I don't think it's going to be such a big deal to load even on a mobile device over a cellular connection. Okay, so that's our div menu photo div. The next thing we need to do is we need to give it some pricing. And this is something that's not shown here, but this is just simply because we didn't think of it at the time. But we want to give some pricing right underneath here somewhere for this particular item. And that's why the pricing is still sitting inside this grid, this 5-column grid. Okay, so the pricing is going to be just a div. And we're going to give it a class, menu item price. Give it some price. We'll isolate the unit for that particular price inside of a span, so we could basically target this a little bit more specifically and make this smaller, so the price will stand out, but the unit for the portion is going to be smaller. And the same thing, second price, and again, unit for the portion, we're going to isolate into a span. Okay, and that's going to be our picture or picture with some information. The second part, which is going to span 7 columns, and again, it's going to be small because we want it to stack if it's smaller than small, which means extra small. So we want these two grids to stack one upon the other. And so what we're doing is we using an H3, because that's yet another subheading, even lower down the line. We're giving it a class menu item title. And this is something obviously we're going to have to define ourselves. And this is the name of that particular dish. It's totally made up. I don't even know if it exists in the menu, but for now, that's really all we need. We have some lorem ipsum in a paragraph right below, again with the menu item details class that we're going to code up. And that's pretty much how we're going to finish this div right here, the div that spans the 7 columns. And then we're finishing the div that spans the entire thing, the entire row. Then we're going to close the div that is the row for those 2 items within that cell. And then right before we close the div for the entire cell, we're going to put an HR that is only going to be visible using this Bootstrap responsive class, visible-XS, extra small. And the reason we want that here is, again, kind of similar to our footer. We did the same type of trick there, is that we put an HR just as a visual separator between the menu items, but we only want them when the menu items are going to stack one upon the other, and that's only going to happen at the XS, which is the extra small screen size. So now that the basic HTML is written, we are ready to move on to styling this with CSS. And that's exactly what we're going to do in part 2 of this lecture. In part 1 of this lecture, we wrote the HTML for the first cell in our grid. In this lecture, we're going to start styling that cell. Okay, so for now we have only one cell, so let's go ahead and grab this and copy it so we at least have 2 cells to take a look at in the browser. Let's save that and let's go to the browser. And here we are. So we see that we have our picture here, picture with what looks like an egg roll. With to the right of it, we have our title of the menu and some lorem ipsum text that's going to be a description of it. It's not really styled yet. This D1 is sitting all the way here instead of down here, and this is not styled 100% yet either. So let's go back to the code editor and give it some styles. First of all, let's give the second cell, instead of D1, let's give it a D2 so we can understand the difference between the two. Let's go open our styles.css. And I already have some pre-made styles that I prepared before the lecture. So let's go ahead and copy and paste them right under our menu category styles. Let's go find them real quick. They should be under home, menu categories page. And here it is. So let's go ahead and paste it right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to comment them out. So we'll go one by one and explain them a little bit better that way. Let's comment them out right here. And the first thing we want to do is the menu item tile. So the menu item tile is this one right here. It's that single cell grid. In other words, that's this whole thing that is the single cell grid right here. So what we're doing here is we're saying I want the margin bottom to be 25 pixels. So basically what we're doing is we're saying I want to separate this a little bit from the next row. Even though it's not a technically a Bootstrap grid row, it's going to be a next row just because some of the items, or a lot of these items, are going to start spilling over to the next line, and there's going to be 2 of them per line. Okay. This HR here, the item tile HR, should only show up when we're squeezing the browser past, I believe, the small, when it gets to be extra small. So let's save it and take a look at our browser, and let's see what's going on here. Let's squeeze the browser a little bit and see if that HR shows up. And when we get to super small, the HR right there shows up to visually separate the first item from the second item, and so on. So let's go ahead and stretch it back out and go back to our code editor, and let's style the pricing here. Let's remove this down the line right here. In fact, let's actually, those are 2 pricing type of styles, so let's style them together. Okay, so the first thing we're doing is the menu item tile that is followed by menu item price. So the menu item price that is sitting inside of an element with a class name menu item tile. Let's go take a look at the HTML of that. So the menu item tile is right here, and the menu item price is right there. So basically we're targeting this thing right here, this div, where the prices are. So let's go back to styles.css, and what we're doing is we're increasing its font a little bit, aligning it to the right, because we want it to align to the right over here, to the right of this picture. So we're aligning it to the right, and we're giving it a margin top -15 and a margin right of -15. So that is probably something that you'll probably see that we need to adjust. In fact, let's go ahead and comment that out just to see what would happen if we didn't have that. Let's go ahead and comment that out. And let's go back to the code editor. Well, actually, before we do that, remember that span that we had, the kind of the unit portion, either pint, a quart? Well, we're just making that smaller. That's how we're targeting it. We're saying that inside the menu item price, there's a span, and that span should have a font size that's smaller. So let's save that and go back to our browser. And it looks pretty good. We see that we have the pint and the quart smaller. These things are a little bit bigger. The picture is done pretty well so far. So I don't remember why I coded up these margins when I prepared the code for this lecture, so I'm going to just leave them off for now. Let's go ahead and keep going and styling some more things. So let's go ahead and move this over here. And actually, these 2 things probably go together very well, so let's leave those alone together. And so what we're styling here is the picture. So let's move that up. Okay, so what we're styling is the picture. First of all, remember that picture is going to have a little sign at the bottom right of the item number that corresponds to the restaurant's existing menu. So for that, we need to make the container element, which is this item photo, menu item photo, position relative. So we're making that position relative, giving it a nice kind of maroon border, 2-pixel border. Again, if anything overflows, we're going to go ahead and clip that, make padding 0, move the margin 15 pixels to the left, meaning margin right will be moved to the left a little bit, and the margin left will leave as auto. So this is something that's going to basically separate nicely between the left side of our cell and the right side of our cell where the description is. We'll give it a nice margin bottom of 20 pixels or so, and the maximum width of 250 pixels. Let's go ahead and take a look at the HTML of the menu item photo right here, menu item photo, and you see that we made the image responsive. Well, the image is 250 pixels wide. We don't want the image to be any bigger than that, otherwise it's going to become pixelated and the layout is probably going to get messed up as well. So that is why we're saying that the maximum width that can ever go is 250 pixels. Don't stretch this element anymore. Okay, then there's the menu item photo followed by a div. Well, let's take a look as to what we're targeting. So the menu item photo is right here, and the div is that kind of corresponding ID of the menu that's corresponding to the restaurant's menu. So let's go ahead and position that. And obviously we want to position absolute. Bottom 0, right 0, so it'll be in the bottom right corner. And we're going to give it width of 80 pixels. The background is going to be this greenish color, and we're going to center it within that div. The text is going to be centered within that div. So if we save that and go back to our browser, we see that it's now nicely sitting right inside of that picture and kind of identifies for us what the menu item is. Now I actually can see that because of positioning of this element and all the margins and all the different paddings that we're having over here, this whole price thing moved down quite a bit. So now if we go back to the code editor, I now understand why I originally put the margin here. So let's go ahead and remove the comments here, because we actually do need these margins to move up the pricing and make it a little bit nicer looking. So when we do that, look at that, it's aligned down nicely together with the picture. This still is kind of misaligned a little bit, but we didn't work on that yet. So right now, the left side of our cell grid, both of them, because they're all class-based, so they apply to both sides or to both grid cells, they're looking pretty good. Let's go back to the code editor and continue our styling here. So the description, so let's move that down here, and we'll go ahead and actually remove it altogether. And here's our description. So padding right is 30 pixels. And the reason we're doing this is that we want the content of the item description to be moved a little bit away from the right either element, which is going to be a second cell in our grid, or if it's the second one, then we want to move it away from the edge of the browser. The H3 menu item title, and we're giving it some margin. So let's take a look as to what we're talking about here. So here's the H3, and the H3 dot menu item title basically says this is the title of our menu item. And what we're doing here is we're giving it some margins. So we're giving it top 0, right 0, 10 on the bottom, and again, the 0 transfers to the fourth location, so to the left it's 0. So basically, we're just giving it a margin bottom, really, a fancy way of giving it a margin bottom of 0. And possibly also zeroing out some margins that this item inherited from its parent. Last but not least, the actual menu item details class, we're going to decrease its font slightly to 0.9 ems, and we're also going to give it a font style of italic, so look a little bit nicer that way. Okay, so now we'll save this. I'll go back to our browser, and now it's nicely aligned, and everything looks pretty good. So the only thing that's left is to check out whether or not the responsive part is working pretty well. Let's go ahead and squeeze the browser and see. Well, in this case, this looks all right, and let's squeeze it a little bit more, and this looks not so bad. Oh, and in this case, this doesn't look so good at all. So this is probably around small, right? So this is the small screen size. What we really want is we want this whole item photo, we want it to go all the way to the center, and we want this to be centered as well. We don't want this kind of, this going to the right and this going to the left. That looks kind of weird. And let's check out first as to what's the screen size that this is happening at. It looks to me like that's the extra small, but let's just double check here. Let's see, this is around what area? This is 670 something pixels. So that definitely sounds like extra small, because extra small starts around 767 pixels. So let's go back to our code editor and let's scroll down to the extra small device media query right here, the extra small, and let's put some styles that will fix this, the whole issue here. But first, let's go back to the browser and investigate why this thing is going to the right. Well, let's go ahead and inspect the element right here, and we'll see the menu item right here, and let's see what we're applying here. As you can see, when it's stacking, our margins really aren't working out. We have a margin left of auto. We do have a maximum width, which is good because that makes us kind of anchored as to what our width is. But the margin right is negative 15 pixels, when in fact, it really should be probably auto as well. If it's going to be auto on the right and auto on the left, this element will naturally position itself in the middle. Okay, so that's as far as this is concerned. What about the description of the menu item? Let's go ahead and inspect that. Let's pull this down so we could see what we're inspecting here. That's the menu item description right here. So why is that on the left? There really doesn't appear to be any other reason other than the fact that it's just simply not aligned to the center. Okay, so we could do that. Let's go back to the code editor. And inside of our small, extra small screen size, inside of that media query, we'll go ahead and write some styles. So first of all, the menu item photo, that's the first one, that's the actual picture. What we're missing there, we're missing margin right being auto instead of -15 pixels. So if we just do that and go back to our browser, oh, very good. So we could see that this is now aligned properly. Now this is still sitting to the right, but that's probably because we just need to center it on the screen. Let's go back to the code editor and we'll go ahead and find the pricing that's going on. So the pricing is menu item price and it's sitting inside menu item tile. So if we actually go to our styles.css, we could say menu item tile followed by a menu item price, and that's the thing that we'll need to make text align to the center. So if we do that, go back to our browser, and there we go. So this aligned now very nicely together with this picture. So the only thing that's left is to align the description of the menu item. So let's go back to the code editor and let's go ahead and do that. And let's look in our HTML what is that description. A description is the menu item description. That's the class. So let's go ahead and copy that and we'll say menu item description and we'll do again text align being center. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go back to our browser and now we have both things nicely aligned in the center for both items. So at this point we seem like we're good here. Okay, so we're going to stop here for part 2 of this lecture, and then part 3 of this lecture we're going to take a look at an issue that often creeps up, especially with the data that you don't control, like for example the description of items that may come from the server later and may be shorter or longer depending on how the owner of the site decided to describe each of the menu items. In part 1 and part 2 of this lecture, we were able to create the HTML and the CSS styling to lay out our single category menu items page. In this lecture, we're going to address the variability of the data that we display through using the grid that we created in the previous parts. Now, before we declare victory over this page here, let's go ahead and add a whole bunch of these items inside the page. So here's one all the way down here. And let's copy that and let's just make a space, and that's going to be number 3, it's going to be number 4, number 5, and number 6. I think that's pretty much enough. Okay, so let's number them properly here. Let's go all the way to the top here, and the first item is D01, then the second item is going to be D02, the third item is going to be D03, and the fourth item is going to be D04, then D05, and finally D06 right here. So if we save that, go back to our browser, we could see they're very nicely aligned. So, it's the menu items are very nicely sitting here. So if we squeeze the browser, let's see if they all align very nicely. Yep, they're all nicely aligning and finally collapsing nicely as well. If we collapse it all the way to the smallest screen, extra small, so they're all nicely collapsing all the way through. Even we could see our footer that we did before. Okay, one thing to test, and this is a very good thing to test whenever you have content that you really have no control over. In other words, I really have no control as to how large this description is going to be. It's very possible the description is going to be pretty short, or it may be that this description will be pretty long, and I don't know what happens when this description gets taller than what my kind of row or this imaginary row right now looks like. Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Let's take a look. So let's make, for example, the very first item's description much bigger. So let's go back to our code editor. Let's go back to number 1 item in our menu right here, and let's just copy and paste this a couple of times. Copy and paste the description a couple of times and save that. Let's go back to our browser. Oh, and take a look. Number 3 is now kind of been pushed all the way to the side. It should have been sitting right here. Number 3 should have been sitting right here. Number 4 should have been still in the second row. So things are kind of messed up. So how do we take care of this problem? Well, there's a couple of ways of taking care of it. Number one is you could restrict what this text field is going to be like. In other words, you could say that only so many characters this is allowed to be, or we're going to cut it off. We're basically just going to clip whatever it is that doesn't fit in here according to our specifications. Now, this is a pretty rigid approach, and it's kind of hard to come up to the business owner, to the restaurant owner, and say, well, your descriptions can be longer than this. Even though it's really actually a good idea to kind of make them tight, nice and tight, nobody wants to read very long descriptions, but at the same time, if our layout is now dictating to us how large a particular description of a menu item is going to be, that sounds a little strange. So instead what we could do is we could fix this whole layout problem. Now, why is this layout problem even happening to begin with? Well, as you remember, the grid layout in the Bootstrap, at least in the current version, is based on floating elements. So all these elements are being floated to the left. Well, what happens when element floated to the left and something in front of it kind of gets too long? Well, it kind of starts wrapping. In other words, it can't really fit in this row because it's, this thing is protruding over here. So the very next spot that it could fit is right here. And then this number 4 element tries to float to the left of this, and it can't because there's no more room, so it goes to the next line. If you go back and review the lecture on floats, this is something that we dealt with, and remember the clear property. And this is basically what we're going to need to do here. Except Bootstrap pre-baked in its grid system a special clear fix that kind of takes care of these problems. So if we go to the Bootstrap website, and right now we're in the grid system portion of it, you can see here it says responsive column resets. Well, what this is referring to is this specific problem where one column becomes bigger and the rest of the columns kind of get messed up. And it's telling you here that in order to fix that, you need to add another div to your grid. And this div basically has a class clearfix and then a qualification as to when this whole div should even show up. In this case, for example, they want them only to show up visible XS block, which means if they only want it to show up when the screen is extra small. In our case, let's take a look. It really is happening on a large screen. And is it happening on the smaller screen? Well, it's even happening on the medium screen here. But if we get to this part, since we're already stacking it, this doesn't make any difference. So basically on the small screen, it's not a problem, but it is a problem on the medium screen and definitely on the large screen. So we could fix that by putting this type of a div right inside of our grid. Let's go back to our code editor, and basically this is number 1, but we need it right after number 2. So number 2 is the one we need to clear. So right after grid cell number 2, we're going to put a clear fix, but in our case, we want it to be medium, and we also needed to repeat it and have the same thing show up when it is a large screen as well. So LG. So if we save that and go back to our browser, let's take a look at our website. And we could see here, this cleared very nicely. And of course, we need to repeat this and insert this div after every second cell. So we inserted one after this one, and we need to now insert one after number 4 and after number 6. So let's go back to code editor and let's actually do just that. Let's copy this div right here, and after this is number 3, so we needed to insert it after number 4. Here's the number 4. Let's go back right here and insert that there. So now if any of the descriptions of number 3 or number 4 get out of hand a little bit, we're still going to be good in terms of the layout. And also we need to put this after number 6. Here's number 6. Let's scroll down a little bit more. And we want to make sure not to make a mistake here. Right here after number 6, we'll insert that div right there. And let's go back to our browser. And as we could see, things are still laying out just nicely. If we squeeze this and make this a medium size, they're still laying out nicely. So the whole row kind of gets pushed down. Row number 2 kind of get pushed down and still nicely aligned. So you can see 3 comes before 4. It's not floating in the wrong way. And everything else looks pretty good. Okay, so that concludes our single category page and really concludes the layout of the entire site. We're basically done. The only thing that's left to do is now dynamically insert the content that we need to insert into every one of these spots here under menu categories. Right now we only have lunch here, and it's just sticking some random picture here over and over again. Obviously we want to have all this work much more dynamically, but as far as the layout is concerned, we're basically done. Okay, so before we proclaim a complete victory over our layout, let's go ahead and test this website on a real phone. So I have here an iPhone 6, and I'm going to load up the site on an iPhone 6, and let's go ahead and click around and see if there's anything that we notice that we might need to fix. Okay, so here I am on my iPhone 6, and this is our website, the front page of our website. Let's go ahead and scroll around a little bit to see what it looks like, and it seems to look just fine to me. Let's go and click on the menu tile, and it should take us to the menu categories page, and it does. That seems to work pretty nicely also. Let's click on one of the menu categories, and that will take us to the single category page, which shows us menu items one by one, and that seems to work pretty well as well. Let's now go ahead and tap the phone number button and see if it's going to try to make a phone call, and sure it does. It is trying to make a phone call. Let's cancel that. And let's go take a look at the menu here on the top right. If I click here, and then the menu shows up. So if I click on the menu, it will go to the menu categories page. So let's go back to the single category page, and there it is. And let's go ahead and open up that menu. One thing that bothers me about it is that there is no home navigational menu that I could click. It's only menu, about, and awards. And even though on the desktop version we'll probably get away without it, and we don't want to crowd the desktop version, but for this we would like to really have other options other than just tapping on the David Choose China Bistro, the actual restaurant name, in order to get back to the home page. So I would really like to have the home page selected right here. There's another thing that's a little bit weird. If I, for example, tap on lunch menu and try to select the lunch menu, it really would be natural for me to assume that my menu, my drop-down menu, really should automatically just go ahead and go away. But it doesn't. It only does that if I actually tap on the menu button. Well, that is something we're not really going to be able to address right now, because that's something that cannot be addressed with HTML and CSS alone. It needs to be addressed with JavaScript, and we're going to learn JavaScript next. So until then, we're going to leave that alone. But putting the home button in our drop-down menu, that's something that we could do right now. So let's go back to the code editor and add that in. Okay, so here I am back in Sublime Text, and I'm located in Examples, Lecture 39, After folder, and I'm looking at index.html. And really all we need to do is add another menu item, and that's actually fairly easy. We just have to find our list of menus, and there it is, our list of menus. Each menu is an LI, and so we just need to make some space in the front here, and let me cut and paste some code that I already wrote. So we want this menu item to only be visible when the screen size is extra small. And in this case, we want it to be active since we're sitting on the index.html page, so that's the home page. So we want to mark it as being active. So in the mobile view, it'll actually put a line through it, like a gray background through it. And all it is just a link to index.html. And we're also using the glyph icon home. Basically, it's going to have a little like house, little button looking thing. And space home, just to give it some text. So let's go ahead and save that. And let's go back to our browser and click on that. And there it is. Now we have home here. If we go to menu and then we click again, and now it's menu, so we didn't really put that on the menu page, menu categories page. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's copy that right here. Let's open up our menu categories page, and again scroll down to the LIs right here, and we'll cut and paste right here, except this time we want to remove the active out of here because it's not active on the menu categories page. And in a single category page, the same thing. If we scroll down and find our LI list, which is right about here. It's a little jumpy. Okay, here we go. And we're going to cut and paste. And again, we're going to remove the active here because on this page it is not active. Okay, let's go back to our browser and let's click this button. And here we go. So now we're in menu. If we click home, we get to be on home, and home will be selected. If we go to menu, go to the single category page and select that we're still on menu. That's good. Click to home, and then we get back to the home screen. Okay, so it seems like we've fixed our minor issue, except for some things that we're going to need JavaScript for, and we're ready to move on. Well, that's the end of Module 3. Wasn't that fun? If you're enjoying the course so far, we would really appreciate it if you took a couple of minutes and gave this course a 5-star rating. It would mean a lot to us. Module 4 is next. See you in the next module.